V2 Chapter 701 Help You. The eyes of Li Fu and others were locked on Ji at this moment. Hooray, hooray! Instructor Ji is mighty. The profound energy around him was shrouded in him at this moment. Ji's body flashed and disappeared into the place in an instant. The instructor of the Tianzi class and the instructor of the Dizzy class also shot at the same time. To Ji's surprise, the instructor of the Tianzi class turned out to be an auxiliary department. The mysterious man. Ji soon understood why she could be this mentor. The profound energy on his body immediately rose wildly. What's even more exaggerated was that the rest of the people quickly jumped to Ji, the instructor of the Earth class, a Defense Department instructor. He hit the ground hard, and a wall appeared in front of him. King Kong's violent body rushed forward at this time, and it swung out with a heavy punch, and fell on the wall, accompanied by a cracking sound. There was a rippling sound around. He fixed his gaze on Ji, and Ji slowly took 2 steps forward. He said faintly, "Mysterious skills, burning the city." Ding! The host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The raging fire was burning on the body of King Kong at this moment, and the flame was burning on King Kong's body at this moment. King Kong slapped his body and let out a roar. At this moment, they withdrew back. King Kong turned around at this moment, like a meteor falling down. Ji raised his hands, he hit the opponent's fist with a punch, and there was a trembling sound around him. At this moment, King Kong flew out and hit the rock wall. With the blessing of the instructor of the Tianzi class, Ji felt that his whole body was full of profound energy. He flew forward, lifted it directly, and slammed it down with a heavy punch. King Kong was falling down at this moment, as if on the ground, a huge pothole appeared, and that King Kong fell directly downward. It was directly covered with all the sand. Ji slapped his hands on the ground, and the sand continued to sink like a sink, rushing directly to the place hundreds of sticks above the ground, and Ji slapped on the ground again. All the sand was directly combined together. Under the mysterious skill, the beast soul of the diamond profound beast was almost about to be blown out, and Ji slapped it on the ground here. At this moment, King Kong flew out and fell to the ground. King Kong was breathing heavily. Seeing this scene, Ji slowly took a step forward and said faintly, "Su Cheng, kill it." After Ji yelled these words, the students in the yellow character class took a step forward, as if they were like a sharp arrow, they flew out directly, and landed on the shoulders of a King Kong. Raised the treasure. At this moment, a lot of ice thorns fell in the air, and Su Cheng raised his hand, and a burst of qi directly covered his body, resisting those ice thorns. A student in the Tianzi class suddenly moved his hands, with a smile on his face. "Below, Li Fu, brother, as long as you are willing to let go of the diamond profound beast, you can just say whatever pill you need. Our family is also talkative in the Star Soul Empire." After saying these words, they threw 2 steps forward, and the remaining students of the Tianzi class quickly ran out and landed beside Li Fu. It seemed that in the next second, as long as Su Cheng said a no word, they would rush forward and kill him to the ground. He faintly said, "I'm sorry, this King Kong soul is what I need." After yelling these words, they rushed forward and slew in Su Cheng's direction. Su Cheng does not have much profound strength now. They raised their hands and resisted the profound strength outside. Ji felt that his exercise had reached the point. Ji disappeared into the place. The next moment, he appeared in front of the opponent. He directly drew out the treasure and waved it out. After hitting the treasure on the qi, the students of the Tianzi class flew upside down, stood on the spot, looked up, and Ji flew up and killed directly. The direction of the 2 students. A dazzling white light lit up. Those students anxiously used the mysterious technique of ice, and the ice thorn instantly flew out in the direction of Ji. Under the shroud of qi, the ice thorns were directly resisted. After breaking the qi on their bodies, the white light penetrated their bodies, and fell to the ground in the next instant. They panted heavily and looked in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu said faintly, "I'm going to die again." However, the student named Lifu didn't seem to intend to give up, but looked at the group of people beside him. "Aren't you going together? As long as you do, I promise to help you get the profound beast." After hearing this sentence, the students in the dizzy class turned around in their ears, and their hearts suddenly moved. They flew forward in a short moment, blocking Ji-yu's body. "Come." They turned around and fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. "Well, we are willing to help you." After saying these words, they flew forward at the same time and came to Ji-yu's body, and he directly looked in Ji-yu's direction. Countless flames, lightning, sand, and ice thorns, at this moment, frantically slammed down in the direction of Ji-yu, and their eyes seemed to tremble at this moment. Ji-yu took a step forward, and at this moment, those sand and other blows were on the chi. It collided with it. Accompanied by a loud bang, the remaining people flew out, and they fell to the ground. They didn't even think about it. The combination of so many people's mysterious skills would not be Ji-yu's opponent anymore. They couldn't even leave a scar on Ji-yu's body. This made their hearts feel. Among them, a great sense of humiliation was born. Ji-Yofei stepped forward and waved the treasure in his hand. A heavy sword swung out, and the mysterious light flew out in an instant, colliding into the air. After falling down with a bang, the remaining people flew out again. The instructor of the Tianzi class really couldn't stand it anymore, leading the students to stand in front of Ji-yu, and said faintly, "Outrageous, how dare you attack us?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other, with a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Ji-yu's body disappeared in the same place in an instant. After a while, holding the treasure in his hand, he directly killed him, and the instructor of the Discipline followed him. He was wearing a black robe and stood beside Ji-yu. He turned around and dropped the treasure heavily from his hand. At this moment, the two profound lights collided together. Two people stood on top of the black stone in black and white. Looking at Ji-yu, letting his students back down, their level of battle can directly destroy the students who participated. He faintly said, "Mysterious skills, black bugs fly to the sky. Xian Ji, Wanli Changchun." The black flying insect came directly in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu still didn't intend to use any mysterious skills. Now he felt that he just had to do it himself. He flew forward, picked up the treasure in front of him, and waved it directly. After the treasure was swung out, the insects fell on the ground one after another, and the power of the flame directly covered them. The worm turned around and swallowed directly in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around and disappeared into the place in an instant. At this moment, they retreated one after another, resisting the coming of Ji-yu. After focusing on Ji-yu's body, Ji-yu flew up, directly holding the treasure in his hand, the heavy treasure, waving up. At this moment, with a trace of thunder and lightning, the treasure was shot down in the pile of insects. The insects seemed to be lit up in an instant, and the flames swallowed them down. He turned around and swung his sword again. The long sword flew out with white light and landed on the opponent. He blinked his eyes, his body flashed, and disappeared into the place. Picking up the treasure in front of him, Ji-yu turned around and said faintly, "Kill." After shouting these words, the killing character covered their faces, covering all the auras, and the killing aura reached the sky, and the white light fell directly on the black-robed man. "Flying eagle, be careful." After yelling these words, his eyes widened suddenly, the chi in his hand gathered in his hand for an instant, and the chi in his hand seemed to form a big shield. At this moment, the profound energy directly collided with Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu flew out and landed directly on the ground. He said faintly, "Do you want to continue?" At this moment, Feishan came to Ji-yu's body, and his heavy sword fell on Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu raised the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand and made a loud noise. At this moment, a loud noise came out of the air. Roar! Boom boom boom! A huge sound came, and a profound beast with a snake body, lion head and leopard feet was slowly stepping out at this time. It locked its gaze on King Kong's body, stretched out his hands, and directly lifted the King Kong. With a shake of his hand, he threw the King Kong at the discovery of the three. Then the tall King Kong smashed on the three people, and I don't know what the result will be, but each of them has their own body skills, and in an instant, they disappeared in place. V2 Chapter 702 Mysterious Intuition. Seeing the huge King Kong falling to the ground, Jiyu only glanced at Li Fu. This kid was a wise man, suddenly realized, now facing the huge monster that suddenly appeared. The class guides of the three classes of Tiandihuang must seriously figure out a way to deal with the behemoth. How can there be time to manage those boys? As for the students of the two classes, all of them were hurt by Jiyu's shot. Now there is no fighting power at all. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Fu's mouth. Fortunately, this behemoth did not kill his precious King Kong, otherwise he would have lost more than he gained. Thinking of this in his heart, he jumped up, directly raised the treasure in his hand, swiped down with a sword, and cut off the behemoth's head in an instant. A beast soul entered directly into his body. The instructor of the Tianzi class and the instructor of the Dizzy class fixed their eyes on Jiyu. You take advantage of the vacancy to enter. Humph. Jiyu smiled faintly, this is just a strategy. Some of the star-soul deep forest are profound beasts. After saying these words, they flew up, disappeared directly into the place, and appeared next to the giant in the next moment. The instructor of the Tianzi class can only wave a cane-like treasure in his hand. Suddenly, a line of green profound energy burst out and enveloped it directly on the giant's body. The giant roared out, slapped his chest, flew forward, and roared into the sky. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared into the same place. After a while, he slowly took a step and said faintly, "Don't move." After yelling this sentence, Jiyu disappeared in the same place. After a while, the treasure in his hand was directly swung out. At this moment, the Kunpeng great sword flew out of Kunpeng's soul and penetrated through it. His body. Jiyu turned around and swung out a heavy sword. The Kunpeng weapon spirit penetrated the opponent's body, and at this moment, the giant beast collided again, and the black squad leader flew out, swiping the giant sword in his hand a moment later. The power of Kunpeng penetrated their bodies and directly collided with the stone behind, only to see a long and loud bang. At this moment, the smoke slowly drifted up. He was holding the treasure, and at this moment, he slowly walked up, only to see the Kunpeng spirit disappearing in the same place at this moment. Jiyu slowly said, "The three of us unite and directly use our own lore mystery to take down the behemoth directly." After saying this, Ji Yofei stood up, and the treasure in his hand was directly combined at this moment. After the three-sword chi was combined, he directly killed the behemoth. The giant beast just turned its body, and the slap was taken out at this moment, and the two people beside him flew out, hitting the huge boulder heavily. Suddenly the huge boulder made a loud noise, and the whole person fell directly after a while, and they collapsed to the ground at this moment. Blood was also vomiting out of his mouth. Jiyu took a step forward, looking at the two people on the ground. Jiyu faintly said, "How are you?" "I'm fine, just a few broken ribs." "I'm okay." After saying these words, they flew up at the same time, and a trace of gaze appeared in their eyes. At this moment, they disappeared into the place in an instant, and Jiyu brandished a treasure. The giant beast had just turned around, and the flames on Jiyu's body suddenly burned. He raised his hand, trying to resist the flames on Jiyu's body. Just at this moment, they collided together. The flame burned directly onto the opponent's body. Jiyu looked at the flame in front of him and directly forced it onto the opponent's body. After being burned by the flame, he turned around and disappeared directly into the place. Jiyu took a step slowly, and the sword swung down directly, penetrating the opponent's body. The giant beast wailed directly. Jiyu only discovered at this time that this giant beast had a total of 3 hearts, and his treasure had penetrated their bodies, only to realize that there was only 1 heart left. Jiyu said faintly, this profound beast will be handed over to you. After speaking, they turned around, took their students, and left this small deep forest. After disappearing in the same place, Jiyu brought his students back to the north profound gate and entered the gate. Jiyu slowly entered the gate. The 8th grade instructor saw Jiyu come back with the students, but no one came back behind him. He snorted in his heart, and said angrily, "Boy, let me ask you, where are the students in other classes?" Jiyu smiled faintly, "They are still absorbing the remaining profound beasts." After saying these words, they stepped into the gate and disappeared into the place instantly. The 8th grade instructor clenched his fists. Returning in the Star Soul Deep Forest, it is the children, the promotion day, as long as they pass the test, they will be re-ranked. Even if the status of the instructor is improved, it will be decided today. Jiyu stepped into the profound door. The next second, Jiyu looked at the students, and their hearts became tense. But looking at the remaining class students, each with a scar on their faces, Jiyu knew that the behemoth he left yesterday was too attractive to attract them to kill each other. Jiyu nodded the method in front of him. At the next moment, the method in front of him opened directly, as if countless figures were constantly flying in it, and it seemed that a few people looked directly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu stepped out slowly, after he finished speaking. The remaining students from the yellow character class entered the square one after another. After being injected by the Xuanguang, they became active one after another. They kept running out at high speed, and at this moment, they sensed that their profound strength was continuously rising at this moment when they had returned from the Star Soul Deep Forest. The students in the Tianzi class and the Dizzy class decided to unite, and the profound energy in their bodies was constantly pouring in at this time. They raised their heads and directed their gazes in the direction of Jiyu. They killed them directly, and as long as they defeated the students in the yellow character class, Jiyu could only cry miserably. In their hearts, it suddenly occurred to them that there was a burst of profound energy from their bodies, and the loud bangs continued to sound, and they continued to fall down. After the loud bang came, their mouths spit out a mouthful of blood. Watching them lie in a pool of blood one after another, the students in the yellow character class kept cheering. Jiyu took a step forward and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. After the next second, he slowly said, "Congratulations on entering the Tianzi class. Starting today, you are not me responsible." After Jiyu finished saying these words, they even cheered. These were a bit like the state they were in when they were young. An old man said, "Jiyu has been upgraded to a 6th grade instructor." After saying these words, a few thunders sounded in the sky at this time, and a few white lights were being injected on the ground. They rode white horses and slowly walked out. They cast their gazes out, and at this moment, they slowly said, "May I ask who is Jiyu?" Everyone turned their attention to Jiyu. Jiyu walked out. They opened their eyes at this moment, and he said lightly, "It's right here." According to the order of the Star Soul Empire, Jiyu was enlisted to enter the Star Soul Emperor army to serve as the education committee and be executed immediately. A smile appeared in the corner of Jiyu's mouth. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to do anything, but the Star Soul Empire army was indeed a good way for him to deal with the Temple of Evolution. He walked forward, without the kneeling ceremony of others, but directly stretched out his hand, took the other party's decree into his own hand, and he incorporated the decree into the precept. Baichuanman didn't have much to say, the rest of the people walked up and gestured. After a while, he disappeared directly into the place. He led the rest of the people and walked straight forward and entered the cave in front of him. After packing up the things, he rode the profound beast and walked forward bit by bit. The positive breeze was slowly blowing at this time, and countless pedestrians wore worried smiles on their faces. Jiyu rode the profound beast and came to a place called the Iron Guard. Only 2 men came out, the military camp is heavy, the idlers leave quickly. Jiyu held the decree high, and after seeing the decree in Jiyu's hand, a trace of embarrassment appeared on their faces, and they walked straight forward, and they knelt in front of Jiyu. Meeting Master Teacher. Everyone knows that although the teaching is not a high position, but the power in his hands is powerful. But when he saw Ji, he rode the profound beast directly into the place, and raised his head. I looked around. I saw Ji faintly opening his mouth and said, "I have seen the general." The scruffy man was a little angry, and looked in Ji's direction. "How do you know that the old man is a general?" Mysterious intuition. Being able to teach shows that you have some abilities, but the old man's army does not support idlers. Please allow me to ask for advice. After speaking, a silver spear treasure appeared in his hand, and he faintly said, "This is an 8th grade treasure weapon, the silver hook soul gun, you are careful." After finishing this sentence, he slammed forward in the direction of Gu. V2 Chapter 703 Army Changes. For such a dedicated profound practitioner general, Gu still has a lot of respect in his heart. In his previous life, he admired the soldiers most. He faintly said, "The general used a treasure. If you don't know what is good or bad, it would be too rude. Please look at the general." The treasure in the hand is called the Kunpeng giant sword, which is not to be looked down upon. After hearing Gu's words, he laughed in his heart. "Old man, a profound practitioner of the fivefold peak of the spirit profound realm, boy, you should be careful." As soon as the voice fell, Gu said to be careful, and the whole person moved. Mysterious skill, burning the city with flames. Ding, the host used the city of burning flames and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The flame broke off from the treasure, forming 5 fire dragons, like a roaring dragon in the sky, and roared loudly towards the sky. It's such a powerful mystery, it must be an evolution-level mystery anyway. After shouting these words, the fire dragon was flying out at this moment, hovering directly, flying out, and killing him in the direction of Gu. At this moment, the 5 giant dragons were gathered together, with a trace of dragon power. At this moment, they were combined and directly rushed down, and the invincible chasing wind directly knocked the fire dragons out. The flames suddenly turned into nothingness at this moment. He radiated his gaze, and said faintly, "Boy, this is a shame." After saying this, he burst into laughter, as if taunting Gu in front of him. Gu took a step out, and the profound energy in his hand quickly gathered. In an instant, a mysterious light radiated from the sky and rushed directly into the sky. Ding, the host used the fusion mysterious technique, the world is prestigious, and gained experience value of 1 by 999. This is when Gu combines these 5 natural profound strengths at this moment. The Wudao Xuanguang gathered together quickly at this time. At this moment, the group of white light was oppressed with incomparably majesty, and accompanied by a huge explosion sounded, boom. Accompanied by the flames at this time, they continued to spread out. Gu turned around, opened his eyes suddenly, and said faintly, "The general is careful." After shouting this sentence, the fire dragon hovered quickly for a week. At this moment, the treasure in his hand was assembled at this moment, and he swung a sword heavily. As the treasure was swung down, the flames fell heavily. The general's treasures collided together and sent out a raging fire. The man laughed loudly, "This General Duanhong, you can teach for our army." Gu's experience value gradually increased during the battle with him, and he faintly said, "General, I have asked you." The other party laughed, pulling Gu into the big account, and there were a few people in armor around, and they walked into the big account. Duanhong said, "This is the newly transferred subordinate, named Gu, have you seen it before?" The generals looked at each other at this moment, and arched their hands at the same time. One of them looked in Gu's direction, "General, now there are some so-called young geniuses who seem to be infinitely powerful, but in fact they are just a piece of sea sand. They are all members of the military, and it is normal to fight at first sight. Not to mention the position of instructor in the army. This is the most proud existence of these profound practitioners. The imperial army in the middle domain does not need the other 4 domains, but has the most outstanding combat effectiveness. This is why a profound practitioner organization like the Star Soul Palace cannot command the royal power's willingness. But after all, they are still training to defend the country. The biggest difference from those individual profound practitioners is precisely because of his profound strength. At this moment, it is gathering a powerful profound strength. Because the Star Soul Palace has time to cultivate, it will look like this. They are actually dissatisfied. In this army, the most important thing is not other things, but this powerful strength. Jiyu stood up, arched his hands, and said to everyone in front of him, "Since you are not convinced, why don't we see the real chapter under our hands? We are all generals who went to battle to kill the enemy. I don't care what profound school you come from, just because you haven't seen blood in your hand, you are not an opponent." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of hum, they flew to the ground with the treasure in their hands and looked in their direction. Jiyu did not hesitate, and directly drew out the treasure beside him. Holding the treasure in his hand, he stepped forward and ran out. At this moment, the Kunpeng Chi Ling flew out, and there was a long cry in the air. The flame was jetting out at this moment. The flame fell on the surrounding ground and burned in the surrounding place in an instant. Those flames were swallowing all the surrounding things at this moment. Jiyu faintly said, "Is there anyone else last time?" Looking at the raging fire, those generals dared to step forward, but just bowed their hands and said that the sun was really amazing. Since Jiyu was an instructor in the army, he naturally wanted to meet his subordinates, but they didn't plan to let Jiyu go like this. After suffering a loss in the ring, they naturally had to look for them in the wine shop. They sat in the position where they could, they sat on the chair, put the wine bottle on the table, they pushed the wine bottle out, they took the wine bottle in their hand, and took a sip one after another. After eating and drinking, he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Sure enough, he is a good person." After they had finished speaking, they took a look back. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took a sip of wine, and then filled the table with food from the middle of the ring. Jiyu's cooking skills, they flew onto the table, and constantly picked up the food in the table. A bowl of spicy noodles paired with golden lambs, the aroma inside came out, and the taste passed into the nose of the other party. Duan Hong did not expect that there would be such a fragrant food, so he walked forward and cut it off. He came and ate a bite of mutton. He turned around and said faintly, "Well, the old man usually knows about eating profound beasts. It seems to be in vain. It seems that these ordinary foods are so outstanding." The place. After eating, they went back to camp. Outside Jiyu's door, a gentle figure walked in, took a basin, and placed the white cloth strip in the basin. After moving it, he twisted the cloth strip clean and lifted Jiyu's body up and down. "Wipe everything clean." Although Jiyu is powerful, she didn't use her profound strength to force her alcohol out. The alcohol on her body rose sharply. After turning her head, the girl put a basin on the ground again and placed Jiyu's legs. "Put it in the basin." Jiyu felt the warmth in his legs. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that in front of him, there was a little girl squatting in front of Jiyu. Jiyu understood that this was the little girl sent by the military camp to take care of him. He took a small rag from his arms, wiped the dirty little face, and frowned. He faintly said, No, go take a shower." The girl was stunned. No one had ever placed the strip of cloth on his face. Jiyu said lightly, "Come here." He turned around and pushed the opponent into the tent. The place originally prepared for Jiyu, soaked directly in the wooden barrel, the little girl seemed very shy, and at the same time, she looked in the direction of Jiyu, seemingly carrying with a glimmer of expectation, but unexpectedly, Jiyu turned around and walked outside. After Jiyu walked out a few steps, he sat on the chair, his eyes widened, and after a while, Jiyu faintly said, "Come in." 6 men stood outside the door. After hearing these words, they walked in one after another and bowed their hands to Jiyu who was in front of him. Jiyu faintly said, "Your name and position." In the next Zhang-yi, he is the assistant officer of the teaching, and the daily life of the general is ordered by Dia and Xia. In the next Zhang-er, it is the officers of the Chuan formation. They are all subordinates of the next. Jiyu hummed, there was no need for Ji to know the few people behind him. He gave an order to let them fly up and kill in Ji's direction. He turned around and swung down a heavy sword, accompanied by a loud bang. The bursting sound was covering the sky at this moment, and there seemed to be a flame in the sky. After calculating the two sides, Ji gave an order to get everyone together. Many people, at this moment, gradually walked out and gathered in the square. When Ji reached the stage of Dianjiang, he slowly said, "Let me see your skills first." Generally, even for this level of military formation, a loud noise came out just a moment later. They walked forward slowly, and at this moment, they yelled out at the same time. Roar! Countless spears were swung out, and the spear was directly swung out. With a spear being swung out, countless profound lights burst out directly. The spear burst on the rock wall. Suddenly those stone walls shattered suddenly, knocking all the stones into the air. With their vigorous appearance, Jiu said lightly, "Ha ha ha, you are pretty good. But it's not good enough." The sergeants were a little dissatisfied. They didn't know what was wrong with them. If they are based on their personal bravery, they are naturally not weak, but they are not like that, they have to take into account the fusion of the mysterious skills of everyone. Jiu seemed to see what they were thinking, and said lightly, "The military formation can have better changes." V2 Chapter 704 How many people are in the family? After Jiu's voice fell, everyone in the army showed a smile on their faces. They looked at each other, and they didn't believe who they were. After looking at each other, they stayed where they were, waiting for Jiu to continue his activities. Jiu directly took out a long spear, and they waved the spear out, bursting with a sound. There was a loud bang. The sound of explosion sounded. He said faintly, "The two left and right, rushing towards the shooting range, the central defender uses the combined mysterious technique." He suddenly turned one around, and took 2 steps forward. After seeing the group of people coming forward, Jiu said faintly, "The one ahead, let it go." After getting Jiu's order, the guards on the left and right sides activated at the same time. Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge explosive force directly bombed the stone. At this moment, it hit the stone, accompanied by the crack of the stone. Suddenly, the stone fragments flew out and hit aside. In an instant, Fei ran forward, looking at the puppets that had turned into powder. They turned around, and he jumped up. He flew up directly, and ran forward. The group of people in the middle chopped down their axes one after another, and countless axes smashed all the puppets. Unbelievable, after using this formation, there will be such a powerful gain, I really hate it. After they said these words faintly, they turned around, and he slowly walked forward. From his arms, he took the formation and mysterious skills that he had previously obtained in the profound door. "Come out." Because before them, at this moment, the surrounding army came forward one after another, and in their eyes, it seemed that there was a mysterious force gathering in their own hands at this moment. The profound energy hovering in his hand is shining. Jiu turned around and said faintly, "As long as you study this profound skill patiently, it will be formed within a short period of time." At this moment, he turned around and left with 2 people, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. They had never seen such a training before, and they were so cool. In their hearts, they admire such a coach even more. Stand up. Where can I find such a personal coach? Nowhere. There was a proud expression in their hearts, and he walked forward directly, and a popping sound rang out in front of him. Flames are spreading out at this moment. If those puppets are ordinary profound practitioners, they can only become ashes at this time. They turned around, and took a step forward. He turned around, and suddenly a mysterious light fell, and the mysterious light burst to the ground. Just after practicing with the scroll given by Jiu, they could have such explosive power. If they all learned, the little star soul palace, they turned their heads and disappeared into the place instantly. At this moment, he quickly ran forward. Extending those spears forward, he directly swung the spears out, and the spears seemed to have appeared numerous spears, which fell heavily on the rock wall. Ji-yu left the middle of the table and walked to the top. They sat on the chairs, turned around in the blink of an eye, and walked forward. The rest of the people, they turned around at this moment, and walked out in another direction at this moment, took the treasure in hand. Dia walked up with a basin, and she moved the basin was placed on the table, and his face suddenly became red. He faintly said, "Thank you very much." "Good teapot." He took the teapot in the basin and drank it. After tasting a bite, he comfortably said, "A good tea." He stood up and walked out of the door. He walked directly forward. At this moment, the door in front of him was opened. People in the barracks should have lived in the army, but Ji-yu is an instructor, just like an ordinary type of work, and can carry out a commuting system. He walked out of the barracks. A servant walked out from the side and bowed his hand to Ji-yu in front of him. Ji-yu faintly said, "Are you?" "Xia and I is the steward of the Huang family, our head of the house, inviting her husband to come over and drink tea." After finishing these words, Ji-yu sat on the carriage under the guidance of the servant, and the carriage started to move, and it swiftly galloped in the other direction. Everyone on the street looked at the speeding carriage, their expressions instantly changed. Many vendors made a thumping sound and fell down instantly. At this moment, they seemed to hide Ji-yu and watched quietly. Ji-yu sat on the carriage and came to the other side of the street. Ji-yu walked forward and passed his gaze up at this moment. A lot of people walked out on both sides, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Steward, slow down a bit." The butler immediately pulled up the horse rope. The carriage was at this moment, and slowly stopped, and a personal head emerged from it. They faintly said, "Isn't this a lesson?" "The lesson is here, we warmly welcome it." "What?" "I don't know what the details of this family are, but from their attitude, it seems that they want to build some relationship with Ji-yu," and Ji-yu walked into the door. The people inside the door, at this moment, walked out of the door. They arched their hands, and said to Ji-yu in front of them, "I have seen the teaching." A young man walked out with a smile, but he was still a fat man, and he seemed to be the owner of this house. He faintly said, "This should be the teacher, right?" Ji-yu nodded, and after smiling, he walked forward slowly and said faintly, "Meet the sun." After finishing this sentence, the other party introduced himself. In Xia Huang Shaofang, there are 4 levels of human profound realm. Even in this place where the master is like a cloud, Huang Shaofang's age came to the 4th layer of the human profound realm, and accompanied by a profound light, he smashed down heavily, burst to the ground, and flashed with a ray of light. Ji-yu stood up and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. This is the rule before the two people want to meet each other. As long as the two want to make good friends with each other, they must pass the strength and put their eyes on Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around and said faintly, "I've seen all the princes. I don't know the strength of the next generation. How does the prince think about it?" After hearing what Ji-yu said, they turned their heads and said lightly, "Ha ha ha, the sun is really amazing, please come and eat soon." After seeing Ji-yu's strength, Huang Shaofang immediately invited Ji-yu in. Everyone sat on the table. Ji-yu didn't look like an expert, so he picked up the food in front of him and ate it boldly. The few remaining people saw this scene, and they all showed approving eyes. Looking at Ji-yu's direction, he burst into laughter in an instant. After smiling, Huang Shaofang said, "I heard that the training is in the army, and there are already many fans. I wonder if there is still a shortage of treasures in the army. We have merchants who are responsible for the creation of treasures, merchants who provide black stones, and people you need to use." After finishing this sentence, Ji-yu walked forward, and he faintly said, "Do you think you need to go through me and walk through the passage in the army?" After hearing what Ji-yu said, Ji-yu stood up and walked directly out of the door. "Don't worry, young master." Suddenly the other party laughed loudly and arched his hands, "Master, go slowly." After saying this Ji-yu picked up the bag beside him and walked out directly to the door. He sat on the carriage and looked like he needed to get a mansion here. The car was driving at this time and walked to a gate. This is the business house in Xingbei City. They walked from the carriage to the ground. They arched their hands and said to Ji-yu in front of them, "Everyone, I plan to buy a mansion here." After hearing that Ji-yu was about to buy the mansion, their eyes suddenly widened, and they walked directly to Ji-yu's body and said with a smile, "My son, I don't know how big you need. It's about 3 in the yard. Sanjin's yard." He took a breath. "Good fellow, this is a big deal. There is one." The former is a venerable person in the profound realm, but it seems that he only collects profound stones, and he needs as much as 80,000 to get started. If you don't want middle and low grades, you just don't know the sun. Before coming, Ji-yu brought back a lot of profound stones in the southern territory. After receiving these profound stones, Ji-yu's palm flashed, and in an instant, a treasure bag appeared. Ji-yu flung the treasure bag away. After receiving Ji-yu's treasure bag, the big golden tooth was not in a hurry. It was impossible to judge based on the weight, because generally like Ji-yu who could make a move, he must be a rich master. He was even a profound practitioner. Since he was a profound practitioner, the profound bag in his hand must not be used by ordinary people. He handed the profound bag into the hands of a small servant. The little servant was only placed in a golden basin on the table, and a string of numbers appeared on the golden basin. He blinked at the big golden tooth. After Ji-yu nodded, he took 2 steps forward and sat on the chair. He faintly opened his mouth and said, "I don't know how many people are there in this young man." Ji-yu shook his head, "Just me, maybe there is a little girl." V2 Chapter 705 It's yours. After hearing these words, the firm's big golden tooth smiled even more happily. "Then I don't know if the son intends to buy a little servant for his house." Ji-yu nodded. The merchant brought Ji-yu to a small door behind him, and a foul smell came from it. Many men were locked up in a single room, where they didn't even have a place to turn around. There were quite a few women in the hall, but they were all hung in the wall. Ji-yu frowned. "I want all of these people." Jinya didn't expect that Ji-yu would pay such a big price with a smile on his face. Looking at Ji-yu's body, Ji-yu said faintly, "Of course there is no problem, but we need more profound stones, I don't know." Ji-yu slammed a small bag again. When the other party saw the bag of gold coins, a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and walked out on his own. Ji-yu looked at the person in front of him. "Okay, are you ready?" After hearing these words from Ji-yu, they looked at each other, looked at Ji-yu in front of him and said faintly, "Thank you, son, for saving your life." He said lightly, "You follow me." After saying this, those people put away the things next to them and followed Ji-yu tremblingly, as if they were afraid that Ji-yu would do something bad to them. After hearing this ahu, they looked at each other. Under the leadership of Jinya, Ji-yu walked into the big house. Looking at these sloppy servants, Ji-yu couldn't help frowning. "Which one of you is the oldest?" An old man stepped forward. "I saw the sun in Shinfu." "Do you know how to read words?" "The son of the meeting. From today, you will be the housekeeper of the house." Ji-yu flung a bag away. The other party caught Ji-yu's bag and felt the profound stone inside. He couldn't help being startled, and his eyes flowed out immediately. Tears were streaming down Barabara at this time. After their tears fell, he stood up and said lightly, "Hurry up and get some salt. Everyone has to boil a large wooden bucket of water and sprinkle the salt. You must wash your body clean." They never expected that their young master would have such strict requirements, and they would have been washed clean at this time when people were as cheap as dogs. This allows Ji-yu's subordinates to be unique in the entire city. After Ji-yu packed up, he rode on his horse and slowly went to the gate of the barracks. Zhang Yi and the others performed well, and they were able to pass on these formations. The general also looked at the group of people in front of him, a little excited. If you control such an army, even those facing the Star Soul Palace can defeat them. A big horse galloped forward at this moment. He pulled up the horse rope in front of him, and accompanied by a neighing sound, they were at this moment putting their eyes on Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around abruptly, and said faintly, "Presumptuous, how can you run wild in the barracks?" After hearing these words, they walked down from the horseback. They set their gazes on Ji-Yu's body, turned around, and flew forward in an instant. Boy, I am rude to the army. After hearing this sentence, everyone's faces became anxious. This is a pro-army, but the identity of Ji-Yu is very different. After the voice fell, they landed on the ground. Focused on Ji-Yu. The teacher dare not neglect. But Ji-Yu didn't have such a good temper. He shot directly, just a crit, accompanied by a huge explosion. There was a loud bang. Everything around him was collapsing rapidly. Ji-Yu stood up and took a kick out directly at the man. The general came, and the silver spear flashed, and suddenly the spear fell on the boulder. On. Accompanied by a loud noise came. The surrounding boulders collapsed one after another, and Ji-Yu said lightly, "General." The general's hands were trembling constantly. Ji-Yu and him hadn't seen him for only one day, but Ji-Yu's strength had improved so much, he felt that his position in the tiger's mouth was constantly trembling. The man arched his hand, "Thank you, General, for your life-saving grace." "You're welcome." After hearing these words, the two of them walked out to the side. "General, it's okay. A ninth-grade monster beast was born and has led an army of monster beasts to the border, and the guardian team of the Star Soul Palace has reached the border. How are they doing now?" The man sighed, "It's not so good. It is said that 2 great guardians have already sacrificed. This matter, and the Temple of Evolution? It shouldn't matter, the Temple of Evolution is still standing there now." After hearing this, they stood up, and the general said, "Well, I will now lead the armored army. Pro-military, please go back." Ji-Yu said faintly, "The general will give his life." The general said, "Tell my order, the whole army will march forward and target the borderland." When the army set out, they went straight to the distance. They landed on the ground, picked up the spear next to them, and aimed at Ji-Yu in front of them, followed by a killing sound. There was a loud noise in the borderland. The white light suddenly lit up. Countless screams came from the borderland. Ji-Yu quickly and several lieutenants stepped forward to check, only to see a sea of fire appeared in front of him. Ji-Yu took a deep breath, only to see Ji-Yu speak faintly, "This is on Earth. I only saw the flame in front of me, devouring everything around me unforgivably, a golden light shrouded in the air, and several people around were floating in the air. One of them danced forward, and in a moment of effort, turned into a white tiger and came out. It roared and opened its mouth wide, and a ball of flame was spraying out at this moment. The flame flew directly to the ground. Another group of people uttered a scream. One of the guardians of the Star Soul Palace stood on a big tree, frowning, and said faintly, "I sense that there are a lot of profound energy coming in this direction. Master Enlightenment Protector, now a group of people in the distance are rushing in this direction. I don't know what you plan to do. Looks like someone from Tai Xianjun." After saying this, they closed their eyes. At this moment, Ji-Yu picked up the treasure beside him and stood up. At this moment, he slowly took a step out, and Ji-Yu said lightly, "You are ready. Left dragon out." At this moment, the troops on the left set up their spears one after another and rushed forward from the left. He galloped up quickly and quickly stabbed the spear down to Ji-Yu's body. Ji-Yu quickly retreated back. The troops on the left blocked the path of the white tiger. After seeing Ji-Yu's spear, his gaze was at this moment, looking at Ji-Yu's body. The left guard surrounded it, and the spear was raised and retracted at this time. After seeing this scene, Ji-Yu turned around, and the spear was approaching at this moment. After seeing this scene, accompanied by the whistle, the general also issued his order, "Right dragon comes out." He also saw the formation that Ji-Yu brought. He personally believed that a good general should be formed in this way, and after this sentence fell. At this moment, the 2 long dragons on the left and right surrounded the white tigers. From their bodies, a powerful white profound energy was transmitted. The profound beasts were born to respond to danger. When they sensed the profoundness that Ji Yushin uploaded after the strength, he turned around and stepped on the position. At this moment, Baihu made a roar. After the sound came, Baihu turned his head and moved towards the only one in the middle. The road ran away and came forward. At this moment, the Tai Xian army in the middle also ran at the same time. The axe in their hands was chopped down at this moment. At this moment, countless axes were resting on the white tiger. Although the profound strength of the white tiger was powerful, it could not bear the pressure of Ji Yu's army. After landing with the power of the axe was placed on Baihu's body one after another. Baihu wailed in his mouth, and he climbed directly on the ground. He wailed faintly. Ji Yu took the lead in flying forward, drew out the treasure from his arms, and stabbed the treasure on the white tiger's body. As the fur cracked open, blood suddenly flowed down. However, the blood flowing out of this white tiger's body was golden. Mystery, Salon Roll. Ding, the host used the Salon Roll and gained experience value of 1 by 999. 7 or 8 salons suddenly flew up on the ground, wrapped around Baihu's legs and feet. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and the white tiger slammed it against the wall. There was a loud bang. The white tiger fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi, it's yours. He said this sentence from Ji Yu's mouth, and Zhang's eyes lit up. People like him who are not qualified to enroll in the major profound sects are not qualified to fuse the souls of profound beasts. Today, not only profound beasts, but also the high-level profound beast suddenly became excited in his heart. I'm coming. After saying this sentence, he raised his hand, and at this moment, the light was generous. A long cyan snake flew out from beside the golden light. V2 Chapter 706 Teach Me. After Zhang Yi saw the giant beast, his heart trembled. The green snake was flying in the direction of Ji Yu at this time. Xian Guangzheng suddenly lit up at this moment. The hovering cyan suddenly turned his head, and bared his teeth toward Zhang Yi in front of him. This is one of the beast kings. He took a deep breath. Zhang Yi's body suddenly stopped getting down. Ji Yu raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. They said lightly, Teacher Ji Yu, help me. After shouting out these words, they turned their eyes to Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned around, the treasure in his hand had exploded, and the Kunpeng giant sword cut through the sky and flew directly towards the people in front of him, and plunged into the ground. Their gazes looked in the direction of Ji Yu fearfully. In the corner of his eyes, a face of fear appeared. Ji Yu took a step forward, and suddenly disappeared into the place at this moment, and he turned around. The Kunpeng giant sword slashed down with a single sword. Suddenly at this moment, the ground burst open, and profound energy surged from the ground, creating a raging fire, burning the flame on the body of the long snake. The long snake was suddenly burning at this moment. It fell to the ground in an instant, and the cyan long snake turned into a human form. His body was covered with scales. He faintly said, I didn't expect that human beings still have such a strong profound practitioner, but what happened then? You are nothing but a weak person. He took a step and said faintly, Boy, you are too arrogant. After shouting these words, they twisted their bodies. After seeing Ji Yu, they instantly disappeared in the same place, appeared in front of him the next moment, and waved the treasure heavily. Came out. Suddenly at this moment, that profound energy burst out and fell heavily to the ground. The flame is burning up at this moment. Ji Yu turned around, and suddenly a sword plunged to the ground. The surrounding land in front of him suddenly cracked, and flames were emerging from the ground. The flame was burning at this moment. Suddenly, they flew out at this moment. He twisted his body and waved down his treasure. The two treasures collided together. The person with the snake appeared in the crack, and then retreated suddenly, looking in the direction of Ji Yu. He faintly said, Mysterious skills, 10,000 scales. After shouting this sentence, the scales flew out suddenly. Pieces fell on the ground. Their scales fell on the ground, and he jumped up at this moment, and he raised his hand. Suddenly at this moment, he waved his hand. The scales flew out at this moment. Ji raised the treasure in his hand, mysterious skill, Wanmu Changchun. Ding, the host used Wanmu Changchun and gained experience value of 1 by 999. After Ji yelled these words, he slapped his hands on the ground, and the profound energy was injected into the ground, and the green profound energy was injected into the trees at this time. At this moment, the surrounding trees are spreading out quickly, and they are constantly flying forward. Those long snakes-like vines are entwining the body of the green snake at this time. He never expected the green snake. The scales on his body were shot down on the green snake, but the green snake was quickly at this moment. Those scales are colliding with the trees at this moment. He leapt up and stepped back a few steps, when the flame was hitting the ground at this moment. Ji started to dance. He was holding the treasure and ran forward at this moment, and another sword swung out. After a while, the profound energy suddenly bombed, and the flames were burning up at this moment, and they continued to spread to the surroundings. Ji faintly said to the person in front of him, "Zhang Yi prepares." After Ji yelled this sentence, he flew forward and landed on the ground. He raised the treasure in his hand, and suddenly a sword stabbed down, after the white tiger roared. Baihu took 2 steps back suddenly. It turned its head and ran forward. After 2 steps, it jumped up and grabbed it in the direction of Ji. After the paw fell, the scratches appeared on Zhang Yi's hands. Although there were scars on Zhang Yi's body, blood was slowly flowing down at this time. The treasure in his hand was quickly twisted in Baihu's head. At this moment, all the blood was poured into the treasure. The treasure was stuck in his hand. He stood up and said faintly, "Thank you, Master Teacher." A look of resentment appeared in Long Snake's eyes. "You humans are really deceiving people too much." Zhang Yi obtained Baihu's profound skills and grabbed his claws at once. Several blood stains were flying out at this moment, and the blood stains suddenly fell on the body in front of him at this moment. At this moment, the trees were slowly falling down. Ji walked forward, and the treasure fell heavily, accompanied by a loud bang. The profound strength burst out at this moment. They fell to the ground at this moment, and Green Snake's eyes were injected into Ji's body. At this moment, Green Snake looked in Ji's direction and said faintly, "Big brother, help me." After yelling this sentence, a huge figure suddenly fell from the air. His eyes stood up at this moment, and a fire burst out of his eyes. Suddenly at this moment, he stepped on the ground, and several cracks appeared in the air. The people in the sky danced down and landed directly on the ground. He slowly said, "What the is wrong with you? Why can't even the individual help?" After yelling this sentence, he suddenly turned around. He took out the treasure and killed the opponent directly. He flew forward and said indifferently, "You should go now." After the voice fell, the profound energy in his body was suddenly absorbed at this moment, and the soul was sucked into the treasure at this moment. He stood up and said faintly, "Humans, it's your turn." The green snake lay on the ground and did not move. He lifted the treasure in his hand and looked in the direction of Ji. He ran up, flew forward, and killed him directly in the direction of Ji. "Come forward." A sword swung down, and the profound energy was inserted into the ground at this moment. Suddenly it broke out, and the surrounding armored army flew upside down at this time, and all their faces were spitting out blood, and they looked at Ji's body. Ji lifted the treasure beside him and pushed the powerful profound energy away. Suddenly, the fire was bombarding the sky at this moment, and the sky burst at this moment. The flames turned into sparks at this time, bombarded the flames at this time, and landed on the ground. He faintly said, "Ji, what do you want to do?" After yelling these words, they flew forward to look in the direction of Ji. He flew forward, picked up the treasure beside him, waved it up. Coming, the treasure was falling in Ji's direction at this time. Ji turned around, he picked up the treasure in front of him, and when he turned around, the mysterious light collided together at this time, after the flame burst at this time. He flew backwards and flew out, and he looked at the person's body. With Ji Yu's profound strength, he couldn't see through this person's true body. He said faintly, "Who are you on earth?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, he laughed loudly and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Boy, you taste good, you are mine." After roaring this sentence, he flew forward and landed in front of Ji Yu, directly drew the profound energy from behind him, and the flames were gathering in his hands. He said lightly, "Boy, I want your profound soul." He flew the flames forward. Ji Yu Bang shot forward, waved his own treasure, and waved the flames forward at this moment. He waved those flames forward and banged. There was a loud noise, and the flames collided with the ground at this time, and the flames flew forward in an instant, wrapping those flames in the direction of Ji Yu like a poisonous snake. He waved the treasure forward, the long snake suddenly split into two halves. Ji Yofei ran forward, and he waved the treasure out. Stabbed the treasure into his neck. He faintly said, "Impossible, how could you break my mysterious skills?" Ji Yu said faintly, "In my profound strength, there is the power of vegetation." So, he saw that Ji Yu used flames and earth power, and now there is wood power. Isn't this kid too simple? He looked at Ji Yu, and his body disappeared in the same place in an instant. He danced forward and stepped on the body of a profound beast. There was a red light in the eyes of the profound beast. The two gathered together, and he danced forward like a tornado. He raised his hand and blocked the front of the profound light. Xian Guang was colliding together at this time. He stood up and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Boy, this time the profound energy on you belongs to me." But unexpectedly, Ji Yuzheng suddenly disappeared into the place at this time. A thunder and lightning appeared in his hand. Looking at the thunder and lightning in Ji Yu's hand, the person's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "My king of the jungle, Jinpeng profound beast, will never lose to you, a little human." V2 Chapter 707 Restore Real Body. Jinpeng profound beast regained its true body. A pair of huge wings appeared behind them, which was rapidly stirring up at this moment. The wings suddenly waved, and countless black feathers flew forward. Although it was a Jinpeng profound beast, the feathers were falling down at this moment. Those feathers were suddenly at this moment, as if they had become a giant sword, and they flew forward directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu bounced up and turned around abruptly. With a heavy sword swung out, the Kunpeng giant sword burst out suddenly, and those black feathers seemed to be like arrows, bursting out one after another. He waved his hands. Only a few ding-ding-ding swords were heard. Those long arrows suddenly fell to the ground. After seeing those arrows on the ground, the qi on Ji Yu's body inserted all the black feathers on the qi. When Xian Guang disappeared, those feathers fell to the ground one after another. Jinpeng profound beast locked his gaze on Ji Yu's body. He gave a long scream, and his whole body jumped down, his hands turned into sharp claws, and he grabbed it directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around, and the treasure in his hand swung out, colliding with the paw. The two things collided together and burst out with a bang. When the treasure and the claw collided, a golden light appeared in the air. At this moment, the profound energy between the two directly condensed into a golden light, and the heat around them was radiating at this moment. It directly melted the flames surrounding hundreds of meters. At this moment, the flames gradually landed. Ji Yofei ran up front, and Jinpeng profound beast quickly turned his head, spread his wings, and flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Quickly retreat." After roaring this sentence, many profound beasts screamed in the deep forest. They dragged their heavy bodies and ran out toward the depths of the deep forest. The men of the iron armor suddenly shouted, "Hurrah, hooray!" After shouting these words, they drew out the treasure, and at this moment, they ran forward in the direction of Ji Yu, only to see Ji Yu take a step forward. At the same time he shouted to everyone in front of him, "Long live the iron armor!" After yelling this sentence, the people beside them yelled one after another. After seeing this scene, they slowly walked forward and aimed the treasure at Ji Yu in front of them. This is the highest level of treatment for one's own officers. Ji Yu walked in front of them, bumping into them one by one. Ji stood up, flew out, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. The remaining armored army followed Ji back. The people in the Star Soul Palace behind them were looking at Ji at this moment. Ji said faintly, "Aren't you leaving? In a short time, they should not be back." The people in the Star Soul Palace snorted coldly, "Boy, don't be ignorant." Ji didn't speak either, just took a step forward. At this moment, as if remembering something, when he turned around, everyone looked at Ji curiously, and he suddenly ran forward. On a huge stone, Ji waved a treasure and carved a long sword on the huge stone. Only a few big characters appeared on it. Ji is here again, Star Soul Deep Forest cannot move forward. After seeing this scene, they took a breath of cold air in their mouths. They suddenly ran out at this moment and aimed at Ji in front of them. Ji injected a profound energy into the huge stone. A golden light appeared above. The golden light suddenly brightened up, and the two giant beasts still staying in place turned around, and the huge stone in front of them suddenly lit up. After seeing this scene, he flew out and landed on the ground. He suddenly turned around, suddenly a sword stabbed down, and suddenly the bright light appeared. Xian Guan bombed in the same place. The surrounding land is being bombed at this time, and the trees around the land are collapsing down at this time. After seeing this scene, Ji Yofei ran out 2 steps forward, and in an instant, Ji turned around, putting down the treasure in his hand. After the sword fell, a bright light appeared in front of him. After the light fell, he walked forward slowly, and Ji said lightly, "Withdraw." After yelling these words, Ji stood up and walked forward directly with everyone beside him. When everyone in the Star Soul Palace saw this scene, a feeling of jealousy suddenly developed in their hearts. Ji turned around and said faintly, "Give me his information for investigation. I must have an explanation." The two looked at each other and clasped fists in both hands, "Yes." After yelling this sentence, the two people around slowly walked forward. After seeing this scene, they flew forward, put away the long sword in their hands, and appeared at the same time. With a trace of mental power, a bird flew down in the air, and the bird landed on his shoulder. Then a small piece of paper was stuffed into the bird. 3 days later, a little bird fell in the Star Soul Palace, and after seeing the note, he walked to the main hall. Cheesy, the leader of the branch hall, this person's name is Ji, he is from outside the territory, and he was born in Baekshunman. After shouting out, he faintly said, "Take him out." After the words fell, they were riding on horsebacks at this moment, and they whizzed out at this moment, riding on the backs of profound beasts one after another. He pulled the rein in his hand, and the profound beast was flying out at this moment, with his feet on the ground. The profound beast was constantly rushing forward at this moment. Ji jumped and landed aside, his eyes were on at this time, locked in Ji's body. Ji said faintly, "Go." After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people picked up the treasure in front of him and took the treasure into his own hands. He suddenly flew up and rushed forward with the treasure in his hand. After Yijian fell down, Ji suddenly turned around and bumped his hands up. The two treasures are colliding together at this time. The Yi walked out, looked at the person in front of him, and shouted angrily, "Presumptuous, my son is a military teacher, who dares to be presumptuous?" The person who fought with Ji withdrew the treasure, rode on the BMW, looked at Ji, and said faintly, "Call in the Star Soul Palace, come with me." Ji coldly snorted and said, "What is your Star Soul Palace? How dare you humiliate Lord 5-Star Soul Venerable?" A guy in a purple robe seemed to be very disdainful of Ji's words. Riding on the profound beast in front of him, he directly waved the spear in his hand and waved in the direction of Ji. Ji faintly swung out a sword. Mysterious skill, burning the city in flames. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. At this moment, the 3 fire dragons roared and flew forward, and hit him heavily. After being hit by this violent impact, his body emitted a mysterious light and fell to the ground. Looking in the direction of Ji, he said faintly, Master 5-star soul, he. Before he finished speaking, the fire burned out of his body and directly covered his body. After being burned by the fire, the bones on his body were falling down one by one at this moment. You, don't go too far. After yelling this sentence, he twisted his body and said, Today, let you see how powerful the 5-star soul venerable is. 5 levels of human profound realm. Ji-yu immediately confirmed the profound strength of his body, only to see the 5-star soul venerable stepping on the ground, and 3 pillars of fire appeared on the ground. Bloom, flower. Suddenly from the ground, countless fires burst out, and they flew forward directly in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu rose and fell and landed on top of a house. Looking at the people below with cold eyes, he said faintly, Go to hell. If the flower is not called fire, when it blooms, in the air, countless vines spread out, and directly flew up to the surroundings, drawing on the big saplings, and the big saplings are also at this time collapsed. Many residential buildings were affected, and a raging fire started. Feel the anger from hell. The 5-star soul venerable said arrogantly, and Ji-yu said lightly, I said, you are too early to say such a big thing. Ding, the host watched the earth-level mysterious technique, flower. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the earth-level mysterious skills, flower. He thumped heavily on the ground, and suddenly another flower bloomed in the air. Ding, the host used the flower and gained experience value of 1 by 999. At this moment, the barracks also sensed the burning fire, and the general led the armored army to rush out. He was really familiar with this fluctuation of profound energy. This is not a good lesson for him, who can be. Originally planned to have a celebration banquet tonight, don't offend the people in the Star Soul Palace, don't offend the people in the Star Soul Palace. The general prayed crazily in his heart, but sometimes, fate was so fond of catching people, he took the rein in his hand and walked down. Who dares to mess around here, put out the fire quickly. Several water system profound practitioners walked out and used profound skills, but the fire was never extinguished, and they could only control the surrounding residential buildings to prevent fires. When Ji-yu saw that the general was coming, he closed his hand and took back the flames that were still fighting in the air. I have seen the general. The 5-star soul venerable looked at the general next to him, he is your subordinate, the Star Soul Palace will never forget what happened today. V2 Chapter 708 changed. After the 5-star soul venerable waved his hand, he snorted and walked out. When the general saw him leaving, he took a breath and said to Ji-yu in front of him, Fortunately, you didn't kill him. He sighed and glanced at Ji-yu, but I offended the 5-star soul venerable. The previous heavenly character pro-army had a bad impression of you, I'm afraid there is no hope in the future. Ji-yu took a step in front of him, and instantly disappeared in place. The general looked at Ji-yu's back and sighed. The 2 people beside him saw the general's expression. They walked forward and asked the general, General, why do you sigh? This person is too arrogant, I think the road will not be easy to follow in the future. General, I think he did it on purpose. Oh. What's the answer to this? General, you think, this person's strength can already kill the 5-star soul venerable. His current performance means that he doesn't care about official positions. Don't care about official positions? After thinking of this in his heart, he turned around and took 2 steps forward. Set a table for a banquet, and everyone in the general invites over. After saying these words, Ji-yu stepped forward. At this moment, he stepped on the back of the profound beast. At this moment, the profound beast moved and kept stepping on the footsteps. At this moment, when he flew out, the profound beast kept stepping on the ground, and he pulled up the rein in his hand. The profound beast flew forward. Ji-yu said faintly, What's the situation? Huang Xiaofang came out at this time, laughed loudly, touched his beard, and said faintly, Boy, you need to be crazy. After roaring these words, Ji-yu flew forward and ran out a few steps. The profound beast flew forward, and at this moment, the profound beast shot out quickly. The profound beast fell on the ground, and Huang Xiaofang grabbed his hat and shouted nervously, "Slow down, slow down." After getting off the profound beast, Huang Xiaofang hugged the tree and vomited directly. "Brother, your power to control the profound beast is so powerful, I couldn't help it, so I vomited it out." After finishing this sentence, he faintly said, "Ha ha ha, let's go in and talk." After Ji Yu entered, Huang Xiaofang took out a bag from his arms and put it on the table, only to see countless profound stones appeared on it. There is no way to encounter this kind of profound stone in other regions. After seeing this scene, Ji Yu said faintly, "Ha ha ha, this is how you want to sell treasures." Huang Xiaofang was stunned immediately. "If you treat me as a friend, we can, if it's a transaction model." After this sentence fell, he said faintly, "It was mine just now." Huang Xiaofang's face suddenly became extremely serious, arching his hands. "Sorry, brother Ji." Ji Yu laughed, "Everyone is a good friend." After finishing this sentence, Ji Yu took his hand and walked directly forward. After feeling Ji Yu's sincere intentions, Ji Yu said faintly, "As for the treasure, I can solve it." After hearing this sentence, a smile appeared on his face instantly. "What brother Ji Yu said is true." Ji Yu nodded. Looking at Ji Yu's appearance, he suddenly laughed, took Ji Yu's hand, and walked outside. "Where to go?" "Young man, angry, go out and take a tour." After saying this, he took Ji Yu's hand and walked out. "There are still a few young people waiting here. It is said that they are everywhere." They sat on the carriage, slowly understood, and came directly to the ground. Ji Yu fell directly into the place, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Ji Yu said faintly, "Hello everyone. This must be Brother Ji." "Yes, let's go see it together." "Brother Ji, welcome to join us." Ji Yu realized that this was a group of prodigal sons. He laughed, sat on the carriage, and the carriage galloped up quickly. "I came directly to a place not far away, a gorgeous building, with countless girls wearing very little clothes and waving silk scarves on it. They only saw them covering their small mouths and waving handkerchiefs to everyone downstairs." Ji Yu said lightly, this is pretty good. Ji Gongzi is an expert." After saying these words, they entered the house. Their eyes met each other. Ji Yu faintly said, "Let's go in." Just entering the door, Ji Yu took out a gold coin and threw it to him. After seeing the gold coin, there was an expression of excitement in his eyes. "The distinguished guest is here, the distinguished guest is here." After roaring these words, a woman with an extremely beautiful figure walked out from behind, only to see her waist constantly twisting. "Oh, princes, don't you know what girl you like to see?" This sentence is asking them if there is any girl like Huang Xiaofang who laughed. A hand leaked into his arms, laughed loudly, and the maid laughed, "Oh, I'm so ashamed." After saying this, Ji Yu turned around and suddenly saw the fruit placed in front of him. He hadn't been in this world for a long time. He held a watermelon and said, "This thing it's mine." Everyone walked into each room, and when they entered the room, they all laughed happily. Ji Yu himself ordered a large plate of watermelons. If it weren't for the many gold coins given by Ji Yu, everyone would have thought that there was something wrong with this person. In fact, these little girls were really unsightly, with their young teeth reaching their extremes. You naturally look down upon. After waiting for a while, Ji Yu walked out, stretched out, and yawned. He went back first, and returned to the barracks. Even if he sent someone to the quartermaster and greeted him, he clarified his needs and waved his hand. Then they went out. After seeing this scene, the general came in and placed an invitation card in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu picked up the invitation card in front of him, and after watching the scene, he turned around. Walked directly out of the door. It was originally about 3 days later, but Ji Yu wanted to walk outside today, so that he could get the people from the Star Soul Palace to do it. The people in the Star Soul Palace stood on the periphery of the deep forest, and they looked at the people under the forest. After Ji Yoding's carriage came out, he said faintly, "Come out." After saying this, a few people jumped down in the air, looking in the direction of Ji, and he said, "Boy, you offend our 5-star soul venerable, don't even think about going out today." After saying this sentence, one of them took a step forward. His hands slapped on the ground. Suddenly, in the sky, a demon wind emerged, and it slammed into the opponent's body. He jumped up, and with a heavy wave of his palm forward, he suddenly fell on the person's body, and accompanied by a loud bang, the air suddenly turned into a cloud of blood. After the blood mist dissipated, Ji jumped up and looked at the person in front of him. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. They raised their hands. Several long swords were suddenly swung forward. At this moment, the long sword fell in front of him. After seeing the long sword, his eyes showed a relentless smile. Even the mysterious technique has not been activated. Ji Feiwu came forward, and he waved his hand heavily, and suddenly the treasure in his hand fluttered out. The long sword suddenly became hundreds of treasures. They were all treasures made of sand. The treasures fell heavily and bombarded the ground continuously. After seeing this scene, Ji jumped up. After turning around, he waved out a heavy palm. With the fall of the palm, a blood mist appeared in the air. The person sent by the Star Soul Palace had a trace of blood in the corner of his mouth. He landed on the tree trunk, gritting his teeth against Ji in front of him. "Outrageous, you are looking for death." After roaring this sentence, he put his hand into the most taboo mouth. With a sound, countless people in black emerged from the trees, completely surrounding Ji. A purple long-distance runner appeared with 6 stars on his clothes. This is so that even the 6-star venerable has appeared. How can Ji Hida this time? Everyone was whispering, and the 6-star venerable suddenly said, "Grab him." After roaring this sentence, everyone around him danced down and came to Ji's side. They quickly danced forward. After seeing Ji turned around. Mysterious skill, burning the city in flames. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The flames flew out like a whirlpool, swallowing everything around them one after another, and when the flames burned to the trees, a group of fires suddenly burst out. Of course, people are no exception. He flew up and killed Ji. He waved his hand, "Grab him." The 6-star venerable seemed to want to see where Ji's bottom line was. It was not easy to break through the human profound realm, and it was a joke to want to break through. And the gap between them is not simply to be broken. He clenched his fists heavily and slammed his fist out. Suddenly the sky vibrated violently. There was a loud bang, and the surroundings had to be changed. V2 Chapter 709 Quick Retreat. The eyes of the 6-star venerable were filled with a look of surprise. This was really unexpected. This kid had such a powerful technique. He flew back and retreated, and said repeatedly, "Quickly retreat." After yelling these words, the two of them jumped up one after another, and the crowd around them quickly surrounded them. 6-star venerable, what we have to face is just a military training, so do we have to withdraw? What do you know, the body technique he used just now is really terrible. It's not something we can deal with. Run. After shouting these words, the two looked at each other. He flew up, landed directly on the trees in front of him, and threw a profound stone out. The profound stone fell on the ground. 5 golden lights appeared, and the 5 golden lights spread out quickly. Formation. The 6-star respectful laughed, and at the same time the sword finger in his hand waved more quickly, and there was a word in his mouth, as if something was shaking violently. Suddenly countless treasures fell in the air. It seemed as if it had fallen to the ground like a meteor, followed by those treasures falling to the ground. The dust around was flying up quickly. The dust around him quickly condensed together. After combining them into a mysterious light, Ji said something in his mouth, as if something was radiating from him. Those profound strengths gathered in front of him. He waved it heavily. The Kunpeng great sword also burst out at this time. At this moment, the Kunpeng great sword became dozens of treasures, and those treasures were under Ji Yu's body. After falling down, Ji Yu landed on a tree, smiled faintly, and at the same time bit his finger, and the blood on the finger dripped to the ground. A five-pointed star appeared in front of him. A golden puppet appeared on the five-pointed starlight. Under Ji Yu's order, the golden puppet quickly exploded and flew into the sky. At the same time, he quickly twisted his body, and after a rapid rotation, he knocked all those long swords into the air. Holding a long sword in his hand, everyone in the Star Soul Palace jumped down, raised the treasure in his hand, and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu smiled faintly and raised his hand at the same time. Suddenly, the golden puppet suddenly started. At the same time, he stepped back 2 steps and stood in front of him. He faintly said, "Get out of the way, otherwise I need to blame my subordinates for being merciless." A look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the 6-star soul venerable. Although this guy is just a puppet, he actually has a sage. This is simply the existence of a monster. He said lightly, "What do you want?" The other party looked at him contemptuously, and said faintly, "Go away." The 1-star soul venerables in the 2-star soul palaces in front of him were shocked, and he took a breath at this moment. Ji Yu flew up and waved his hand heavily. The treasure was shot out at this moment, and it pierced the opponent's body. The treasure penetrated his body, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, why does the puppet have such strength?" After he finished speaking, he softened and fell to the ground. Ji Yu withdrew his treasure, turned around, looked at the person in front of him, and said faintly, "It should be your turn now." After hearing these words, his ears seemed to hear the sound of thunder, which suddenly exploded. Holding a huge sword in his hand, looking at Ji Yu, gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to kill our Star Soul Palace man, Ji Yu, there is no end between you and our Star Soul Palace." Ji Yu said indifferently, "You brazenly attacked the people in the army, you are the thing." He snorted disdainfully, "Brothers, let's withdraw." After shouting out these words, they flew up. Ji Yu didn't stop them this time, just looked at their leaving figure, and seemed to think of something. After returning home, Dia walked up nervously, watching Ji Yu seem to have suffered some damage just now, although there was no wound, but the body was actually stained with dust. In her memory, the young master would not be injured. "I was injured today, what happened to my master?" After thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let you off this person." Ji Yu smiled faintly and touched her little head. At this moment, several people next to him came forward, and the eyes that looked at Ji Yu gave out a hint of shyness. Ji Yu touched her little head, and he faintly said, "You don't have profound strength in your body, and you are not suitable for cultivation, so I just take care of the young master." The order came to Huang's house. Huang Xiaofang laughed loudly, and ordered someone to ride a carriage to Ji Yu's body. He faintly said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Ha ha ha, brother Ji, I didn't expect that yesterday the things that I only promised were completed today, and I admire you so much." Looking at this guy's rainbow fart, Ji Yu was a little hard to say. He took the other's hand and walked out in the other direction. Dia suddenly understood and ran into the kitchen. Ji Yu taught her to cook some small dishes yesterday. He told Dia that one day she would leave here, so she must master some survival skills by herself. Could this man leave her? The more she thought of this in her heart, the more pain she felt in her heart. However, the food was prepared and placed on the table. The two chatted while tasting the food on the table. Ji Yu then said lightly, "We have gathered a lot of people now, and the court is coming. Among them, the endurance of the Star Soul Palace has long been to the extreme, so brother, what do you think the future situation will be like? I want to deal with the Temple of Evolution, so I have to take down the Star Soul Palace, and I need the help of the Star Soul Empire. The Star Soul Palace is something that your majesty is worried about. Even if brother Ji is strong, you can't replace the royal family if you kill all of the royal family." Ji Yu nodded. If it weren't for this relationship, he would have died long ago. After saying this, he turned his head and said faintly, "Brother Ji, our family is a business. We are willing to put pressure on you. If you have any instructions, please don't forget the famous words. I need you to control all the domestic business. However, there is a branch in the Star Soul Palace called Lien Dan Tang. I can't fight against the pills in their hands, but I don't have much else in my hands. After saying this, he looked at Ji, and his eyes seemed to reveal a trace of desire, as if he was eager for the other party to give him a clear answer. Suddenly Ji laughed loudly, took his hand, and walked out. He faintly said, "Don't worry. You help me find a group of alchemists back. But the alchemists in our country have already been taken away by the Star Soul Palace a lot." Ji pondered for a while before he said, "Don't care about quality." He took a deep breath. This is simply incredible. Could it be that he has a way to let alchemists accomplish in batches? This is impossible. This is simply incredible. After hearing this, he arched his hands and said to Ji in front of him, "Good brother Ji, wait, I'll be back later." After standing up, he clasped his fists with both hands, and then retreated. Ji watched him leave and took a faint sip of tea. After seeing Ji look so leisurely, the big girl next to him asked, "Master, why are you treating him like this? Huang Xiaofang is a good person." After saying this, Ji got up and went out. This afternoon, he would go to the general's side for a drink. After they stood up, they looked at each other. He faintly said, "Someone is watching us." Only then did Huang Xiaofang say, "My dear young master, you have forced others to do this, and you still expect others to not move you? Ha ha ha." After laughing out, he turned his head and Huang Xiaofang asked, "By the way, those people are watching you." Ji waved his hand, "Look at the small vendors over there and the people who are choosing things. When I came back, they were choosing them, but they haven't left this room until now. There are also a few people over there who say they can predict the future." It turned out that, they took a breath, and that thought was born in his own heart. He lightly said, "It turns out that it is, then I understand. Today you have to go to the general. At the house, I won't bother you anymore." After speaking, he stretched out his hands, arched his hands slightly, and got up to say goodbye. After seeing him leave, Ji turned his head and said faintly, "Brother Huang, go slowly." The two servants walked forward with a white tiger profound beast. When the profound beast saw Ji, it seemed to tremble in his heart. Ji rode on the white tiger and waved his hand. With the reins, this profound beast was slowly walking out at this moment, and Ji faintly said, "We will pass." After yelling the phrase Ahu, they waved their whip and walked forward. He faintly said, "Hurry up and go down." After saying these words, the two people beside them stood up, arched their fists in both hands, wishing the sun a victory. V2 Chapter 7:10 Meet the Sun. Ji was very puzzled as to what happened. They actually looked like this, but only a trace of doubt flashed in their hearts. In terms of their profound strength, who else could be worthy of themselves? After thinking about this, Ji was relieved. Pulling the profound beast under him, he soon appeared in front of the gate of the general mansion. Only two people were seen standing in the middle of the mansion gate. The two of them were holding long spears and looked majestic. "Stop." After saying these words, Ji pulled the profound beast under him, and then stopped the profound beast. He looked at the person in front of him and asked faintly, "Who is here?" Ji took out an invitation card. After seeing the invitation card in Ji's hand, they let a path open. Ji controlled the profound beast before entering it. He landed on the horse's back, and said faintly, "Meet young Master Ji. Please come in." After saying these words, the two of them walked inside. They saw Ji, a teenager, coming alone. There was a little girl at home, who looked pretty good, and asked weakly, "Who are you and why? Will come to my house." After hearing the phrase Ahu, Ji said, "I am Ji. The general asked me to come. My grandfather will entertain you, a hairy boy, this is just a joke." Ji touched her head, and the little girl glanced at Ji-yu very smokily. Don't touch my head indiscriminately, the president is not tall. Ji-yu laughed loudly and touched her little head. She pulled the people next to her, and then slowly walked forward. Ji-yu faintly said, touching your head will not grow long. Not high. After saying this, they looked at each other, and Ji-yu slowly said, okay, take me to your grandpa. The little girl nodded, and the person beside her slowly walked out. The person looked at Ji-yu's response, and Ji-yu faintly said, what's the matter? A 15 or 16-year-old boy walked out, his body contained a huge profound energy. He watched Ji-yu frown his brow. He faintly said, Mei-lan, come here. After saying this, they looked at each other. He walked forward, and he said faintly, who are you? Just then Ji-yu said, next Ji-yu, the general invited me over. The young man glanced at the invitation card in Ji-yu's hand, and thought in his mind that such a young boy could still have such strength. He said faintly, boy, the general must have sent the wrong invitation, you hurry up. Go home. The people who are here tonight are all important people in the army, not where you can stay. Ji-yu laughed, you are so young, too. I know that the general has no grandsons, so who are you? The genius of the Star Soul Empire in the next generation, the person that Star Soul Palace likes the most, Fei-hong is too. After saying this, they looked at each other, and he faintly said, kill. The two of them looked at each other in retrospect, and then walked out slowly, and he faintly said, little Mao boy, you'd better go home earlier. After saying these words, Ji-yu went up and down, jumped up, and landed on the rockery. A powerful profound energy burst out from his body. After feeling the profound strength of Ji-yu also had the profound realm of the fourth level, there was a slight ridicule in the corner of his mouth. Looking in the direction of Ji-yu, he picked up the treasure in front of him and suddenly disappeared. In the same place. He picked up the treasure in front of him and flew forward. A sword swung down in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu suddenly turned around and swung out the treasure heavily. The two treasures are colliding together at this moment. At this moment, a thunder and lightning broke out, and the surrounding lightning fell to the ground, and a ball of fire came out around it, enveloping the surrounding flames. Ji-yu watched Fei-hong constantly change his figure, and in the next second, he suddenly swung a sword behind him, and the sword roared with a bird cry. After the sound of the bird chirping fell, it waved down heavily in the direction of Ji-yu. After seeing the bird, he gave a cold snort and jumped up for an instant, and at the same time the treasure in his hand waved directly forward. The treasure collided with his long sword. There was a sound of thunder from the surrounding area, and the sound of thunder fell towards the surrounding area. After the sound of an explosion, the surrounding stones shattered. He looked at Ji-yu in front of him, and a tear came out in his eyes. Fei-hong only felt that he was greatly humiliated today. Originally, he thought that he could deal with Ji-yu alone, but he didn't expect that his defense would be broken with a single blow by someone else. After thinking of this in his heart, his hand clenched his fist heavily. He faintly said, "This is unreasonable." After saying these words, they picked up the treasure beside them and took 2 steps forward, and there was a burst of cracking sound in the air. At this moment, the crack in the air heard the sound of tearing. Ji-yu swung out the treasure heavily. At this moment, the treasure quickly solidified a layer of water and ice gas. At this moment, the ice thorns were swept down heavily. Countless ice thorns fell heavily on the ground. The sound of thunder came from the air, and they looked at each other. Ji-yu danced forward, and suddenly disappeared into the place in a flash, and he waved his hand heavily. Those ice thorns flew forward in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu smiled faintly, the profound energy in his hand burst out instantly, and the flames were falling rapidly at this time. After the flame collided with each other, he opened his eyes and saw that countless ice thorns were burning up at this time. He then faintly said, "What is going on?" After hearing this, he twisted his body and said lightly, "I admit that you have the strength to stay here." After a cold snort, he twisted his body and walked outside, but there was a fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, the general came out, and he laughed loudly. Unexpectedly, the younger generation of our Star Soul Empire is so good, this is very good. The old man is very satisfied. He smiled faintly before turning his head. Speaking to Ji in front of him, he said, Fei Hong, you and Ji are really different in strength, so you can learn from him in the future. After saying these words, Ji stood up and took 2 steps forward. He said faintly, Brother Ji, Fei Hong was rude just now. After saying these words, Ji took a step forward. He faintly said, we are all the future of the Star Soul Empire, we can meet each other. The two looked at each other, he waved his hands heavily and arched his hands heavily. Ji only then said, General, the kid is late, please forgive me. After hearing Ji's words, he laughed loudly and dragged the 2 juniors into it. Today, the general deliberately set up more than 20 tables in the back garden, and the general just pulled Ji stood beside him. At this moment, a person walked out beside him, shouting loudly, Lin Taijun General Huang Fei, Lin Taijun Instructor, Lieutenant General, here. Huang Fei walked in with a group of people, laughed, and watched everyone at the same time, only then saw Ji. Is this little friend Ji? Ji nodded, and he immediately took Ji's hand. Oh, I have seen General Huang. Our friend Huang Xiaofang is your friend. Call me Uncle Huang from now on. After saying these words, Ji said, Hello, Uncle Huang. After the 2 said a word, they each took their seats. The great spirit of the Yuling army is here. The giant spirit walked in, looked at the people around him contemptuously, found a place to sit down, and then a few generals walked in. The banquet began, and many people put their cups on the table. Dioxyaikai was placed on the table before they ate it. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. He just got up, Ji said indifferently, Hello, uncles, this is a little bit of my brother, please don't refuse. Ji Yuna gave a flash, and a few small medicine bottles appeared on the table in an instant. Several people looked at the medicine bottles in front of them, and their eyeballs were about to fall. Then he said, Haha, boy, you really are very thoughtful. General Huang took the lead in picking up a bottle and ate one. He was sweating profusely and turned around. The profound energy on his body suddenly emerged. At this moment, the profound energy quickly gathered. Coming from the dantian on his body. With a heavy wave of his hand, his profound strength quickly gathered in his dantian. He suddenly stood up, yelled, and even had the intention to break through. When the generals saw this scene, they took a breath of cold air, which is simply amazing. After seeing this scene, they turned around, and he slowly took a step forward, and said to Ji in front of him, This is simply amazing. V2 Chapter 711 is tantamount to offending. The few remaining generals picked up the pill bottles in their hands and hid them carefully. Whether these pill bottles can be given to others, they are all used for their own children in the future. They have all reached the pinnacle of profound strength, what can be expected in the future? After thinking of this in their hearts, they put away the pill bottle in front of them, looked at Ji and said faintly, Boy, thank you very much, old man, if we can help in the future, just say it directly. Ji smiled faintly and waved his hand. They looked at each other and laughed. At this time, with the sound of the palm of the hand, a lot of women walked in from both sides. They seemed to be very good at singing and dancing, and they jumped directly. Ji only understood at this time that what the general wanted to do was nothing more than inviting himself and everyone in the army to get to know him. The banquet did not end until midnight. Ji was put on the carriage by his servant, and then slowly moved towards the direction of home. The people in the Star Soul Palace fell among the walls everywhere. Young master, do we want to do it? One of them sighed and shook his head. He said faintly, Now it is tantamount to offend them. After saying these words, they looked at each other and said faintly, Young master, what else can the people who offend us? After roaring this sentence, the people around were at this moment, with a glimmer of hope in their expressions, hoping that they could fly down and kill a group. Venerable 7 stars of the Star Soul Palace sighed. He waved his hand heavily, as if only in this way could he deal with Gu well. They kept jumping down from the wall, they sent treasures from their receiving ring, and they looked in the direction of Gu. After shouting. In an instant, the surrounding people flew forward, picked up the treasure on the ground, and slew in the direction of Gu. After roaring these words, Gu slapped on the carriage and jumped up. The 2 servants looked at each other, and they took out the treasure from their arms. They looked in the direction of Gu. At this moment, the rest of the people slowly came forward at this moment. With all the treasures in their hands, Gu said lightly, "You guys go quickly. The 2 servants are now dressed clean and eat 3 meals a day." This was impossible before. After hearing these words, they looked at each other. "Master, we don't want to go." Gu said faintly, "Let's go, you will only restrain my hands and feet here." The servants looked at each other, and they also knew that their young master had great abilities, and they still had treasures in their hands. They ran out toward their home without looking back, but Gu didn't hold any grudges for it. This was what they should do. Gu didn't want his people to become tragic people. Gu jumped up and looked out. The 2 fell on the ground and looked in the direction of Gu. At the same time, they picked up the treasure beside them and slammed directly in Gu's direction. The Kunpeng giant sword in Gu's hand was inserted on the ground. Countless flames suddenly flew up, and the system also heard the voice of gaining experience. The flames fluttered out like a poisonous dragon, and continuously injected into the ground underground. The ground burst, and after the fire dragon flew up, it flew out directly in their direction. How could the killers of the 2-star Soul Palace imagine that they fell into a pool of blood like this? They vomited blood, and their eyes were full of anger, and they looked in the direction of Gu. Gu turned his head and swung out a heavy punch, accompanied by a loud bang. The surrounding smoke is slowly flying in at this time. The poison directly enveloped his face, and his whole body softened and fell to the ground suddenly. They looked at each other, and tightly squeezed the treasure in their hands. Lifting the treasure in their hands, they slammed directly in the direction of the opponent. After a loud roar, they slammed in Gu's direction. Gu jumped, and the Kunpeng great sword waved countless sands again. The sand entered their chi, as if they had a powerful ability to swallow them, swallowing all the profound energy in them, and directly swallowing all the profound energy in them along with the sand. After seeing this scene, they gathered a wave of profound energy in their hands, but Gu kicked his legs, and several people around him flew out. They fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful. The blood comes. A few people looked at the boy, who drew out the treasure, and at this moment, in the street, there was a sound of beating the drum, and 3 drums were heard. They jumped down from the wall and looked in the direction of Gu. After shouting to kill, they flew forward and slew in Gu's direction. Gu didn't even look at the low-level people, and directly brandished the treasure. With a flash of silver light, he chopped off a few heads. He jumped out, picked up the treasure in front of him, and directly killed him, after the spear fell. He quickly turned around. After turning around, the long sword waved down with a heavy beacon. The treasure was heavily intertwined with the treasure in the young man's hand. The surrounding walls collapsed one after another. The rest of the people ran out from both sides and set their gazes on him. He said faintly, "Let's withdraw." After yelling these words, they stood up, and Gu said lightly, "Come, don't even think about leaving." Gu jumped in depth, and the treasure in his hand seemed to emit a ray of light. The ray of light flashed across the night sky and came directly to the boy. The boy did not expect that Gu could be so far away. Place issued this fatal blow. There was a loud noise accompanied by a boom. They fell into the pool of blood one after another, and they vomited a mouthful of blood. Gu came directly to the boy and smiled faintly. Seeing his smile, the boy snorted and closed his eyes. Gu said faintly, "You still have an effect on me." After saying these words, Gu struck him in the head. He screamed and fainted as soon as he softened. For a profound practitioner, the most humiliating thing was not dying in the hands of the enemy. But like this, he was taken away directly, even if Ji-yu did nothing to him, he was released directly. He won't have any interest in living in the future. Ji-yu rode on horseback, and then slowly walked back to the mansion, and Dia ran out with her servant. For these people, Ji-yu's safety is the most important thing in this world. The rest of life and death are not important to them. Looking at this person who undermined their young master, their faces are all there is no good face. Ji-yu waved his hand, and his servant took him directly into the dungeon. Ji-yu clicked on the acupuncture points on his body, and at the same time, a profound energy was injected into the young man's dantian, and that profound energy was impacting the acupuncture points on their bodies at this time. At this moment, his dantian broke through his own dantian. There was a loud bang. The power of the dantian shattered, and their bodies softened and collapsed at this moment. He just woke up at this time, and naturally felt that he didn't have any profound strength in his body. He opened his eyes and looked in Ji-yu's direction with bitterness. Ji-yu faintly said, "How?" After hearing what Ji-yu said, his gaze turned to Ji-yu, and he asked Ji-yu suspiciously, "Why do you want to abolish my profound strength?" Ji-yu smiled faintly, and said to him, "I don't know, I just don't think you should live." "Then just kill me." Ji-yu immediately said, "Why are you here to kill me?" "Ha ha, what have you done to us, do you still need me to tell you?" There are countless deaths and injuries among the masters of the Star Soul Palace, not to mention the internal injuries of a 6-star venerable. He may not be able to recover to that strength in the future. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Ji-yu just stood up and picked up the treasure in front of him. With his heavy treasure, the Kunpeng great sword was falling down at this moment. The giant sword was being chopped down at this moment, and the blood was spilling on the ground at this moment. He looked at Ji-yu in front of him, stepped on the ground, jumped twice and flew up, took out a few throwing knives from his arms, and stared at their arms. A stream of blood came out of his mouth. "Just kill me." Ji-yu shook his head and smiled faintly, "Ha ha ha, you can't die yet, I'm waiting for someone." "Who?" After hearing these words, Ji-yu walked out, and he faintly said, "Who are you?" They looked at each other, and at this moment, they stood up, they looked at each other, and at this moment, they walked out slowly, and there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Ji-yu only made a move, and the point fell on him. At this moment in his body, suddenly unable to move, Ji-yu said, "I didn't expect that you without profound strength have such resistance. Starting today, you don't want to eat enough." He shook his head and walked out the door. Looking at Ji-yu in front of him, the young man roared, but this had nothing to do with Ji-yu anymore. V2 Chapter 7 Star Soul Palace. The 2 5-star venerables of the Star Soul Palace stood in front of Ji-yu's door. Ji Yuzhing stood up at this time, walked out of the mansion, looked at the few people in front of him and said, "How are you gentlemen?" They looked at the appearance of Ji-yu, a civil servant like Bing Bing, where there is a legendary bullishness. They glanced at each other, and they faintly said, "I have seen the teaching, we plan to invite our son back." After saying this, they looked at each other, and didn't know what to say. Ji Yuzhing stood up at this time, and his body disappeared into the place in a flash. He faintly said, "Please teach the young master to return our young master." "Little lord." "Do not know." Ji Yu's words made them very angry. Ji Yu actually denied their words. They looked at each other and stood up slowly at this time, looking at Ji Yu. At this moment, Ji Yu said faintly, "Everyone, please come back." After Ji Yu uttered these words, one of the 5-star souls saw that Ji Yu was so arrogant, and then he stepped forward and slapped Ji Yu on the shoulder. At this moment, Ji Yu shook his hand away. At this moment, he slapped a palm. At this moment, he slapped the opponent's body. At this moment, they flew out. When he hit the wall, he spit out a mouthful of blood. The 5-star soul venerable looked in Ji Yu's direction, snorted coldly, and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Boy, you are too arrogant. Their eyes seemed to be full of anger, as if an anger was born in their hearts. The few remaining people just walked forward, they flew forward from the treasure from their arms, and slew in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around and waved the treasure out. The remaining 5-star veterans quickly exploded. After their eyes, they looked at the person in front of them with a look of fear. He faintly said, "Boy, don't be so arrogant." He stepped forward slowly, and the anger of his fist came out in his fists. He just jumped out at this moment and waved his fists. At this moment, he waved his fists. Ji-yu waved it out, and the two fists collided. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the two 5-star souls fell to the ground. The few remaining people slowly walked forward. Put his eyes on Ji-yu's body. He turned his gaze in Ji-yu's direction. At this moment, he suddenly danced forward, and several figures rising and falling appeared in front of Ji-yu. "We believe that you are so powerful. Starting today, among us, we will not be against you. Is our young master really not in your hands?" Seeing his nervous look, Ji-yu nodded heavily before they retreated. They stood up, and then retreated toward the rear. There was a trace of disdain in their eyes, and they never expected that they could still have such eyes. Ji-yu turned around now, and he said, "You have assassinated me several times. This is not the case. I will go to the hall and ask your majesty how to deal with it." After hearing this sentence, Ji-yu turned around, he walked in the direction of the gate, and walked into the gate. The people in the Star Soul Palace, at this moment, kept thinking in their hearts, and he secretly missed the words in his heart, he should have such thoughts. Ji-yu smiled faintly, "Let's go." Several 5-star venerables laughed loudly, "This kid shouldn't think that your majesty will punish us for this matter. Ha ha ha." Amidst the laughter, they went back. The next day, Ji-yu returned to the barracks, and the assassination incident shocked the entire court. The emperor could be afraid of the strength of the Star Soul Palace on weekdays, but when the Star Soul Palace wanted to assassinate his soldiers and civilians without hesitation, this thought changed. Not to mention, if it weren't for the Star Soul Palace to help him fight the Evolution Temple, he would have killed him cleanly, and the general kept crying and complaining in front of the emperor. The emperor sighed, "Give him more rewards. Let him in, I want to see him." After saying these words, Ji-yu slowly walked into the hall. He clasped his fists in both hands before he met the other emperor. Ji-yu slowly said, "I have seen your majesty. Who is the person behind you?" Ji-yu just smiled, "This is said to be the young master of the Star Soul Palace. Quickly, let go of him." At this time, he shouted anxiously, Ji-yu waved his hand and let go of him. Ji-yu wouldn't pay much attention to a person who didn't have any threats. "Your Majesty Qi, the Star Soul Palace is a huge threat, and it has reached the point where it has to be taken seriously. Everyone above the hall understands this, but no one dares to say anything, because no one can offend anyone who can enter your house anytime and anywhere and kill your family." They looked at each other and didn't know what should be said. Ji-yu only then said, "We can retreat, but this time, I was assassinated. I am strong in Xia, and naturally I am not afraid. And Qi Xia has no family, but how about you?" After hearing these words, everyone fell silent, but the two profound doors, Baekshunmen, were wandering away wholeheartedly, and being able to give them a few places each year was already very remarkable. "Then tell me, how should I fight against the Star Soul Palace? Don't talk about those training things, I'm afraid that the training is not over, we are already dead." Ji-yu smiled faintly, "As long as you give it to the next month, you can give your majesty the most powerful army." "Really?" "Natural. Xia is willing to guarantee with his head." "It is good." The emperor immediately gave Ji-yu the position of Dayuan training, which could directly command all the generals. They didn't expect that Ji-yu, who was still a junior yesterday, would suddenly ride on his head. They looked at each other and laughed involuntarily. Ji-yu only then issued an order. Called everyone out, they were walking forward slowly at this moment, and their eyes were at this moment, ding in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu just raised his hand. At this moment, a few people walked out around him, arched their hands slightly, and said to Ji-yu in front of him, "What are you going to do?" After hearing Ji-yu's words, Ji-yu turned around and said faintly, "Train, take medicine." Huang Xiaofang's medicine was sold in the entire Star Soul Empire, but Ji-yu forbid the people in the Star Soul Palace to buy it. If he wanted to buy it, he would immediately give up his identity and join the army. The young master left, but the old master in the retreat may be able to reverse this situation. Many people are thinking about snatching, but the treasure made by Ji-yu directly put them on the road of no return. After seeing this after the scene, they dismissed it with disdain. Ji-yu walked out slowly. After seeing this scene, he was relieved. He clapped his hands. After clapping his hands, at this moment, the two of them walked out. They lifted the person in front of them and walked directly outside. Ji-yu said faintly, "Let all the pills enter the mouths of everyone in the army." After shouting this sentence, Huang Xiaofang looked at Ji-yu, and Ji-yu said, "From today, you can naturally have a pill." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other, and then slowly stood up, and Ji-yu waved away. Ji-yu was willing to purchase his own medicine at a high price, which made Huang Xiaofang extremely happy, which also proved that Ji-yu did not take the thoughts of this medicine into his arms. At this time, he picked up the banner in front of him and walked out slowly in the other direction. He opened his eyes wide, and at this moment, a few people fell around, and said faintly, "It's been investigated." After hearing this sentence, Ji-yu turned around and said, "We are ready and can attack at any time." After hearing Ji-yu's words, everyone cheered and rushed out. Everyone was excited with Ji-yu's words. After all, it was possible to kill the so-called strong. This news, for them, it was extremely good news, and Ji-yu slowly stepped forward. At this moment, a violent white light fell in front of him, and it fell heavily to the ground. They jumped directly, looking in the direction of Ji-yu. There seemed to be a sense of surprise on their faces, and then slowly said, "What the is he?" Ji-yu said, "This is a spy from the Star Soul Palace." After hearing what Ji-yu said, the two soldiers retreated, looking at Ji-yu in front of them. They couldn't help but chuckle in their hearts. Ji-yu then slowly said, "Give me an order to take all the Star Soul Palace to me." The Star Soul Empire has a lot of Star Soul Palaces. This is a huge power, but the masters of this huge power don't know that their main halls are being attacked fiercely now. A powerful profound energy, with incomparable anger, spread from the depths of the Star Soul Palace. A white shadow floated in the air. After seeing him, they breathed a sigh of relief. V2 Chapter 713 Star Soul Palace Master. Everyone took a deep breath. This strength was really terrifying. Who could have imagined that that guy had already refined such a powerful profound energy? They glanced at each other. Only then slowly opened his mouth and said to Ji-yu in front of him, "This guy is very powerful." Of course, this is the whole master of the most powerful Star Soul Palace. They just let go of their gazes, and he took a step slowly. After seeing Ji-yu, they looked at each other, and Ji-yu took a step slowly. Said to the person in the sky, "Hall Master Star Soul, don't surrender quickly." The old man laughed loudly, "Yeah. You kid is also arrogant. You dare to speak like this? Who on earth did you send here and there is an army? Could it be that the royal family attacked us?" Ji-yu nodded in agreement, "Exactly. Ha ha ha, you are not my opponent just because of you." However, when he saw the corpses all over the floor, he couldn't move his profound heart at all. He set his eyes on the opponent's body, and Ji-yu slowly said, "Kill." Countless strong crossbows rang. When he came to the realm of Ji-yu, although his own strength was very strong, but he could use the treasure to accomplish his purpose, he would not use anything else. Countless arrows were inserted into the ground at this moment, and a huge noise erupted from the ground. Ho ho ho. Countless arrows flowed out at this moment, after he saw this scene. Those arrows were stuck on the wall, countless corpses stuck in the other's body, and they were nailed to the wall. Ji-yu glanced at each other before he waved his hand. At this moment, countless horses ran out at this moment, they took out treasures from their hands, and those treasures waved forward. Xian Guangjing flew forward at this moment, and 3 loud bangs came. Those Xian Guangjing was bursting into the ground at this moment. After all, there was only one person. And this is different from the other 4 domains. They all have this powerful strength. The profound skills are being unified at this time. There are countless bursts of sound, and countless noises rang out in this land. Countless sounds came from the explosion on the ground. At this moment, the old man waved his hand, and the sound of bursting was heard continuously, and the surrounding flames were waved out at this moment. The flame was bursting at this moment. The next moment, he stood up, and he said faintly, "Kill." After yelling to kill, everyone next to him slowly walked forward, and the treasure slammed in front of the guy. He raised his hand, and then flew forward, with the treasure in his hand was waved out, and he was alone, killing everyone around him. He waved a hand of applause, and as the applause fell, he slapped heavily on the iron wall, only to see a stream of molten iron coming from the iron wall. The molten iron was slowly flowing down at this time, and then he turned around. He picked up the treasure in front of him and slew in the direction of Ji-yu. After a few ups and downs, Ji-yu waved his hand. The treasure was at this moment, and at this time, he waved it out. The power of the treasure was falling down at this moment, and the treasure was chopped down on the old man's arm at this moment, the treasure was raised, and the treasure was collided at this moment. The treasures collided together, and a loud noise came out. The 2 of them separated. Ji-yu never expected that they would have such a powerful profound strength. Ji-yu took a step back, turned around, and lifted the treasure in his hand. "Come." At this moment, he waved forward, and the treasure was waved forward. The treasure saw this scene, and then turned around, raised the treasure, and bumped the treasure heavily. Together. Then he turned around, pulled away, and left. Ji-yu turned around, and powerful profound energy gathered in his hands. After the profound energy exploded, he turned around. The treasure in his hand was then waved out heavily. He flew out after the treasures of the old and the young collided at this time. His gaze was at this moment, looking at Ji-yu in front of him, and Ji-yu slowly took a step out of his forehead and picked it up. "The treasure beside you comes." With a heavy wave, the treasure was waved out, and a bright light suddenly lit up. After the light came, he turned around and bumped the treasure together at this time. After seeing the treasure, he pulled away. He faintly said, "You are going to die here today." After saying these words, they looked at each other, and there was a hint of murder in their eyes, and then they slowly said, "Kill." After shouting out this sentence, the 2 people next to him danced forward. The 2 people approached in the direction of the old man. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu turned around. The Kunpeng giant sword in his hand suddenly lit up, and the huge Kunpeng burst out in an instant. That Kunpeng passed through his body, and he let out a scream. The power of Qi flew out, and a light and fluttering soul arrived in Ji-yu's hands. Ji-yu waved his hands forward. If the old man wanted to fight the profound strength, Ji-yu might still there are some fearful meanings. But now they are actually competing with Ji-yu for mental power, isn't this looking for death? The old man's soul was brought into Neji by Ji-yu. As long as he erased his spiritual knowledge later, this is the best puppet. The people in the main hall of the Star Soul Palace, except for a few who are greedy and fearful of death, are already dead. There is not even a chance to surrender and howl. After Ji-yu waved his hand, several people beside him came forward and arrested all the remaining people. Ji-yu looked at the people in the Star Soul Palace in front of them. These people are usually high above them. He didn't expect that he would end up like this today. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of helplessness on their faces. Ji-yu just left. He came in, waved his hand, and 2 people walked out beside him. He pressed the treasure on the necks of everyone in front of him. They looked at each other and said to Ji-yu in front of him, "Please, let us go." There was a pitiful look on their faces, as if they were begging Ji to let them go. Of course, Ji didn't have such a good mind. He just waved, and the two of them came forward and spoke to the person in front of them. Said, "It's easy to live." Ji glanced at the soldiers beside him, and they stepped forward and punched their dantian with a fist, seeing the dantian burst suddenly. They have no power to escape from here. After seeing this scene, Ji took a step forward. He faintly said, "What are you going to do in the future?" After hearing Ji's words, they raised their heads. Naturally they returned to the empire. Ji smiled faintly. "No, you are not returning to the empire, but to me, how?" No one dislikes rights. Ji is an exception, but he needs strength to fight the Evolution Temple. The Evolution Temple here has forgotten his original mission. They looked at each other, then said, "I have seen the master." Ji said with satisfaction, "Well, I don't make it difficult for you. Starting today, you are the spokesperson of the main hall, and I have found a symbolic person for you." After saying these words, their young master was pressed by Ji to walk out. At this moment, their wooden staff quickly hit their thighs, and there was a crackling sound. They fell to the ground at this moment, and Ji slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Ji. Ji slowly said, "Look at yourself. Behind." After slapped the palms. At this moment, the rest of the people were at this moment, and the person who was slowly pressed behind by Ji came forward at this moment. After he walked forward, immediately after that only then did a few people come to the profound beast. Ji ran forward slowly. He stretched out his hand. The people beside him at this moment slowly walked out, and their eyes showed fearful smiles. "Isn't this their young master?" This guy turned out to be the young master, and his gaze showed a smile at this moment. The rest of the people took a breath, and said lightly, "Young master, why are you still here?" The young master smiled helplessly. "I'm afraid that if this continues, he will become a symbol in Ji's hands." Ji then slowly said, "From today, you are the masters of the Star Soul Palace." "Yes, of course my order must be executed." The boy's name was Huang Yu, and he looked at Ji and said, "Why do you think we will listen to you obediently?" In their eyes, there was a trace of disdain, as if Ji's behavior, like an idiot. Ji rode on the horse. "Come here, shut him in." Several people came forward without any explanation, but Ji went back to rest alone. Among his plans, there was still the next step to be executed, and he didn't have time to talk nonsense with these people. At this moment, he walked out slowly. And now Huang Yu was thrown into the room by several people, and he opened his mouth directly and stuffed the powder of aphrodisiac in it. V2 Chapter 7:14 Waiting for order. After swallowing the powder, Huang Yu vomited, but nothing came out. At this moment, rows of beauties were stuffed into the room. After tasting the beauties and the table full of delicacies, Huang Yu knew that he would never escape Ji's grasp in this life. The reason why Ji acted so resolutely was because he believed that he would only need to restore the Frost Queen to her real body. He would not be paying attention to this country. Huang Yu would rebel. In any case, he is the master of the Star Soul Palace, but what he has to do is to select dozens of people in the army who respect him the most. They kneel on the ground, and if Ji has something to eat, he can control people's drugs. At this time, they will eat it without hesitation. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at Ji with scorching eyes. They seemed to be waiting for some order from Ji. Ji raised his head and said lightly, "From today onwards, you are the masters of this Star Soul Palace. But there are many sub-halls in the Star Soul Palace. The sub-halls are directly appointed by the main hall. However, over the years, their power has been deeply entrenched. I am afraid it is not so easy for us to win them. From today, all the people who have taken the medicine pill and can be promoted to the third level of the human profound realm will be placed in various places. We have already investigated the people in the Star Soul Palace before. This ability to investigate the influence of the Star Soul Palaces in such a short period of time clearly benefited from Ji's pill plan." He faintly said, "The rest, you just need to follow the plan." Remember to destroy their clan when you set off. They are just the masters of the Star Soul Palace Subtemple Hall, and the others are simply not enough. At first glance, if it wasn't for their own strength, it would not be simple. After saying these words, the two of them looked at each other, they slowly stood up, and they slowly walked out, their eyes scorching at this moment, staring at on Ji-Yu's body. Ji-Yu slowly walked out. At this moment, disappeared in a moment and disappeared into the same place. He came in front of the opponent again, and slowly said, "Pass my military life." After yelling out these words, they slowly walked out. Ji-Yu turned around, and he slowly said, "Tell me the order." Only then did Huang Yu stand up, a tear came out of his eyes, looked at Ji-Yu's body, and Ji-Yu slowly said, "Let all the Subtemple Hall masters gather." They looked at each other, and Huang Yu slowly sighed and sat on the table. His gaze was now looking in the direction of Ji-Yu, and Ji-Yu slowly said, "Starting today, your main hall will be more gorgeous and more beautiful." The next day, countless fast horses ran out of the capital and ran out towards all sides. Ji-Yu took the rest of the people and walked out slowly. He walked under the city wall, walked down from the city wall, folded his fists in both hands and said, "I have seen the general." They looked at each other. "Where are we still qualified now? You just killed the hall master." After saying these words, they looked at each other. At this moment, they walked under the carriage, and a wave came out from the carriage. At this moment, the horse in front of him was walking at this moment. When he came forward, he faintly said, "Enter the palace." At this moment in the palace, the door opened, and the emperor walked out very excitedly. Great, he can finally become the true master of this empire. Ji-Yu stood on it, arched his hand to the emperor, and did not kneel down. Several generals suddenly realized that Ji-Yu did not put the royal family in his own eyes. He faintly said, "Your Majesty, next we will control the forces in our hands, and we must also train all the troops to prepare for the attack on the Temple of Evolution." The Temple of Evolution? How could they attack us? Their spies will soon spread the news of the Star Soul Palace back to their main hall, and they also want to be the second Star Soul Palace. At this moment, His Majesty the Emperor clenched his fists. He looked in Ji-Yu's direction, gritted his teeth and said, "I won't be a puppet anymore." Ji-Yu clasped his fists in both hands. "Why did your Majesty say this?" "Naturally, your Majesty has never been a puppet." The Emperor was very happy. After being suppressed by various forces, he was now told to himself that he was the most powerful person in this empire. How could he not be excited, how could he be unhappy? They looked at each other, and then slowly took a step forward and said to the person in front of them, "If this is the case, we will move forward." After saying this, they looked at each other, and Ji-Yu slowly took a step forward and returned to the main hall of the Star Soul Palace. He ran 2 steps forward and said to the person in front of him, "Has the summoning order been issued?" Huang Yu clasped his fists in both hands, "It has been sent out." With a hum, Ji-Yu took out a pill in his arms and flew to the other's hand. After receiving this scene, they looked at each other, and then they looked at each other. Ji-Yu took a step forward slowly, and he said, "Eat it." After eating, Huang Yu only felt that the strength in his body that was damaged by the bursting of his dantian was not so uncomfortable for an instant. At this moment, they stood up and walked in front of Ji-Yu. Said, "I didn't expect that we would still be able to survive. This is simply a dream." After thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which was simply a dream. The rest of the people also laughed at the same time, and Ji-Yu took a step slowly and disappeared into the place in an instant. After a while, he appeared in front of the few people in front of him. Ji-Yu slowly said, "Ha ha ha." At this moment, all the palace masters of the Star Soul Palace received the news, and they slowly flew out and sat in the middle of the body. At this moment, countless powerful men quickly ran out. They kept swinging down, and the gate of the city opened at this moment. V2 Chapter 7:15 No one in the world knows. Lin Xiaonai was the hall master of the northern branch hall of the Star Soul Palace. Suddenly a small servant walked in, clasped his fists in his hands and said to him, "Young Master Qi, we are facing a great problem now." "What is the problem?" He suddenly stood up, with a firm expression in his eyes. During this period of time, he felt that the royal family was very abnormal. If something happened, he would hum. The dignity of the profound practitioner is not a joke. He must take all his elders and attack the royal capital directly. As for the royal family, just pick one among the ministers. Anyway, the greatest role of the royal family is to create food for these profound practitioners, as well as to dig profound stones. The other role is to help them make the people livelihood and raise their children to supplement this mighty army of profound practitioners. Outside of the first time, Lin Xiao couldn't see that there was any need for the royal family to exist. If it wasn't for them to bother about things outside of cultivation, I'm afraid these royal families would have already perished. The two profound practitioners lowered their heads and said, "Enjoy the hall master. The main hall has sent an order saying that the hall master of the main hall has cultivated to the 8th level of the human profound realm. Next, I want to announce the secrets in the next realm to all the hall masters of the branch halls." "What?" Lin Xiao suddenly stood up in surprise, with a look of expectation in his eyes. This is simply a legend. No one in the world knows that the land in their middle region is the genius Henglin, and the spirits are everywhere. People are full of dogs, but this trick is not what surprised him. In the human profound realm, there is not much explosive power. It is difficult to enter the next level smoothly. After hearing this sentence, the two of them looked at each other, and he slowly walked out, looking at the surroundings at this moment, preparing horses, preparing horses. After yelling these words, they rushed to the street, sat on the horses, waved the whip directly, and quickly galloped. Countless people rushed into the capital with faith in the secret of the treasure. Jiyu closed his eyes behind the main hall of the Star Soul Palace, listening to the scene inside. There have been a lot of people in the hall. They may be humble or rough. They sat on the chairs and looked in the direction of Huang Yu. They looked at each other and looked directly at the direction above the table. At this moment, countless voices rang loudly. Everyone looked out of the door. At this moment, a guy came in with a laugh. He arched his hand and said to everyone, "Everyone, I haven't seen you in a long time, it's polite." Everyone laughed at the same time, and offered their hands to him. After the people gathered, they began to talk. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Huang Yu came out. Everyone knew him. It was the young master of this term, and the old master might not have come out yet. "I saw Huang Yu speak, everyone, it will take 3 days for the ancestors to break through the barrier. Please do some repairs in the capital." It turned out that they nodded. The ancestors needed some time to digest what they had realized. This is also normal, and the eightfold candidate can touch that realm. Everyone is very curious about the earth profound realm. As the so-called one step is 10 miles, this means that there is a gap in the earth profound realm. They are drinking each other. But this time, no one used their profound strength to resist the drunkenness. They just wanted to get drunk seriously, but the drunkenness was too great. Many people have fainted on the ground in a daze. I don't know how many people jumped down in the air, but saw their eyes looking coldly at the group of people on the ground. Jiyu also walked out from behind the hall. Some of them have not been obtained by the drugs in the wine, and they immediately knew that there was a big problem in the wine. Immediately drove the profound strength of the body. The human profound realm can still reduce the damage of drugs to the greatest level. They looked at Huang Yu with scorching eyes, and Lin Xiao first spoke, "Young master, we have always been loyal to the main hall." "What do you mean? What about the ancestors? Please come out and speak." Lin Xiao, they did not believe that their ancestor would do such a thing to them. The only possible situation is that his grandson did something unforgivable to them. So he fixed his gaze on Jiyu. "Young Master Huang, you don't want to stop this kid talking nonsense. There is no one in this world who is more loyal to you than the master of the sub-hall." Huang was constantly trembling all over his body at this time. Now his profound strength was exhausted. He forced himself to be bold and say the words in his heart, that is, this person is a member of the royal family, and he was taken and killed on the spot. But I don't know why. When he saw Jiyu, he trembled and couldn't say anything to deceive him. The ancestor was cut off from his head with a sword. For him, this incident was really a thing. It hurts too much. The people in the main hall were killed one after another. Where did he go to reason? Jiyu looked at his trembling body, he couldn't help but smiled, he turned around, walked 2 steps forward slowly, he patted the table, and suddenly the wine glass on the table flew up. Jiyu patted his palms, and the people in black around them raised their hands. Among those sub-temple hall masters, Lin Xiao was the only one who still had some fighting power. The others were quickly killed by Jiyu's people. After all, there were still a few people above them. A smile appeared in the corners of their mouths, and they looked in Jiyu's direction. It was clear whether it was Lin Xiao's opponent. Jiyu waved his hand, and the few people in front of him bowed their hands, and then retreated. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Suddenly the air in the sky seemed to freeze. Jiyu is now fully promoted to the 4th level of the human profound realm, which is equal to the 5 powers of nature, directly erupting to the greatest power. He took a step, accompanied by a loud bang. The sand on the ground suddenly flew up, flying towards Lin Xiao like a long snake. Mysterious skill, Phoenix dance 9 days. In his back, a pair of flame wings spread out and looked very good. However, the power of this pair of wings has not yet been real for the time being, and it has been entangled by the earth dragon. He looked at Jiyu fiercely, and a smile appeared from the corner of Jiyu's mouth. With a heavy wave of his hand, in an instant, countless wooden stakes appeared beside him. The power of the water also suddenly lit up, gradually covering his body, and then there was a flame, the power of the flame, and the power in the pool in an instant. The temperature picked up quickly. Even Lin Xiao, the 5th layer of the human profound realm, felt impatient. However, at this time, countless ray of lightning power was falling into the barrel at this time. Wei exploded quickly and tortured him to death. He screamed and stretched out his hands. But where is the power of thunder and lightning to land so easily? All of his body is burnt black, and soon he can't move. Jiyu withdrew the profound power from his body. A few people in black walked forward and chopped off his head directly. Jiyu turned around and said faintly, the control of the sub-temple will be reached soon. After Jiyu finished speaking, the few people beside him raised their heads and quickly disappeared into the place. The other party cast his gaze on Jiyu's body. He faintly said, "Thank you, son." Huang Yu didn't expect Jiyu to be so polite. He said tremblingly, "No, you're welcome." Jiyu smiled faintly, then turned around and walked out the door. After seeing this scene, he took a breath, and it seemed that Jiyu's strength was too powerful. He didn't believe that all of this was real. He faintly said, "This is like a dream, but as long as Jiyu can guarantee that he will be like a pig in the future, or, maybe it's not bad, he just doesn't know if I am allowed to have children, hey, I won't do it either. This is a dream." After speaking, he closed the door. The various branch halls are also undergoing tremendous changes. Countless black figures have fallen on the ground. They raised their heads and locked their eyes on the building. One of them raised his hand and said repeatedly, "Kill, no one in it will flow." Hearing such cold words, everyone shook their hearts, and the rest of them also stood up, holding long swords in their hands, and walked into the hall. Several of the servants who had just woke up opened their eyes wide and cold. He shouted and asked, "Stop, who are you, do you know where this place is?" Regardless of what they said, Jiyu's subordinates raised their hands heavily, and the remaining few people danced down, lifted the treasure in their hands heavily, and slashed directly toward the ground with a sword. Blood is constantly flowing down at this time. The few remaining people flew out one after another, picked up the treasure in their hands, and slammed them on their bodies, one after another. Their heads were continuously taken out. The next morning, everyone in the Star Soul Palace woke up and found that the heads of their sub-temple hall master and his family members were all placed on the table, and everyone under Gu slowly said, "From starting today, you are members of the Royal Yushuan Army. Who is going to take refuge in the royal family? Who are you?" The elder of a branch hall walked out without fear. The other party didn't even look at him. He directly raised the sword in his hand and greeted him heavily. With a flash of cold light, a human head just rolled onto the ground. Everyone saw this human head. This is the elder of the third level of human profound realm, so why is it so vulnerable? V2 Chapter 7:16 Peripheral. These people who were sent out by Gu took Gu's pill, and they were also the elites who went out together. The key is that Huang Xiaofang's treasure should not be used too smoothly. At this moment, they feel that they don't want to talk about beating these little people. Even if they have played against the people in the main hall, they still have this ability. The rest of the people saw this scene, and then took a breath of cold energy, and they knelt on the ground one after another. "I am willing to join the Imperial Profound Army." Only then did they get up, turned their heads, and walked out the door. Gu sat on the chair and looked at the letters in his hand, and then slowly stood up. He slowly said, "Let's have a good time today, pass my order and kill it." They were all soldiers. They didn't know what Gu's words meant, so they turned their eyes to Gu. "Hallmaster G, I don't know what you mean by this." The general took the lead to ask questions. Gu said lightly, "It's time to unify the rights. The royal family is not qualified in this matter, so let's do it." After hearing this sentence, they looked at each other. Gu then slowly walked forward, and in an instant, he flew up the previous period, and said to the general, "I want to drive the army to Wangcheng." "No," the old man is the first to disagree. "If you kill the royal family, kill me first." Gu always feels very strong for their goodwill, and Gu just said, "No, I don't like it without friends, so I won't kill the royal family, but I have to get the power in their hands. But wait. I complete what I need, and I will return it to you." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they all lowered their heads and turned their eyes to Gu's direction. Gu took a step slowly and said, "Actually, I have accomplished my purpose. This kingship treats me, that's not a good thing." The general said, "Your strong old man thinks he is not your opponent, but what should we do?" "Do nothing, give me the management of the army, and I will return you a perfect army and a powerful empire." After saying this the two of them looked at each other, and Gu stretched out his hand and waved his hand heavily. At this moment, the person who had been watching on the wall fell down. Gu laughed and said, "General Huang, you are a good man." Those people looked at Gu seriously, with incomparable determination in their eyes. Gu turned around, and they turned their heads, and at this moment they picked up the treasure beside them. Each left Gu's mansion. Wearing a robe, Gu summoned his Suzaku fire armor for the first time. Riding a white tiger and ran in the direction of the gate. Just a moment later, before reaching the gate, the profound beast stopped at this moment. They just jumped down to the place, looking in the direction of Gu at this moment, and then slowly said, "Kill." After shouting out these words, everyone slowly danced forward and took out the treasures one after another. Then they looked in the direction of the palace. Accompanied by the sound of screaming to kill, the people around them rushed up, holding various treasures in their hands, and ran to the long stairs, and they waved their treasures. They raised their hands and chopped down the treasures. The soldiers in the palace saw this scene at this time, and they rushed down when they were seen by those treasures. They retreated and stepped forward, resisting Gu's body. They looked at each other and never expected that Gu, who was still loyal to the royal family yesterday, came to force the palace with the army today. One of the eunuchs quickly walked out. Wait a minute. Gu just raised his hand, and the people beside him slowly stopped their steps. They looked at each other, and one of them said, "Gu, what are you going to do?" "Clear the rebels." After Gu yelled out this sentence, they looked at each other. It is said that it is not non-existent to clear out the rebels at this time, but how come they don't know where the rebels come from in the palace? They suddenly became tense, surrounded by iron armor, and ran forward one after another. Leading the army, they quickly ran in front of everyone. They looked forward, took the treasure in their hands, and waved it forward. With the sound of the sound, everyone ran out quickly at this moment. After seeing this scene, Jiyu turned around. "These troops are thieves, kill." After Jiyu yelled this sentence, the people around him were flying out at this moment, ran out, raised the treasure in his hand, and stabbed down towards the person beside him. The countless ironclad sergeants only had the strength of the poor man's profound realm. They pierced those treasures into their bodies. Jiyu took a deep breath before they turned their heads. Stabbed those treasures and flew forward, all the remaining people flew upside down. Countless people are slowly falling into the pool of blood at this time, countless blood is flowing down quickly at this time, and they slowly took a deep breath. Jiyu was riding on the profound beasts, and flying forward quickly at this time. Those profound beasts were breaking through the palace gates at this time. It can be said that everyone around them was held hostage by the palace. Woke up. The remaining people ran out at this moment, and they took out the treasures in their hands and surrounded those treasures. At this moment, Jiyu glanced out. Jiyu walked out slowly. The people in front of him knelt on the ground and looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. After a loud roar, all the sergeants were occupying this city wall, countless corpses were also falling down at this time. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other, and Jiyu slowly said, "You must not kill anyone in the Wang family." After Jiyu roared out these words, the people beside him walked down and raised their spears. After seeing this scene, they slowly walked forward. King Zhongyu frowned and walked out with everyone beside him. "I Ching, why are you? Your Majesty, please surrender the Forbidden Army, the Jade Seal, the Seal of the 13 Profound Army and the Seal of the State." After hearing these words, the Middle Domain King's eyes became cold. "For a long time, I give the Star Soul Palace concessions, so you all think that I am a trash. Unreasonably, I am the Emperor of a country and inherited the profound strength of the dragon vein." After saying these words, the profound strength of his body stepped on the ground, and that profound strength was transformed into a profound dragon at this moment, covering Jiyu's body. And there is more than just the power of a true dragon. The power of the 4 true dragons also gathered quickly at this time, and the 4 dragons roared at the same time. What? The king of the central region couldn't believe his eyes when he was killed. Jiyu actually had the power of 4 true dragons on his body. Could it be that he unified the 4 domains? This is impossible, no one can do such a great thing, even he can't. The power of the true dragon on his body still shed while the central region remained unified. "Your Majesty, I don't want to rob you of the true dragon power behind you. As long as you hand over things, we will definitely leave." After roaring these words, they turned their heads and rode on the profound beast. At this moment, they walked out behind them step by step. The iron-armored army had already made concessions, and the people under them looked at each other. Jiyu slowly stepped forward and took a step forward. After stepping on the ground, the surrounding forces were quickly gathering at this time, and he flew forward and took a step forward. At this moment, he quickly disappeared into the place, he swung out with a punch, the fist quickly gathered in his hand, and flew forward with a heavy punch. At this moment, the flying dragon profound energy quickly gathered when he got up, the fist fell, and he lifted it with a palm. The profound power barrier appeared, and at this moment, the profound power giant dragon collided with the giant dragon, the profound energy smashed, and the 2 profound energies smashed together. Jiyu flew forward and fell behind the person. Jiyu waved a palm, and the 2 palms collided at this moment. There was a loud bang, flying forward. They were holding the treasure, and at this moment, they landed the treasure in front of Jiyu. Wang Ji's true chi was not impossible to crack. In the eyes of Jiyu with the quadruple dragon chi, it was best understood. He slammed a punch, and the 2 profound strengths were colliding together quickly at this time. As the profound energy dissipated, Ji Yofei fell down, and two earth dragons wrapped around him. Jiyu faintly said, "Please hand over the things, Your Majesty." Zhongyu Wang laughed helplessly, never expecting that he still has today. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and closed his eyes in despair. "Do it." Jiyu waved his hand, and the rest of the people rushed into the room and searched the palaces. Numerous girls were still wearing thin clothes, and they searched for things in a short while. Jiyu said faintly, "You are still the king of the Middle Territory, pass my order, and the iron armor will officially take over the imperial army." After these words fell, everyone came to the periphery. V2 Chapter 7:17 Follow me. Jiyu's toughness surpassed everyone's expectations. There was a vigilant look in their eyes. The power of the profound dragon on the Middle Territory king was directly destroyed, and Jiyu looked at him with cold eyes. He faintly said, "Kill." After Jiyu roared, the rest of the people ran forward one after another, raised the long knife in their hands, and directly chopped off the head of the person in front of him. At this time, a human head was rolling down to the ground. After seeing this scene, Jiyu killed the army next to King Zhongyu. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and they took a breath in their mouths. With the treasure in his hand, he gradually stepped forward at this time. The king of the middle region closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said to Jiyu in front of him, "Well, I promise you that." After getting the assurance, Jiyu waved his hand, and at the same time a pile of pills was placed on the table. Jiyu said faintly, "Your Majesty, please take this pill. All the eunuchs in the palace will take this pill." After Jiyu's words came out, the king of the Middle Territory laughed loudly, and at the same time walked forward, took the pill in Jiyu's hand, and took it in one bite, only feeling his whole body tremble. The profound strength on his body was being directly deprived at this moment. The power of the soul plunged directly into the air. Jiyu clapped his palms heavily, and bombarded them with a heavy palm. The two forces were colliding together at this time, and the power of the soul was flying around at this moment. "Got out." At this moment, Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward, and he slapped his head with a palm. The rest of the people took a deep breath. At this moment, the rest of them put on a piece of clothing, and he slowly took a step forward. At this moment, several fragments appeared in the air. At this moment, the surrounding people showed a trace of soul, and they were controlled by this profound energy. No one had expected that Jiyu's pill would have such a significant effect. That profound energy was at this moment evacuating everyone's profound energy, and the king of the Middle Territory sat softly on the ground. In any case, even if the power is returned to one's own hands in the future, the profound strength of the civil servants and generals will be so strong. In the future, no, it should be said that the entire royal family is good, and they will be puppets in the future. He smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that the inheritance that the ancestor had handed over to him would be abandoned by him. He sighed, turned around, and sat on the chair in the other direction. Jiyu sat on the chair and looked out with cold eyes. A map was placed in front of them. The difference from the other 4 domains was that they did not place the Temple of Evolution elsewhere. Their gazes were at this moment, and they looked at each other. "General Chichi, look at the Evolution Temple. The main hall is located on Tianwang Mountain. This Tianwang Mountain is unexpectedly beyond our expectation. He is after the 3 empires and is heading north. Walked out of that place." The two looked at each other. Jiyu looked at the map in front of him, and if he wanted to take over the mountains in front of him, he had to take all of the Chaoyang Empire and the Feishing Empire beside him. But the Star Soul Empire where Jiyu was in, hesitated to have a relationship with the Star Soul Palace, so the strength was really not good. He turned his head and took a deep breath. They flew forward and turned around. Jiyu said indifferently, "Now if we want to conquer these 2 empires, we must start with a small empire." The 2 generals in front of him glanced at each other. One of the generals came forward at this moment. They arched their hands and said to Jiyu in front of them, "My son doesn't know what your plans are in your mind. Where should we go first?" There was a trace of doubt on his face, as if he was waiting for Jiyu's answer. At this time, Ji Yu looked at the map in front of him, and said faintly, "Pass my order and send everyone on. Call them all together." After Ji Yu roared out this sentence, countless generals gathered and walked to Ji Yu's room. Ji Yu sat on a chair and asked faintly, "I'm here to ask you, I don't know you. Which country do you plan to use as our first stop?" General Huang drew a sigh of relief. "Master Qi, now we should start with the Star Luo Empire, so that we can open a path." The two people around showed agreement, and Ji Yu said indifferently, "Then use the Star Luo Empire as our character." After speaking, Ji Yu gathered an army of 100,000 profound practitioners and walked out slowly toward the door. Ji Yu sat on top of a profound beast, rode this profound beast, and walked outside. In the barracks, a whole 100,000 men stood here. They don't need to be ordinary people. They all have profound energy on their bodies. As long as that profound energy is poured into them, those profound energy will become their strongest resistance. He slowly opened his eyes, and a burst of profound energy hovered from his hands. At this moment, the profound energy gathered in his palm, and the moment of effort disappeared into the place in an instant. After a while, he stepped directly on the wall, and after a few steps, the surrounding army took a breath. Could it be that Ji Yu is so powerful this time? They looked at each other and looked at each other. Although several generals agreed with this matter, they felt dissatisfied in their hearts. This Ji Yu, who dared to directly say that they want to rule them. One of the generals slowly walked out at this time, and a powerful profound energy quickly gathered on his body, and that profound energy gathered at the position of his dantian at this time. Ji Yu took a step back behind him, and said faintly, "Is there anyone who refuses to accept it?" After hearing this sentence, several generals came out. Although the General Ji Yu met all those who are qualified to be commanders last time, none of these people knew Ji Yu. A general named Tai Nyo came forward. "I was the first to refuse." He snorted coldly. "Now, except for a few people who know these things, no one else knows the things in the palace." They looked at each other. One after another shouted hello for Tai Nyo. Ji Yu smiled faintly, "The lieutenant is out. Will you challenge me mainly with the vice future? Isn't this a stupid act? Does his strength represent your strength?" After roaring this sentence, Ji Yu also felt that what he said was unreasonable, so he took a step forward, and the fivefold profound energy of the human profound realm was covering his body at this time. The chi formed, the flames burned, and they were wearing silver armor, and they looked at each other. The iron bull flew up quickly, took the long spear in his hand, and swung it down in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up and held the spear in one hand. With a flick of his hand, he snatched the spear, and at the same time, he turned around and stabbed the spear directly onto it. Tai Nyo is also a master of the human profound realm triple level, and the chi on his body is even the legendary defensive chi, and the spear directly collided with the guy's chi. After the collision, the spear burst out like a mysterious light at this moment, releasing a huge light in an instant. Ji Yu Chao took a step back and said to the person in front of him, "Are you taking it now?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, he faintly said, "I'm overwhelmed, and I'll meet the Lord General." The remaining teams of the various brigade also handed out one after another, and also agreed to this matter. The two of them looked at each other and walked out directly to the side. He arched his hands and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "But you are at this strength now, it would be a shame to go out. So I will select 5,000 from among you as an elite team." After this sentence was spoken, the rest of the people stepped forward one after another, took out the treasures, and placed those treasures in front of them, with a spirited expression on everyone's face. Ji Yu glanced at them, and he said faintly, "A step back below the fourth level of the human profound realm." After Ji Yu yelled out these words, there were only 500 people out of the 100,000 army, who had reached the fourth level of the human profound realm. This made Ji Yu feel a little regretful. Retreat one step below the triple level of the human profound realm. Another word was shouted, and the rest of the people also retreated at the same time, but this time it was okay, there were at least 2,000 people. In the selection of 3,000-person Profound Realm second-tier masters, Ji distributed the pill to them. Follow the rule of the general is very simple, you sell your life and I will give you treasures, pill, and gold coins. After shouting out this sentence, they looked at each other, arched their hands, and said, hurrah, hooray. Such a coach who said he was not greedy for money was rare in the entire Star Soul Empire. Ji wanted to stabilize his rear, and naturally it was impossible for them to follow him on the expedition, no matter who should stay here. Still speaking, the royal family and other generals are thoughtful. The army that Ji used to control them must stay here. Thinking of this in his heart, they slowly walked out towards the outside. Immediately, Ji taught them some simple mental techniques and profound skills. As the sound accompanied by the horn slowly came out, Ji led the people and walked out at this time. He turned his head and said faintly, "Come with me." V2 Chapter 7:18 Daydreaming. Ji took a step forward, and the rest of the people were also at this time, following Ji to come forward, and those treasures were also waving their treasures toward the front at this time. Those treasures were held in the hands of the soldiers on both sides, and there was a slumping air in their eyes, who would say that they were not, this time they were going to the Jade entrance in the Star Luo Empire. Ning Yuan is responsible for this Jade entrance. This was one of the 15 fierce generals of the Star Luo Empire, although it was ranked at the bottom. Don't know what changes will be made on the road. Ji Yujing took a step forward slowly at this time, and the soldiers next to him also walked forward slowly at this time. Many people are talking on the wall, just because of this team, they also want to take down the Jade Shuangguan. Isn't this a joke? A smile appeared on everyone's face. As if watching these guys go to death, there is nothing inappropriate, they just twitched their snacks and ate them. Ji sat on the carriage. At this moment, countless horses were also running in another direction. Ji rode a big white tiger profound beast and took the lead in front of the team. It is not so much that Ji led his troops to expedition, but rather he was playing in the water. Everywhere he went, he would stop the army, and the royal family did not give much food out. When Ji arrived at the convenient location, he would stop, and sent some soldiers to the Desheng group beside him, and sold all the extra medicine pills on his body. After he got all the gold coins back, Ji in the hands that were distributed to them, each soldier looked at the gold coins in his hands. A faint smile appeared in their eyes. The few people beside them were looking at the carts at this time, and their eyes lit up. Ji took 2 steps forward and raised his hand. At this moment, Ji Yujiang shook his hand and said to everyone in front of him, "Distribute those gold coins to everyone, whoever dares to reach out will die." After hearing Ji Yu's words, everyone looked at each other, no one dared to take it. Soon they arrived at the door of the Jade Shuangguan. General Ning Yuan of the Jade Shuangguan came out. He drew out the treasure. They looked down and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha ha, this is General of the Star Soul Empire, I don't know what is going on here." Ji took a step forward and said faintly, "Of course it is to bring your Star Luo Empire into the territory of our Star Soul Empire. Ha ha ha, this is just a pipe dream." He waved his hand, and countless Xian crossbow hands came out one after another. They pasted a spell on Xian Bao. This is a simple basic formation method that can give Xian Jian an increase of more than 80 times. After he yelled this sentence, the remaining few people walked up, and they landed on the ground. Ning Yuan said indifferently, "If you don't retreat at this time, you won't have a chance to walk out of our region." In his words, the meaning of threat can be said to have reached the extreme. Ji smiled faintly, "If you say so, come and come." After roaring this sentence, a lot of mysterious arrows fluttered out around him. Ji waved the Kunpeng giant sword heavily, and the chi on his body was gathering on the giant sword at this time, and the chi burst out in an instant, resisting all the mysterious crossbow arrows in front of him. The arrows stuck to the ground aside. Ji took a step forward and waved his hand, "Go." After roaring this sentence, the masters of the first level of the human profound realm rushed forward, holding in their hands the most recent treasure issued by Ji, directly raising their strength to the second level of the human profound realm. Fire magic, let go. Ding, the Overlord commanded an army of 100,000 and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Commander-in-Chief skill. With this move, all the skills could be directly gathered at one point, and the city wall in front of him was smashed into pieces. After shouting these words, the profound energy burst forward. Bombing on the city wall, the power of the city wall instantly collapsed gradually. Countless soldiers are even more like ants, attached to the city wall, a sea of blood collapsed, and countless people fell from the city wall, and the people behind them will also be added at this time. Between coming and going, the smell here, like a tsunami, rushed forward. They collapsed in a pool of blood one after another, and slowly walked forward. After seeing Jiyu, they turned around and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. These hundreds of people belonged to Ning Yuan's god-slaying army. As long as the god-slaying army was dispatched, Jiyu would not lose his life. They jumped on the wall and rushed towards Jiyu. You picked up the Kunpeng giant sword, and instantly the mysterious light of the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand became luxuriant. That profound energy is now being filled with treasures in Jiyu's hands. At this moment, Jiyu swung a heavy sword, and countless fireballs flew out again. Those fireballs fell down like meteors. They took a step forward, raised their hands, and gathered the profound energy in their own hands at this moment. The fireballs of Jiyu hit him one after another. At this moment, he took a step forward slowly, raised his hand, and blocked all the fireballs from his chi, but he did not expect that Jiyu held the Kunpeng giant sword. Quickly the rotation started. Picking up the giant sword in his hand, perhaps he sensed the power in Jiyu's hand. The army of killing gods gathered one after another, raised their hands, and put their profound strength together to form a huge defensive shield. The Kunpeng giant swords were colliding with each other at this time. At this moment, Bai Guang's rays of light began to flourish, and the two forces collided together. They flew upside down. Jiyu waved his hand, and the rest of the people drew out their treasures, and stabbed their swords on their bodies one after another. He faintly said, "I didn't expect that you still have such a strong strength." They glanced at each other, and at the same time, the killing god army had no time to regroup because it lacked the protection of the chi, and it seemed that they had reached their limit. They retreated one after another, looking in the direction of their general, hoping that the general could give the order to retreat at this time. Only in this way could they escape from the tiger's mouth. After seeing this scene, Jiyu slowly said, "Give my order, kill." After shouting out this sentence, the rest of the people also picked up the treasures in their hands and ran forward, only to see Jiyu's figure flashing, disappearing in place, and appearing in front of them, drew out his own treasure, swung out a heavy sword, and wiped out the remaining power that would kill the army. Jiyu said lightly, "Enclose the city wall." Everyone was surrounded by the city wall, and Ning Yuan took a breath of cold breath. Why did such a thing happen? Why did such a problem occur? He couldn't believe that his army of killing gods would turn out to be like this. He took a deep breath and said faintly, "Retreat. Quick, retreat to Lao Tzu." After shouting these words, they looked at each other and slowly stood up. In an instant, holding the treasure in their hands, they retreated one after another. Jiyu then said faintly, "Pass my order, and the golden echelon will move forward." After Jiyu roared this sentence, the gold echelon stepped forward, the treasure in Ji Sang's hand was inserted into the ground, and their treasures were all big shields. Only saw the countless large shields gathered in a moment of effort. The big shield quickly grew bigger. Fire word echelon, let go. Another word roared out, and countless groups of flames were quickly gathering at this time. Those flames were gathering at this time, and countless fireballs flew into the sky. When they saw the fireballs in the sky, their eyes quickly solidified together. Take a deep breath. Jiyu's figure instantly disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared on the city wall. As long as it was hot enough, the city wall in front of him could be melted down, especially after Jiyu entered the golden profound energy. The city wall seemed to have become tofu dregs in an instant. Ji Yu waved his hand. After roaring this sentence, the rest of the people picked up the treasure in front of him at this moment. After they roared, they ran forward. They raised the spear, and heavily inserted the treasure into the city wall. The city wall was shaking at this moment, and it actually collapsed. Under the protection of his personal guards, Ning Yuan quickly stepped back behind him, and he shouted heavily, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, the huge army ran forward at this moment, and Ji Yu waved his hand at the same time. The 10,000 army, like a bulldozer, rushed into the crowd. Pushing those people to the ground one after another, among the huge crowd, there is no need to use too many mysterious skills, and they can be trampled to death with their feet. At this moment, they ran forward one after another. Ji Yu roared, "Kill." After screaming for a kill, everyone seemed to be desperate, and rushed forward frantically. No matter whether the profound energy hit them or not, they just opened their eyes wide. Looked deeply. V2 Chapter 719 Profound Beast Possession. When Ji Yu's soldiers heard Ji Yu shout out a head and a pill, their faces became even more crazy. No one with a talent for cultivation was willing to sell his life to the Wang family. Their daily military expenditure is not enough for them to buy any medicine. But the pill that Ji Yu gave them yesterday increased their profound strength a lot. At this moment, the profound strength quickly gathered, and the few remaining people looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly walked out and released the treasures. They fell in a pool of blood. Seeing the blood flowing down their soldiers' feet, they slowly opened their eyes and set their gazes on Ji Yu's body. They stood up and shouted to kill. Only then rushed forward in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu turned around and instantly disappeared in the same place. After waving heavily, the remaining people picked up the treasure in their hands. At this moment, they ran forward quickly. Ji Yu picked up the Kunpeng giant sword, and at the same time ran forward. Mysterious beast possesses its body. Ning Yuan yelled. It turned out that it was another person who used the soul of a profound beast. A white tiger instantly covered his body, and he swung a claw out heavily. He collapsed all the trees one after another. After he landed on the ground, he quickly ran 2 steps, and at the same time he jumped up at this time, and a heavy paw fell on Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu just took a step forward. He disappeared into the place in an instant. The Kunpeng giant sword in his hand was swung out at this moment. The city of flames burst out in an instant, and countless fireballs were flying out at this moment. Smashed heavily on the ground, Ning Yuan was blown apart by the power of the explosion, and the tearing force was rapidly pulling the Ji Yu's body at this moment. Ji Yu quickly turned around and swiped a quick punch. The fist collided with the Qi, and the Qi burst one after another at this time. Ning Yuan never expected that he was not Ji Yu's opponent. In an instant, he took 2 steps back and fixed his gaze on Ji Yu. The two separated. Ning Yuan stroked his wounds. This guy with a sword just now actually tore the skin of his shoulders like profound iron. This is simply incredible. His gaze was looking in Ji Yu's direction at this time. Ji Yu instantly raised the treasure in his hand and ran out quickly. Holding the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand, another heavy sword swung out. At this moment, among the Kunpeng giant's word, it quickly flew out. A thunder dragon came out. At this moment, the thunder dragon let out a roar in the air. This person's strength is too strong. If I don't resist it, I don't know what it will look like. Thunder Dragon didn't know whether his white tiger soul could unload the power of thunder and lightning. He gathered all his profound energy in his fists, and in the blink of an eye, he flew forward, and at this moment, he waved his fists with both hands. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon collided in Ning Yuan's palms. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the Thunder Dragon in front of him. The Thunder Dragon kept roaring. At this moment, he was gradually forced to come forward, and he was taken by the Thunder Dragon, and he glided out directly, and Ning Yuan roared out loudly. Unreasonable. Roar. You sure want to leave here. After roaring this sentence, he used his hands to force the Thunder Dragon at this moment, and threw it out. The Thunder Dragon was colliding with the army at this moment. How could Ji-Yu's profound skills be able to resist them, after that profound energy collided with the army? The power of thunder and lightning burst out in an instant, and their bodies suddenly appeared scorched. After making a scream, he slowly collapsed in a pool of blood. Ning Yuan kept breathing heavily. Boy, your profound skills are nothing more than that, it's up to me. Mysterious skill, flying white tiger. After he roared, the profound energy gradually exploded at this moment. The soul of the white tiger was covering his body at this moment. In an instant, he jumped and disappeared into the place in an instant. He gathered that profound strength in his fist. He quickly spun up his body, and Bai Hu's soul was gathered in his fist at this time, and he swung it out in a heavy circle. In an instant, the profound energy in the pair of fists gathered quickly, and the soul of the white tiger gathered in his own pair of fists and threw a heavy punch. A fierce tiger flew out of his fist and ran to the ground. At this moment, he ran forward. Ji-Yu took a step forward and punched out heavily. A ball of flame came out from Ji-Yu's fists. The two fists were colliding together at this time. On top of the collision of the fists, a terrible power was gathered at this time, and the profound energy around him burst out in an instant. It burst out in an instant. That profound energy was shattering at this moment, and the remaining few people fell down at this moment, slapped on the ground, and vomited blood from their mouths. In his mouth, not only was he panting, his profound strength seemed to be emptied at this time. Ji-Yu slowly walked forward 2 steps, and directly slapped his back with a palm. At this time, Ji-Yu's profound strength was tuned up, and the soul of the former master of the Star Soul Palace was penetrated into Ning Yuan's body. Ning Yuan's soul and that of the master of the Star Soul Palace were quickly fusing together at this time. However, Ning Yuan's deity's spiritual sense was completely gone. Ji-Yu stretched out his hand just to grab it, and in an instant, inhaled that soul power into the opponent's body. At this moment, he slowly exhaled a breath, and then stood up. They gathered in front of Ji-Yu in a split second, and Ji-Yu turned around and moved his body. A trace of soul power was injected into his body. At this moment, he stood up. There was no trace of clarity in Ning Yuan's eyes. Ji-Yu's divine consciousness was injected into Ning Yuan's body, and the thought moved in his heart. Ning Yuan suddenly raised his head and said, unarmed, and surrendered. All the people who were still fighting were stunned. He looked up at this moment, but asking a group of soldiers to betray his country is not easy at all. They looked at each other, as if a trace of suspicion was born in their hearts. Then he stopped his hands and looked in the direction of Ji-Yu one after another. Only then did one of them step forward and said lightly to Ning Yuan in front of him, "We will never surrender, General Yu. Today, if people know about it, you will surely have no place to bury you in the future." After shouting these words, they looked at each other, and the rest of the people jumped down and raised the treasure in their hands. They rushed forward and Ji-Yu withdrew. He took a handful of treasures, picked up the treasure in front of him, ran forward, and swung down the treasured sword. With a sudden move, Ning Yuan took Ji-Yu's treasure and rushed forward. They jumped up and swung the treasure down heavily in Ji-Yu's direction. Those who were unwilling to surrender, were killed by Ning Yuan alone, through the long passage. He constantly waved the treasure in his hand in the direction of the surroundings. Those people fell into a pool of blood, and they gasped slowly. The rest of the people had been stunned for a long time. They kept gasping for breath. Looking at the fear in their eyes, Ji-Yu raised the treasure in his hand, and said faintly, "Surrender those who do not kill." After roaring the phrase Ahu, the rest of the people looked at each other, and then they slowly walked forward, intertwining the treasures. He raised his head and glanced forward. At this time, Ji-Yu slowly said, "Send my order to assemble everyone in the army, and let the newcomers have a full meal." After saying these words, they gathered and surrounded Ji-Yu one after another. They took a deep breath at this time. They were looking at each other at this moment, and they didn't know what to do next. They turned around. They disappeared into the place in an instant. After a while, they ran to eat quickly. Under Ji-Yu's order, they boiled a pot of profound beast meat, and they smelled the fragrance in front of them. After looking at each other, he slowly said, "This is meat." They ate it. Everyone took a big bowl of rice and profound beast meat. When they ate it, the treatment was rare, and ordinary people were naturally inferior to them, but their treatment was only better than ordinary people. Just a few. After a full meal, Jiyu rode on the profound beast and led the army forward slowly. Soon after, they came to Jiangbei city. They looked down and Jiyu slowly said, "This Jiangbei city is good. The city is high enough, and their equipment is also good." The lieutenant held his fists in front of Jiyu and said, "Enlightened General, what should we do?" After hearing these words, Jiyu slowly said, "This time, it's better for me to send Ning Yuan out." After hearing Jiyu's words, they looked at each other. At this time, they slapped their hands and waved heavily. V2 Chapter 720 Good Strength. Jiyu's divine sense entered Ning Yuan's body. He recovered a trace of clarity in his originally fair eyes, and sat on the profound beast, with more than 3,000 people walking out slowly at this time. Jiyu was when they came out. They were specially asked to change their clothes into a set of worn-out clothes. They were riding among the profound beasts at this moment. At this moment, the profound beasts slowly came forward at this moment, and their eyes were here. When Shi looked around, Jiyu roared. At this moment, Ning Yuan and the others walked under the city gate. Only at this time did the chief janitor on the city wall walk out slowly, and he looked down. Faintly asked below, "What happened?" Ning Yuan was already controlled by Jiyu's consciousness at this time, only to see him take the token out and hold it high. In Xia Ning Yuan, quickly open the city gate. "I can't make up my mind next, please wait for a while." After saying this, an official came out and looked down. After seeing the token, he took a breath, but his expression suddenly became cold. He faintly said, "Why do you guys, don't you stay at the Jade Shuangguan, why dare you to come into the city?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other at this time, and Ning Yuan said, "Presumptuous, I am the frontier general and you will open the city gate quickly, otherwise I will report this matter to the enemy. Just chasing behind me, I can retreat naturally, but what about you?" Suddenly a thick fog rose in the air, and countless troops riding white horses were slowly coming out at this time. He took a breath of cold air on his face. This person is really powerful. He took a deep breath, and the rest of the people were also approaching in the direction of Ning Yuan at this moment. But Jiyu did not order to charge. At this moment, the direction of the city gate slowly opened. "Let them in, let them in." After shouting this sentence, the city gate opened, and Ning Yuan led 3,000 troops into the city. The official shouted anxiously to close the gate. At this time, the door slowly closed. He excitedly said to Ning Yuan beside him, "General, what should we do next? If this Jiangbei city is gone, they can use it as a big formation and diverge toward the surroundings." After hearing this sentence, they looked at each other. Seeing Jiyu, they stood up and rode among the profound beasts. At this moment, the crowd around them surrounded them. After seeing this scene, Jiyu turned around. "Come past the body." Picking up the treasure in his hand, he swung out a heavy sword. The treasure was hitting the official's neck at this moment, and blood was flowing from his neck at this moment, and then it slowly collapsed. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. They were young, and the city lord's advisor was killed. How should this be? The city lord went to a banquet in Beima City, and he couldn't come back without 10 days and 8 months. They didn't know what to do now. They looked at each other, and then jumped down one after another. They also picked up the treasure in their hands and looked in the direction of Jiyu. They charged and jumped directly. Jiyu followed the people around him, and at this moment, he quickly danced, with a treasure in his hand, and killed everyone in front of him. With Jiyu, there will be others. The army guarding the city is chaotic. Up. Jiyu's lieutenant also raised the treasure at this time. Attack. After shouting out this sentence, the army also charged up at this time and smashed under the city wall. They directly used the thunder and lightning mysterious technique, and countless thunder and lightning hammers that looked like a hammer hit the gate heavily. The gate suddenly burst, and the rest of the people also rushed in at this moment. The first time they entered, they all controlled all the defending forces in Jiangbei City. When the city lord of Jiangbei City received the news, he was so angry that he spit out blood. He fell directly to the ground, and Ji Yu raised his hand. The rest of the people walked up slowly at this moment. They looked at each other, and several officials walked up to it with low eyebrows. When Ji Yu came in front of him, they said, "This general, I don't know where you are from." "Star Soul Empire." "Oh, it turned out to be like this. Now you have also taken Jiangbei City." "It's not what we said. You'd better run away after you take away the supplies here." "Yes, our empire belongs to Beichen Palace." After speaking these words, they looked at each other, and at this moment, a group of men in black robes walked out of the direction of Beichen Hall. Only seeing them look in the direction of Ji Yu, he fixed his gaze on Ji Yu. This person from the Star Soul Empire? The people around were also approaching Ji Yu at this moment, only to see the red robes on them fluttering in an instant. Ji Yu clasped his fists in both hands. "In the next Star Soul Empire, Ji Yu. I don't know you are from the Star Soul Palace." "Ha ha ha, don't you know that the Star Soul Palace is a troop under the control of our general?" After hearing these words, the few people beside him took a breath, but the faces of these people in red robes didn't change much. They only saw them looking at each other. "Knowing that he belongs to the Star Soul Palace, do you just let them in like this?" A middle-aged flying in a red robe came forward and raised his hand directly. Ji Yu raised his hand. At this moment, two profound strengths collided. After the two fists collided, they flew out, and he faintly said, "Boy, you are good." Ji Yu smiled and came out, "Humph." After a cold snort, they looked at each other. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and then the rest of the people flew forward and came to Ji Yu in an instant. Only then did they raise their hands, countless fists appeared in the air, and three loud noises came. Ji Yu jumped up and turned around directly. At this moment, the chi burst out instantly and bounced those fists out. After the fist bounced back, it hit behind them, all flew out, and they hit the ground. V2 Chapter 721 Tucheng. The remaining soldiers stepped forward and suppressed them to the ground. Ji Yu shook the Xian Tai fan and walked forward. Their gazes were in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu said faintly, "From today onwards, Jiangbei City belongs to the Star Soul Empire." The picture scroll opened up at this moment. Countless castles appeared on the map, only to see the isolated city standing upright at this time, and Ji Yu led everyone to come forward at this time. Jiangbei City is now in their hands. Several young generals stood in front of Ji Yu. "General Qi, we take a group of people and kill them from the left toward the guarded city of Gongbei City. We can draw a semicircle, and finally stop before the capital." The few remaining people looked at each other. Ji Yu slowly said, "I can put things in front of me." After saying these words, they looked at each other and Ji Yu said lightly, "I will lead another team and kill it from the right. Let's draw this circle together. Long live the general, long live the general." At the same time, in the Flying Empire, King Feilua opened his eyes and looked at the map in front of him and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, look at it, Star Soul and Xinglua are at war. I have given my order that your army will start from the border. In the shortest possible time, take down that capital city." The people around said yes. Ji Yu raised his head, gathered in his hands, a group of flames came out, only to see the flames directly smash down. He stepped in the air, shot up quickly, and flew into the sky. Dozens of people appeared in front of him, directly holding the treasure in front of him, and slamming in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up, cutting down a general in front of him under the horse. The rest of the people approached one after another. Ji Yu raised his hand, and the remaining soldiers approached. Ji Yu turned around, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the same place in an instant, and he floated in the void. The general of Gongbei city kept dripping sweat from his forehead at this time. Sweat dripped ticking down his forehead. Well, who is this general? It is said that it is the newest general of the Star Soul Empire. We can't do anything with him. After saying this, he frowned. This will be extremely brave. It seems that we are not their opponents. What should we do? Kill. After roaring this sentence, the general of Gongbei city held a long knife and slapped it heavily on the horse's back. The horse roared and flew forward with a long knife. A heavy knife slid down. A few heads were swept out, and they were falling in a pool of blood in an instant. Jiyu looked at the few people in front of him, and said coldly to the people in front of him, "The surrender will not kill." Jiyu drew down the Kunpeng giant sword. In an instant, there seemed to be a huge Kunpeng flying into the sky, and then poured into the deep sea, waving its wings heavily, as if in this instant, all those generals were knocked into the air. The general of Gongbei city yelled coldly, "Presumptuous! Take your life." The change of the golden body, the mysterious technique, the real body of the Buddha. Master, this is the 32 generals of the Star Luo Empire, even better than the generals of Jiangbei city before. Okay. Jiyu listened to the report of the 2 lieutenants, and pulled the reins of the profound beast where he sat down, and walked forward. Dang dang dang. 3 clear bells suddenly lit up, and in an instant a large cloud of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, covering the sky, and the clouds were slowly approaching all of them at this time. The military commander's huge face appeared in the air, and in the rage, he shouted, "Kill." After shouting those words, the military commander actually floated in the air like a Buddha, and roared at Jiyu. A slap broke through the clouds and surrounded the huge slap with flames of fire. In the blink of an eye, it fell on Jiyu. Jiyu turned around, held the Kunpeng giant sword in one hand, and swung forward heavily. The slap fell heavily. The 2 forces collided directly. What will happen to my lord? No one can take the palm of my lord, this is the power of the Buddha. The 2 forces smashed together heavily and collided. That force was colliding together at this moment, and the profound energy was oscillating toward the surroundings at this moment. The people around could no longer bear this strong pressure, and they flew out directly, smashing heavily on the tables everywhere. Blood was vomiting out of their mouths at this moment. Because of Jiyu's distracted protection, the army of the Star Soul Empire escaped a huge loss. Jiyu slowly stepped forward at this time and forced all the profound energy onto his arm, and that profound energy was slowly gathering at this time. After Jiyu added that layer of profound energy, even such a huge palm was suddenly shot into the air. Jiyu roared, "Enter the city. Kill." The rest of the people, holding the treasure sword, rushed forward towards Jiyu in the direction of the city wall, only to see them raising their heads and staring at Jiyu. Jiyu stood up with a long sword in his hand, and a heavy sword fell down. The long sword was colliding with everyone in front of him at this moment, and suddenly a powerful profound energy burst out. Several people around flew out. The general shook his body, and a lot of blood came out of his body. He couldn't bear it anymore. Jiyu held the treasure and walked in front of him. He faintly said, "Give it to me." But the soldiers behind him all curled up. No matter how he called, he just didn't dare to step forward. Jiyu slowly walked up to them and said lightly, "Surrender." The general spit out a mouthful of blood, and said to Jiyu with a cold face, "Jiyu, I don't share the same spirit with you." Jiyu didn't pay attention to his words, but turned around, holding the treasure, and slowly walked in his direction. The long knife in his hand was cut down, and the head was chopped off. Down. With the head of this general, the rest of the people didn't dare to say much, but quickly scattered around. Jiyu faintly said, "Slaying the city. This place is different from Jiangbei city. It is said that the cultivation atmosphere here is still sturdy, so Jiyu ordered all those profound practitioners to be killed. They all have profound skills, and when facing the life and death crisis, the underground strength of each family has also exploded in an all-round way. Headed by is a powerful person in the profound realm five-fold peak named Jiangning. Only saw him standing in the mansion. As soon as Jiyu entered the city, he said without shame that he would kill the big family like me. Everyone is connected. How can I fight against them if I am so strong? Exactly, I am waiting for people who can still take the opportunity to contact the Star Soul Palace. I don't believe that they can still watch this scene happen. After roaring these words, they slowly walked forward with long knives in their hands, and set their eyes on Jiyu's body, only to see him waving the treasure to kill Jiyu's direction. Jiyu just walked out of the residences of several lieutenants, dressed in black clothes and wearing a black mask, riding on the wall, looking coldly at the crowd below. They drew their sabers from their arms. In this battle, if the dog thief Jiyu cannot be killed, we will die. They jumped onto the city wall, and after a roar to kill, they jumped down one after another, waving the long swords in their hands, and killing in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu closed his eyes, but he didn't even activate the treasure. When Wu Dao Xian Guang approached his side, suddenly opened his eyes, he waved out a heavy palm, and that powerful profound energy suddenly waved out at this moment, and 3 loud bangs came. Suddenly the group of profound light fell on the ground, bursting out with 3 loud noises. He took the saber and looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu jumped up and put his foot on a man in black. That leg technique is a heavenly mysterious technique. After receiving this heavy blow, the man in black spit out a mouthful of blood and fell into the pool of blood. The few remaining people hurriedly approached. Jiyu, today we have a total of 331 experts in the profound realm. Even if it is as strong as you, how can it be? It's better to accept death obediently, so there might be a way out. Exactly. Several people around shouted at the same time. They drew out the treasure and slew in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's cold eyes made their hearts tremble involuntarily, and he kicked it out. Under this heavy blow, the person in front of him vomited blood and suddenly flew out. He simply landed on the ground, supporting him with his hands and stood up again. Jiyu turned around, and as soon as his legs came out, he fell heavily on them. They clamped the long knife to their bodies, waved the long knife, and suddenly swung down heavily in the direction of Jiyu. Suddenly stepped forward and ran for 2 steps, Jiyu flashed out and disappeared in place. Host Ding used 3,000 yundong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Jiyu suddenly danced into the sky, and fell heavily, colliding that force on the ground, only to see a white light in the sky in the blink of an eye, and that white light suddenly glowed into the air. At this moment, that powerful profound energy forced him to come forward, and Jiyu slapped it down with a heavy palm. There was a loud bang, and suddenly the 2 profound strengths collided heavily. V2 Chapter 722 Seriously. With Jiyu waved his hand, countless armored soldiers rushed into the crowd, directly raised the machete, and slashed frantically. Suddenly the 12 arhats flew out from the crowd. Holding a long knife and swinging it down among the crowd, a scream came from the crowd in an instant. At this moment, the blood flowed all over the place. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Jiyu turned around and looked forward. In an instant, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. The profound energy in his hand was gathered at this moment, and gathered in the air into a cloud of light. What a powerful thunder and lightning profound power. The general of Gongbei city took a deep breath, and if this trick fell, they didn't know what to do, and everyone looked at each other. Holding a long knife, he waved it heavily, and after a shout, he shouted to kill. Everyone stood up, holding the treasure, and wanted to drive out all the people who invaded their homes. Jiyu stood in the crowd and looked around. I only felt a huge profound pressure from the air. At this moment, that powerful profound energy was oppressing in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu turned around and slapped the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand directly. Even if the opponent's general's true body mysterious skills were formed by the power of the Buddhist school, his strength was being madly deprived at this moment. There was a scream, and the flesh and blood on his body was constantly falling down at this time. He grabbed the flesh and blood on his body and waved it around, only to see the flesh and blood falling to the ground. Ji-yu took a deep breath, flashed his body, disappeared in the same place, and appeared in front of him the next moment, slashing down the Kunpeng giant sword heavily. A human head just fell to the ground. Ji-yu raised his hand, and everyone immediately jumped in with joy. They flew out in an instant and came to Ji-yu. They each held a treasure and looked in Ji-yu's direction coldly. Ji-yu turned around and swiped it down. Down. Enter the city without sealing the knife. After Ji-yu shouted these words, the remaining soldiers, as if they were crazy, rushed into the city, as if they were crazy, killing and tormenting everywhere. Ji-yu looked at all the discoveries in front of him indifferently, as if none of them were his business. At this moment, a group of people came in front of him. He looked at the people in front of him and said faintly, "Welcome to the general, what should we do now?" Ji-yu looked forward with cold eyes. However, at this moment, all the sects inside came out and looked in the direction of Ji-yu. "This general, since your mortal forces have nothing to do with us, but you invaded our land, what do you want to do?" After hearing these words, their gazes turned to the front. As if in the next moment, it will burst out in an instant. Ji-yu said faintly, "You can't say that, no sect can be independent from the world." After he finished saying this sentence, he looked forward, seeming to let them choose by themselves. Everyone looked at each other, and the elder of one of the sects snorted coldly and walked forward. To the people in front of him, he said disdainfully, "Why are you so polite to a mortal general, even if he is a profound practitioner? I am afraid it is only about 2 or 3 levels of strength in the human profound realm." When these words were spoken, many sects at the scene immediately agreed, joking, "Did a small trash dare to show off in front of them?" They looked at each other, seemingly disdainful of this matter. Ji-yu waved his hand heavily, and the people around him also walked forward at this moment, disappeared into the place in the blink of an eye, and picked up the treasure in his hand. "Look at me, let you see the power of our smallpox sect. When the smallpox falls, it always hurts." The person who had just made a mockery of Ji-yu stepped on the ground, and suddenly the surrounding floors shattered and began to dance. Ji-yu looked at the broken floor in front of him and snorted disdainfully. In both hands, a sharp blade emerged at the same time. He flew up suddenly, came into the middle of the air, and quickly twisted his body. At the same time, the petals in the air were also shattered at this moment, as if they were flowers of strange and beautiful petals, quickly falling downwards. Ji-yu held the treasure and twisted his body quickly. In an instant, the big knife in front of him turned into 8 petals, and it spun quickly. The petals looked like a long knife. Numerous boulders shattered, but Ji-yu kept waving the treasure in hand, that. The petals like a knife fell on the ground. Seeing Ji-yu all knock out his petals, a smile cracked from the corner of the brawny man's mouth. "Ha ha ha, this is so stupid." After shouting out this sentence, "Boy, although you have some strength, we are standing opposite you. We are from Huazong." After roaring these words, they combined their hands, and the profound energy was colliding with the ground at this time. The petals on the ground danced wildly with the wind. The petals on the ground, at this moment, formed a boundless symbol. Mystery, fasten. After roaring these words, the petals on the ground seemed to be alive in an instant, just under the ground, constantly rooting and sprouting. The vines were waving directly at this moment, entangled in Ji-yu. Ji-yu directly lifted Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu floated in the air, and the profound energy on his body was suddenly injected into the Kunpeng giant sword at this time. Mysterious skill, burning city on fire. With a light wave of Ji-yu, a flame that seemed to swallow everything in the world, burst out of Ji-yu's treasure in an instant, and spread to the ground. I saw that the flame was engulfing on the vines at this time. Elder Huazong felt the heat wave from hundreds of meters away. He took a deep breath and quickly stepped back. Ji-yu sneered, "Mysterious skills, the power of wood, the spring breeze is like rain." At this moment on the ground, the vines were soaring so rapidly that they burst out in an instant. In an instant, they twisted quickly, and the vines turned into swirling sharp blades. Countless sharp blades fell. Elder Huazong quickly raised his hand, covering his hands with a thick layer of profound energy, and two of light appeared in his palm in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the two groups of raging fires burst out at this moment, and the two groups of raging fires collided heavily. Knock those vines into the air. Ha, look down on our Huazong, ha ha ha. Before the laughter fell, the originally broken vines in the air were quickly uniting at this moment, falling from the air, and entwining Elder Huazong's body. Elder Huazong shouted anxiously, "Help me." The remaining elders widened their eyes, "No, go." After shouting these words, they quickly jumped down, picked up the treasure, lifted the treasure, and countless vines quickly spread over. Entangled in the body of the Elder Huazong. Ji Yu said lightly, "Be careful." The Yu Wei of the burning city in the burning fire came to him. The raging fire was burning on them in a moment, and after a while, the raging fire completely swallowed them down. Seeing this horrible scene, the remaining sect elders looked at each other and respectfully said, "It is naturally possible for the army to enter the city." After saying these words, Ji Yu took a step back. He waved his hand heavily, and everyone around him slowly walked out at this moment. Accompanied by Ji Yu walked into the city with his own troops. The remaining soldiers quickly recovered their original appearance, and the Star Luo Empire was very angry about the destruction of their capital. So they mobilized the soldiers and horses from all over the country. At this moment, countless soldiers walked out slowly at this time, and they waved down their long swords. Ji Yu led the people around him and slowly stood up. "In 3 days, the effect of our expedition this time will be achieved." After speaking these words, the two people beside him slowly walked forward at this time, and the soldiers beside him quickly gathered at this time. Ji Yu waved his hands heavily. The soldiers quickly dismantled everything around and moved all the wooden pillars to the wooden cart. At this moment, the wooden cart slowly walked out of the door. The brigade brought the wooden carts to the Star Soul Empire. After being transported to the Star Soul Empire, the king of the middle domain stared his eyes wide. Looking at the countless gold and silver treasures in the two cities in front of him. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and in a moment, the people around him quickly came forward at this moment. Countless people are gathering at this time. However, Ji Yu did not come back. Instead, he led a brawny man of about 3,000 people in the profound realm. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily. After shouting out these words, countless soldiers and horses stepped on and sat down. On the horse. After waving the whip. The cavalry in front of him was galloping quickly at this moment. Ji Yu rode on a profound beast and kept shouting. The Xinglua Empire sent an Admiral Baijan, who was the top 10 military commander of the Xinglua Empire. He frowned and stood on the top of the city, and the two lieutenants stood beside him. One of them arched his hands and said, "My lord, our city defenses have always been very stable. Even if GEU is a powerhouse with the 7th level of human profound realm, he will die under our profound crossbow." Really? V2 Chapter 723 Despair of King Star Luo. Baijan shook his head. The old man feels a little uneasy. At this moment, countless smoke and dust came from afar, and GU ran out with 3,000 soldiers riding a profound beast. The countless Xian crossbows in the air made a squeaking sound. There is a small figure carved on the crossbow arrow, which is exactly the blasting array method, and a loud noise is lit up in the blasting array method. Countless flames and a powerful force spread out toward the surroundings, and that power pushed out toward the surroundings. Several profound practitioners flew upside down in an instant. GU set his sights on the general, "Bring them out." The few people beside him looked at each other, and Baijan said, "We don't want to leave the station." After shouting out these words, no one under him moved. GU didn't pay attention to them, but led the rest of them and ran out in the other direction, only to see countless calls coming back at this time. They waved out the treasure in their hands. The countless profound energy suddenly waved toward the top of the wall. At this moment, several people on the wall collapsed one after another. Ji Yuzheng raised his head at this time, and gathered a wave of profound energy on the Kunpeng Great Sword. Mysterious skill, Wan Lei Tian Boom. Thunder and lightning sounded from the sky, and countless lightning bolts gathered on Ji Yu's treasure. Ji Yu waved that huge treasure and swung a heavy sword forward. Countless thunder and lightning are quickly gathering at this time. The bombardment hit the gate. Under the bombardment, the profound iron gate burst out with a bang, and the iron gate above the city wall suddenly collapsed at this moment. Ji Yu waved the treasure in his hand again and led 3,000 people into the city. Bai Zhan never expected that the city guarded by 100,000 profound practitioners would collapse at this instant. This is incredible. They looked at each other and took a breath. What is going on? The anger in Bai Zhan's heart reached its extreme. Come here, check it out for me and drive them out for me. After roaring these words, the infantry of tens of thousands of profound practitioners was walking towards the place where Ji Yu and them were holding the treasure at this moment. With a heavy wave of his hand, Ji Yu turned the 3,000 mysterious army into 3 teams. Bai Zhan's hand knelt on the ground and said, General Qi, I will never allow people who have passed by the Star Soul Emperor to pee on the head of our Star Luo Empire. What do you want? I will request to go out at the end. Okay, I'll give you 30,000 people. You must expel that army in the fastest time. After shouting these words, Niu Meng was very happy today, because a unit of the Star Soul Empire sent it to the door by himself. During this time, they were too aggrieved. Riding a profound beast, at this moment, he led the troops and rushed out, but he never expected that Ji Yu led a group of troops to repel the 10,000 people. Looking at the crowd who were constantly being hit by Ji Yoshuan's skills, a cold sweat burst out of their foreheads. Ji Yu turned around with the treasure in his hand, and said lightly, Kill. Niu screamed loudly. Mysterious skill, Meng Niu's body. After roaring these words, a real cow's profound strength covered him, and Niu Meng's side was surrounded by a lot of profound strength, and at this moment, he waved his hand heavily. A fierce bull ran out at this moment, and the fierce bull instantly covered it. When he rushed into the crowd, there was a piece of thunder and lightning among the bull's head. Ji Yu flew out, holding his hands among the horns. At this moment, the horns sank under the ground. He looked at Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned around in an instant. He hit the Xianhun true body with a punch, and Niu Mengzai couldn't control his body, and suddenly flew out and fell heavily to the ground. They set their eyes on Ji Yu in horror. It's not good, the city is broken. After roaring these words, the people beside him ran around one after another. At this moment, the army behind Ji Yu ran forward. They slew the treasure to the people on the ground. At this moment, the smell quickly rose up. Niu Meng covered his dantian, Jian stood up with difficulty, fixed his gaze in Ji Yu's direction, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. The two of them looked at each other, and at this moment, they slowly walked forward. Putting his gaze on Ji Yu, the people beside him suddenly disappeared in the same place in an instant, and appeared in front of them in an instant. Turning around, a fist suddenly swung forward at this moment. Ji Yu fisted head-on, and the two fists collided together, accompanied by a loud bang. The surrounding area was scattered, a thick fog came, and Ji Yu slowly took a step forward. Niu suddenly fell in a pool of blood, he looked forward, and the voice of a white fight came out in the air. Ji Yu, you dare to kill my brave general. After shouting these words, the two people beside him, suddenly at this moment, slowly walked forward. Every step he stepped on the ground suddenly slammed down, and a violent force radiated from his spear. He looked in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu, take your life. He roared out a word and suddenly disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Yu, and his spear waved forward and fell in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu gang gas suddenly covered his body, and at this moment, that gang gas pandered to the spear and bombed. At this moment, the spear crashed and fell in the chi, and the two forces collided at this moment, and a powerful force suddenly bombed. Flew into the air. Bai Zhan's legs left deep marks on the ground. He raised his head and set his eyes on Ji Yu. Ji Yu instantly dropped the spear on the chi, covering his spear, as if sticking to the spear, completely wrapping it up. At this moment, the mysterious power of the wood was completely covered in the spear, and the vine was pumping up at this moment, and the spear fell on Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu looked forward. Picking up the spear in his hand, looking at his spear, Bai Zhan looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu was holding the Kunpeng giant sword, flying out in an instant. With both hands, he wanted to gather a powerful profound strength, but he never expected that his head was chopped off in the next moment. This battle completely defeated the courage of the Star Luo Empire. Ji Yu gathered the remnant army, rode the profound beast, and came directly towards the emperor capital of the Star Luo Empire. The few people looked at each other and he jumped directly. He looked in the direction of the crowd. King Star Luo looked down, and he said lightly, Ji Yu, you are so brave, do you want to kill me? The war between the two countries will not kill the emperor, don't you know? Ji Yu smiled disdainfully, and raised the treasure in his hand, kill. After speaking these words, all of them rushed forward, and 9 men in black rushed out of the city, and they fell on the ground, bursting with various colors of profound light. They stepped on the ground. Ji Yu, you can still catch it now without your hands. Ji Yu took a step forward. Countless lightning bolts were smashed down at this moment. The lightning bolt was bombarding the ground at this moment. Numerous huge pits appeared on the ground. He raised his hand heavily, and the rest of the people slowly walked forward at this moment. Facing Ji Yu surrounded a circle. He set his gaze on Ji Yu's body, Ji Yu instantly disappeared in the same place. He turned around, the Kunpeng giant sword, at this moment, collided with the ground. Suddenly a huge explosion sounded. All the 9 men in black flew out upside down. He turned around and waved the treasure down heavily. After a burst, the people around him were pressing on him at this moment. Ji Yu said faintly, you are not opponents yet. After saying this, they looked at each other, and at this moment, slowly backing down behind them, they raised their heads and set their eyes on Ji Yu. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily. The profound practitioner behind him rushed into the city. King Xinglua jumped down and looked in the direction of Ji Yu. A powerful profound energy came from Ji Yu's hand. The Kunpeng giant sword was swung down heavily at this moment, and the Kunpeng shadow was flying out at this moment, penetrating the 2 men in black. Deprived of their spirits at this time, King Xinglua watched his subjects continue to die under Ji Yu's iron army. His eyes showed a look of fear. He turned around, and he said faintly, run. All the courtiers were stunned, and his king actually uttered a runaway word. Ji Yu Feiwu stepped forward, stepped on the city wall, took 2 steps, jumped directly onto the city wall, and hit his shoulder with one hand. There was a loud bang, and he instantly knelt on the ground. He gasped and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu patted his palms, and several mysterious soldiers walked out and pressed the treasure in his hand on his body. He waved his hand hard. The rest of the people rushed forward and pressed the treasure on the opponent's body. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily and said faintly, press it back. 2 soldiers from the Xian Tai army stepped forward, pressed it on their bodies, and walked out in the direction of the Star Soul Empire. Ji Yu said faintly, give me an order to let the army of the Star Luo Empire and the entire army of the Star Soul Empire directly take the Feilai Empire. V2 Chapter 724 Evolution Peak. Ji Yu united the 2 legions, and this powerful army pressed down towards the Feilua Empire. Feilua Wang was anxious, sweating. The most trusted general, led his most elite troops, left the kingdom, and attacked directly in the direction of the Star Soul Empire. At first, he thought it was a perfect plan, but now they are all wrong. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu could lead the army to counterattack in such a short period of time and break them. Ji Yu led the army, walked into the flying capital city, and asked faintly, "Where are the people from the Temple of Evolution?" Feilua Wang was flabbergasted. As early as 30 years ago, the Temple of Evolution closed the gate. Ji Yu hummed, someone took him down, and then he found the general and said to him, "From today on, the control of the three empires will be handed over to you." The general was stunned. He originally thought that Ji Yu just wanted to become the real king of the Middle Territory. He didn't expect that Ji Yu actually gave up this position. His face was full of surprise, but Ji Yu turned around calmly. Waved, people on both sides came forward one after another, with a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Ji Yu took his luggage and left Phileo City quietly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the distant Frost Mountain. Suddenly a demon wind was blowing quickly at this moment. Ji Yu sensed that not far away, there seemed to be something, and he quickly moved 3,000 clouds under his feet. Ding! The host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu landed on the woods not far away. I only saw a few men in black, looking at a girl in front of him with white skin and red clothes. Ji Rushue, you obediently handed in another sacred scroll. It's the whereabouts of Queen Frost's soul is hidden inside. From their conversation, Ji Yu learned that when the middle domain split, the Evolution Temple originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the Frost Queen's soul. Unexpectedly, another wave of people in the Temple of Evolution believed that the Queen of Frost would never be resurrected, and because it would put the world in danger of being controlled by other states and counties, it would be better for them to take the lead and solve the seal. So the Temple of Evolution has separated the two forces from there, and fought against it for this matter. Now even the Temple of Evolution is divided into 7 mountains. The disciple of the lowest level also came to the peak strength of about the 5th level of the human profound realm, and Ji Yu fell among the crowd. I want that scroll. The red-clothed girl glanced at Ji Yu suspiciously, then flung the scroll out. Ji Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. 3,000 clouds moved in an instant, making him almost touch the scroll. But unexpectedly, the 5 men in black moved their hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in place instantly. 5 powerful strengths waved out at the same time, and when the fists collided and handed over, there was a loud bang. After falling on the ground, their eyes began to face each other. No, the woman ran away. Let's go back, we can't find her. After speaking, they disappeared suddenly. Ji Yu looked at the direction in which the girl in red had disappeared, and it must be on the mountain. He walked up the mountain road, and in front of a large hall, countless men and women gathered together. They all gathered very much and looked forward. Ji Yu asked, "Senior, don't you know what they are doing?" "They are selecting outer disciples. I am afraid that today, we have no hope." "Yes, it is said that at least the 7th rank array mage can enter their outer door." When Ji Yu heard this, he snorted in his heart. He didn't expect that the Temple of Evolution was already so powerful. You must know that the 7th stage array mage is a superb existence among the other 4 domains. A man in a green robe walked in front of Ji Yu. This young man, is he also here to participate in the selection? Ji Yu nodded, and the green-robed boy said, "Come with me." Ji Yu followed him to the door of the hall. "I only saw a girl under the age of 20 who was above the crowd. She said coldly, today's outer sect selection only requires you to form a 7th rank Azure Profound formation. I didn't expect that the talents in the central region have withered to this point." She had no intention of choosing a disciple, but after seeing Ji Yu, her heart suddenly moved. There was a steadfast young man in her gaze, which immediately attracted her deeply. "Do you want to participate in the selection?" Ji Yu nodded. He slapped his hands on the ground, and in an instant, all the 5 profound strengths on his body were injected into the Qingxian formation, and the Qingxian formation had the ability to expel all the negative effects on the human body. The work of Ben's Huxiang has not yet arrived. The formation in front of Ji Yu has become a big success, accompanied by a demon light. The light in the formation rushed into the air. The woman's eyes widened, and she looked in Ji Yu's direction in surprise. Divine consciousness has explored Ji Yu's body. This boy is only about 17 years old. This is simply a miracle. She stepped forward and said to Ji Yu in front of her, "From today, you will be our inner disciple." What? Why? Yes, he just formed a formation, he still wants to enter the inner door. After saying this, they looked at each other, and the people beside them stepped forward, arched their hands and said to Ji Yu who was in front of him, "He wants to enter the Temple of Evolution." One refused. Correct. Many people who lost the election kept yelling out of righteous indignation. The girl faintly said, "This elder Yi Chujiao is a third-rank elder, and the first disciple of the evolving temple. This young man, who is less than 18 years old, can use the 8th rank formation. You can do it." What? You said he can turn the 7th rank Azure Profound formation into the 8th rank, who would dare to believe it? Suddenly Yi Chujiao waved a heavy palm and slapped it on a man, only to see a cloud of purple light on his face. What? This is Ziming Yupo. Quickly get away, this is Ziming Yupo. After they shouted these words, they evaded one after another, looking at the front with fear, as if they were very afraid of what would happen later. The two of them looked at each other. Slowly walked forward, the profound energy in his hand was gathering quickly at this moment. That powerful profound strength covered their hands in an instant. At the same time, he looked at Ji Yu in front of him. Ji Yu nodded and waved his hand, quickly spreading the formation in front of him, covering him. Under the shelter of the 8th rank formation, Ziming Yupo was emptied in an instant. You know, the medicine pill still has erysipelas, but Ji Yu's formation has no trace of divine thought. He turned around and walked forward slowly. Even if everyone wanted to be unconvinced, they looked at each other. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward. The boy in black walked out, arched his hands, and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Huang Chang, I have seen the sun." Ji Yu also arched his hands. After the two said hello to each other, he took Ji Yu to the Qifeng. Respectively, Danfeng, as the name suggests, is the evolutionary path of alchemists. There are also Qizong Peak, Yu Beast Peak, Xian Ji Zong, and Qi Men Peak. The one that fascinated countless disciples the most was Tianzong Peak, which was composed of disciples who had stepped on the Earth Profound Realm, and as long as they entered the Earth Profound Realm, they could attack the Earth Profound Realm. Huang Chang said to Ji Yu, "You live in this place. By the way, every one of us will have a maid. There is also a Chamber of Commerce in Evolution City, which can increase the income of black stone." After saying this, Huang Chang said lightly, "Every year in March, June and September, Elder Yi will give lectures in the clan, so go and listen when you have time." After Ji Yu said thank you, he got up and said goodbye. "Back to the mansion where I lived temporarily, I never expected that this place was still so big. It seems that the preferential treatment of the inner disciples of the Evolution Temple is not all that good." Ji Yu was about to take a bath first. While taking a bath, suddenly there was a creak in the direction of the door, and Ji Yu slapped it out with a palm. Fortunately, he didn't use much profound energy. The screen flew upside down and slapped heavily on the dark shadows. Oops, a scream came. Ji Yu stood up, took 2 steps forward slowly, and opened the screen, only to see a standard little girl standing there, rubbing her little head aggrievedly. "Who are you?" The little girl looked at Ji Yu with confused eyes. A scream of "yeah" came, and she shyly covered her eyes. You are not wearing clothes." Ji Yu only reacted, putting on his clothes, and he said lightly, "You little girl, why do you break into my mansion?" The little girl scratched her head. "Could it be that you are the new inner disciple mentioned by the aunt in charge today?" After Ji Yu's divine consciousness explored, he found that the opponent had no profound energy on his body. "What's your name?" "My name is Li Yuan, it's your inner palace, or your aunt in charge." "Auntie Guan, how old are you?" She rubbed her fingers, and she slowly said, "I am 16 years old." "Can you be an aunt at the age of 16? This mansion is my maid." Ji Yu became speechless. At this moment, Li Yuan said embarrassingly, "It's not good, my seeds are still there." After saying these words, she jumped and ran out of the door. He followed this little girl without taking a few steps before he saw that he was behind his house. V2 Chapter 725 Xian Beast Moves. Li Sluo took the seed and sprinkled it in the soil, then sprinkled it on the ground with a kind of powder, covering the soil, and Jiyu turned around. When I walked to the ground, I saw that the seeds came out after receiving the powder, and countless spiritual grasses were blowing in the wind. What a beautiful wind! Jiyu touched her little head. "It looks like you like these grasses very much." The little girl faintly said, "Xiao Sluo just likes these spirit grasses." Jiyu laughed, turned around, and took out a bag from his own ring. Yesterday, he bought these spirit grasses in the City of Evolution. At this moment, a bell rang in the hall. Li Chang put the things on the things and shouted anxiously, "My son, it's not good. This is the chief of Yixianfeng. The assembly bell has sounded. We must gather together quickly." After shouting out these words, Jiyu drew out the treasure, and after several ups and downs, ran forward quickly, and several people beside him, at this moment, turned around. Ran up in the direction of Yixianfeng. They gathered at this moment. Jiyu stood in front of the gate, and he slowly glanced at each other around him. He raised his head and looked into the mountains. Inside the mountain, tens of thousands of people gathered, looking at the head of Dianxiantai. The head turned his head, facing the person in front of him, faintly said, "The deity sensed that the profound beasts in the profound peak began to riot, and the battle of the three empires has also ended. The empire unified the three major domains." Several elders looked in the direction of the head, and one of the elders with white hair and black beard touched his beard and said, "The old man thinks that we can now unify the three soul halls and gather the three soul halls into one soul hall." After saying this, they looked at each other, and there seemed to be a strange look in their eyes. However, one elder said, "I heard that the head of the Star Soul Palace was hacked to death by a young man." After hearing these words, they looked at each other and said, "Hall Master, please make a decision. It's not the time to grab power. The Frost Queen originally wanted to protect the people of the five domains when she established the Shenfeng. We should take the lead in dealing with the profound beasts in the Baigu mountain range." The Lord of the Evolution Temple said faintly, "Go, let all the monster beasts of the Baigu profound beast peak go back." After finishing these words, the people around him gathered. The peak master of Xuanzhen Peak said to Yi Chume faintly, "It's up to you to arrange it. The person who passed the triple formation test last week, find him. Hall Master Qi, that person is called Jiyu." Jiyu walked forward, arching his hands. "Underneath, it is Jiyu. Very well, you go with the people from Shenzhen Peak." Jiyu nodded. Emerging from the Xuanguan Gate, several disciples entered the mountain one after another, in order to prevent these young disciples from being harmed. So let them just stop the profound beasts coming at the border of the mountains. The remaining kings of profound beasts let the elders of the various gods and peaks work together to help. The elders flew down to the periphery of the deep forest between several ups and downs. Jiyu sat cross-legged on the spot. At this moment, a young master Qianshan, who was shaking his fan, walked out, clasped his fists in both hands, and said to Jiyu in front of him, "I'm in Xia Yu Changbai, I've seen Junior Brother." "Hello brother." After hearing these words, the two people beside him sat on the ground. "Isn't this brother you? That's the most outstanding talent among Pill Medicine Peak." After speaking these words, they looked at each other. Yu Changbai laughed and shook the fan, "Don't say so, I just see everyone having difficulties, so I occasionally help out." Jiyu glanced at each other. Yu Changbai took out a mysterious technique and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu glanced at the mysterious technique in front of him, and he faintly said, "Brother Jiyu, I have a suggestion, why don't we exchange this exercise?" "I don't have any exercises, I'm all from the martial arts." Yu Changbai smiled. Jiyu glanced at his technique was Yin Kung Fu, and all of Ji-Yu's 5 profound powers were the most soft to rigid existence in the world. It is impossible to coexist with this Yin system. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, in the distant mountains, there was a feeling of shaking. Ji-Yu stepped out, and after a few steps on the ground, in the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, as if forming a secret door. Ji-Yu watched as a slight crack appeared on it. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, the profound energy in his hand poured into the gate. The 5 small formations above were rapidly turning at this time. Ji-Yu poured profound energy into it, and in an instant, the formation quickly turned. It gradually formed and slowly opened the door. Ji-Yu flew in and entered the gate. The ground shook in the blink of an eye, and a huge white ape appeared in front of Ji-Yu's eyes. At this time, the giant ape beast was waving down in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu raised his fists, and the 2 fists collided together, and the whole cave shook. The giant ape roared. At this moment, the infinite sound wave waved to Ji-Yu body. Ji-Yu's Kunpeng giant's word waved heavily, and the giant sword and the sound wave collided with each other. The sound waves in front of him collided. Among the Kunpeng giant's sword, a fire dragon flew out, and the fire dragon roared at this moment. The giant ape caught the fire dragon and drew out. It hit the wall heavily, and the wall collapsed at this moment, but the violent vibration of the cave caused everyone to take a breath. Ji-Yu jumped out for 2 steps, waved the giant sword again, and the giant sword was flying out in an instant. Hit among the giant apes. The giant ape beast roared, and Ji-Yu danced forward, with a sword inserted in his chest, and watched as a small demon pill emerged in the dantian of the giant ape beast. Ji-Yu stretched out and received it, and Yao Dan fell into Ji-Yu's hands at this moment. He put the demon pill into his arms. Ji-Yu glanced forward, there was a corpse beside him. Ji-Yu stepped forward and took out a ring from his arms. Ji-Yu brought Neji into his arms. At this moment, Yu Changbai walked in and asked Ji-Yu, "Did something happen just now?" Ji-Yu just walked out, and they looked at each other. He leaped twice, and Ji-Yu walked up to them. He faintly said, "Nothing, but there is a poor man who was buried in the hands of the giant ape beast. Oh, they are too pitiful." He sighed, "Let's go." Having just arrived at the doorway, Yu Changbai in front of him suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around and slapped him in the direction of Ji-Yu in front of him. A strong profound strength gathered in the palm of his hand at this moment. Accompanied by the profound energy, like a flying flamingo, flying down, the flamingo was hitting down in Ji-Yu's direction at this moment, and Ji-Yu lifted it away. The 2 profound forces collided together. That profound energy burst out at this moment. The 2 stood back. At this time, Yu Changbai slowly said, "Junior brother Ji-Yu, in this situation, if there are no treasures in it, this is incredible." After hearing this sentence, these few of them, at this moment, jumped to Ji-Yu's body. Ji-Yu turned around abruptly, swiping down with a heavy palm, and the 2 palms slapped heavily. 2 profound strengths were rising into the sky at this moment. "Hand over the treasures you obtained obediently, junior brother Ji-Yu." Yu Changbai grinned. Ji-Yu looked at him, and a slight smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. The 2 flew up, and Ji-Yu suddenly waved a palm. Ding! The host used Gale Palm and gained experience points of 1 by 999. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and Yu Changbai laughed loudly, "I am wearing a stinging garment. Do you feel weak on your body now? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he laughed loudly, looking in the direction of Ji-Yu, he said faintly, "Go to hell." After roaring these words, the 2 of them stepped on the ground and flew up in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 2 profound energy waved down towards Ji-Yu's body. A smile appeared in the corner of Ji-Yu's mouth. In the corner of Yu Changbai's mouth, who was about to start in the air, a cloud of blood suddenly appeared, and he landed on the ground, covering his bones. How so? The Gale Palm was created by an old senior in the eastern region. The profound strength in you right now can't resist this force. The reason why Lifeng Palm is Gale Palm is because the blood in his veins, like a tsunami, is flying towards the surrounding direction. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. There was blood flowing from the corners of Yu Changbai's mouth, and his palms were colliding together at this moment, and he flew upside down in an instant and hit the wall. He knew in his heart that he would never be Ji Yu's opponent, and Yu Changbai anxiously climbed onto Ji Yu's thigh. "Please, let me go, please, junior brother Ji Yu, we are people who are evolving the temple at the same time, can you kill me, please?" V2 Chapter 726 Baishian Mountains. The blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Ji Yu faintly said, "No, brother, you can't live." After saying this, Ji Yu raised the sword in his hand, and a heavy sword fell. The long sword penetrated his body, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth. Ji Yu turned around and took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, disappeared in it. Seeing Ji Yu come back, the two disciples stepped forward and asked, "Junior brother Ji Yu, have you seen senior brother Yu Changbai?" Ji Yu shook his head. "Oh, that's the case, maybe the brother went outside. By the way, the low-level profound beasts of the Profound Beast Mountain range are already near the foot of the mountain. Master calls us to help you." Ji Yu faintly said, "Don't worry." At this moment, there was a huge shaking in the deep forest of the mountain range. Ji Yu and the others looked in the direction of the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain range was covered with black. Ji Yu took out a leaf from the ring. With a flick of his hand, in an instant, the leaf flew up, and it flew all over the sky in an instant, only to see those leaves bursting in that direction as if they were sharp blades. Countless tiny monsters and insects flew forward, the leaf thorns fell on the insects, and the insects fell to the ground. Another group of disciples came behind Ji Yu with the teleportation formation. "Come on." After an elder's order, they took a step forward in an instant, and countless golden circles appeared under their feet in an instant, and the five-pointed starlight above was quickly outlined at this time. The five-pointed stars gathered together in an instant. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and in an instant, all the power gathered together. Everyone looked at Ji Yu in surprise. Because under Ji Yu's feet, a small five-pointed starburst appeared. But the elders don't have much time to see Ji Yu. At this moment, the profound beasts ran forward quickly, and he raised his hand heavily. At this moment, those ice thorns burst out in an instant, flying up in the direction of the insects. At this moment, the insects were falling on the ground one after another. The elders and a group of disciples frowned. They had just used this mysterious technique to harvest such a huge ice thorn. The two of them looked at each other at this moment. Ji Yu raised his hand and waved it again. The flame instantly emerged from behind the ice sashimi. At this moment, a huge flame formed a wall of raging fire. After all the monsters and insects flew into the wall of flames, they scorched one after another. Ji Yu slapped on the ground, and the wall of flames flew up instantly, forming a thick line of walls. This is the fiery formation, but it is a combination of thaumaturgy and formation. He is too strong, really too strong. After saying this, he raised his head. Faintly opened his mouth and said, "Hurry up and attach your formation to that formation, so that they can exert their strongest strength." Countless formations, in an instant, appeared under Ji Yu's feet, and those countless formations were connected, and they were connected in an instant. The flame instantly connected, and the wall of fire burst out in an instant. Above the wall of fire, countless fireballs flew out. The profound beasts on the ground roared and retreated behind them with fearful eyes. He turned his gaze to Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu disappeared into the place in the blink of an eye. After a while, he took 2 steps forward. At this moment, a group of wolves rushed out of the deep forest. He opened his huge fangs, flew forward to meet Ji Yu's direction, and broke the formations on the ground. At this moment, the profound beasts were torn open a hole in the formation. The monsters rushed in, and Ji Yu suddenly raised his head, forming a magic seal with his hands. A huge formation emerged in his hands. Only then did the two raging fires flew out. The two raging fires were hitting the body of the monster wolves at this moment. Those wolves were flying upside down at this moment. Several huge monster wolf kings were here when he pushed his little demon wolf away. He bit down in the direction of Ji. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji's hand was swung out at this moment. At this moment, the two wolf monster teeth broke off, and he suddenly turned around, stabs down the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand heavily, and the monster wolf body showed a cloud of blood in an instant. The wolf king gathered quickly. The three-headed wolf king was staring at Ji at this moment. At this moment, the wolf king flew forward and looked at the wolf king in front of him. He punched the wolf king on the body, and the wolf king roared at this moment. Seeing Ji, tear them all apart. Ji pulled out and said lightly, "Brothers, let's go together." After speaking these words, the remaining people flew forward at the same time. They raised their hands, raised their spears in their hands, and flung the spear away. Those spears fell on the wolves. The wolf king monster beast gave a low roar at this moment, and at this moment, it collapsed to the ground. This wave of monsters impacted, and he had time to take a breath. Ji and them looked at each other. Under the impact of the two waves of monster beasts, their eyes showed a hint of excitement. This was the first time that they had successfully dispatched all of them. The elder nodded to Ji very satisfied. "Are you Ji, who earned Elder Ye's income?" Ji nodded, and then the elder slowly said, "Study hard, and Elder Yi has accepted you as an apprentice." Ji returned to the sect. Seeing Ji's return, Yi Chumei stepped forward and checked carefully. After seeing that Ji had nothing to do, he was relieved. "It's fine." Yi Chumei said faintly, "I recently found a formation that can help your formation's power to rise." After speaking these words, the two looked at each other. Yi Chumei took Ji out of the mountain gate and came to the mountain of the spiritual realm. He looked at the mountain of the spiritual realm. Yi Chumei said faintly, "This is one of the great mountain protection formations built by our Xuanzhen Peak over the years. As long as you obtain the spiritual fire profound stone above, the formation you construct can have unexpected effects." Yi Chumei slowly walked on the road, and suddenly a sea of cherry blossoms flew up around him. Ji said slowly, "The beautiful scenery here is perfect for you, my master and apprentice, to have dinner here." "What is the dinner?" Yi Chumei asked suspiciously, and Ji took a step forward, gathering his eating. It's really interesting that there is such a statement. From Neji, Ji took out a small tablecloth and put it on the ground. Yi Chumei started a picnic for the first time, and he suddenly felt a little happy. After the two had a meal, they said, "It's kind of fun to have a picnic like this." At this moment, Yi Chumei only felt dizzy for a while. Ji landed on the ground, he raised his eyes and looked forward. The toxins in his fingertips poured out frantically and gathered in Ji's fingers. At this moment, two profound strengths gathered together. She sat up, and said to Ji in front of her, "My profound strength can't be used anymore." After saying this, Ji frowned. He said faintly, "It's not that my food is a problem." When the words fell, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A thunder and lightning came down from the dark cloud. Several people in black walked out, and the headed person in black said lightly, "Elder Yi, where are your sisters?" His words seemed to carry countless threats. Yi Chumei looked at it, and said faintly, "Yener left the Temple of Evolution a few years ago. If I'm not mistaken, you are the group of people who were driven out by Grandpa back then, right?" Several people in black were silent, and he set his gaze on Ji. After slapped their palms, several people beside them landed on the ground. They looked at each other, and several people beside them came forward at this moment. Countless people gathered at this moment and walked in front of the two. The few people next to him said, "Brother, our Elder Yi is pretty good. If we wait for the questioning, let's take her back to double repair. This will not help us." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. Ji said lightly, does it depend on you? In an instant of effort, several people on the cliff jumped down, landed on the ground, and galloped in the direction of Ji-yu, and they jumped onto the ground. Lifting the treasure in his hand and stabbed the treasure in Ji-yu's direction, Ji-yu suddenly turned around and raised the treasure in his hand. Stabbed the treasure up, the two treasures collided together at this moment. Ji-yu turned around, and the man in black said faintly, "Get out of the way." After saying these words, the few men in black next to them took up the treasure in their hands, flew up, and waved the treasure in their hands up. Ji-yu took the Kunpeng giant sword and blocked the treasures in front of him. He turned around, and the treasures collided. They flew upside down, and he faintly said, "How come the profound strength in your body still exists?" A trace of doubt appeared in the eyes of the man in black. V2 Chapter 727 Chase. The face of the man in black carried a sense of alertness. Ji-yu landed on the tree trunk and looked out. They looked at each other. A dozen people in black just fell from the cliff, looking in the direction of Ji-yu. They raised their hands, and countless profound arrows flew down. Ji-yu took a step forward. Suddenly at this moment on the ground, a five-pointed star appeared. Suddenly, the mysterious technique swayed. At this moment, two soil walls were booming. The long wall blocked Ji-yu and Yi-Chu-mei. Dozens of profound crossbows could penetrate diamond-profound stones. When the thick wall landed, the guy behind him suddenly flew out. He swung out the treasure and walked directly in the direction of Ji-yu. "Come forward." The dozen or so black-clothed men shot at the same time except for the headed one, and the dozen or so black-clothed men fisted against the wall, and the wall suddenly collapsed. The headed man in black grinned, "It's useless to resist." After this sentence fell. The dirt on the ground quickly melted, and the sand quickly circulated around their legs, and the man in black frowned. You can actually apply mystery to this point. Ji-yu frowned, stretched out his hands, and directly grabbed his hands. The power of the sand was closed tightly at this time, and the squeaking voice suddenly lit up. A dozen people in black clashed from their feet. At this instant, they fell to the ground one after another. The dozen people in black jumped up and looked in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu rose quickly, jumped a few times, and landed on the ground. Looking at the crowd approaching in front of him, there was a killing intent in his eyes. The Kunpeng giant sword was instantly in his hand. He held the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand and flew up in the blink of an eye. Between several ups and downs, it fell to the ground. The profound energy in his hand was gathering together at this moment. Bombarded down. Ji-yu quickly twisted his body and swung his sword down. The two profound strengths collided together at this moment. The rest of the people fell to the ground, and he jumped up, and the headed man in black waved his hand to make the few people in black who were still alive retreat. Stretching out the sword, in an instant, the power of the thunder rushes straight away to face Ji-yu. He smiled and said, "Although your earth magic skills are very powerful, but my thunder power can break through your power." The next moment, Ji-yu's Kunpeng giant sword also burst out with a powerful thunder and lightning power. A thunder dragon was flying out at this moment, roaring at the sky, and after a roar, twisting the body flew down directly, and the profound energy slammed together heavily. There was a loud bang. The entire deep forest seemed to tremble at this time. Ji-yu raised the treasure in his hand. The strength of this man was a little beyond Ji-yu's imagination. He picked up Yi-Chu-mei, who had no profound power. Flew down into the deep forest. He kept walking through the deep forest. Between several ups and downs, he landed in the distance. He turned his head, and the treasure in his hand was waving that treasure out in the next moment. The dust around was scraped instantly. In an instant, the dust covered the sky and covered the whole land directly. He looked at the wind and sand in front of him, and during his breath, there were several ups and downs, and then ran forward. The man in black followed closely behind him, landed on a forest, frowned and said, "You catch up, just wait to die." After these words fell, the profound energy in his hand was quickly gathering at this time. In an instant, the giant sword was swung down heavily. In a moment, the powerful force flew up, breaking the entire deep forest, and the flame was engulfing all the woods at this time. He took a deep breath and raised the profound strength in his hand. The man in black took the person beside him, and he said lightly, "Use your spiritual knowledge to check, I must find him." After speaking these words, several people around were flying up at this moment. He jumped onto the trunk of the tree. Between the ups and downs, he flew up and joined the trees, instantly joining together. Stand up. Hovering around the trees, it swung out like a poisonous snake. The profound power of wood. How powerful is you this season? Yi Chu-mei said faintly, "You put me down." After saying this, Jiyu frowned and asked, "Why?" "Your strength is far superior to each of them, but their combined strength is far greater than yours. Let me go and you can run away." Jiyu suddenly smiled faintly. Yi Chu-mei felt that Jiyu was smiling so beautifully. "I am a man. I am a man." For thousands of years, the soul that has never been touched, at this moment, trembled slightly. A long sword crossed the night sky and fell in front of Jiyu. It was almost cut through Jiyu's face, but he seemed to be unable to see the long sword and twisted his body straight. "Come, wait for it to fall on the ground." The profound energy aura carried on the treasure was fluctuating towards the surroundings at this time. Those breaths swept over in an instant. Jiyu hugged Yi Chu-mei and quickly fell down at this time. The two fell to the ground. He said faintly, "With me, nothing will happen." At this moment, the profound energy slammed up, and after colliding together, he fell to the ground. The two fell on the ground and fixed their eyes on Jiyu who was in front of them. The man in black and the person beside him glanced at each other. Fusion of mystery. "Come on, the dragon of dreams." After a roar of the profound energy on his body, a giant dragon flew out of the ground and hovered in the air. Mysterious skill, Wan Li is frozen. His body turned into an ice bird and flew onto the giant dragon. A dragon and a phoenix gathered together, and the giant dragon instantly turned into an ice dragon. In the corner of its mouth, a chill slowly appeared. The chill was at this moment, approaching the front. Everything was freezing at this moment. Ji Yuchao took a step back. The ice dragon was hovering in a circle at this moment. At this moment, the ice dragon gathered a cloud of cold air in his throat. At this moment, the cold air blasted out quickly. Yi Chu frowned, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Ji Yu. "Disciple, this time, let your teacher protect you." "Master." Ji Yu's eyes were completely red, and the five-pointed starlight under his feet suddenly lit up, and his legs disappeared in place like the wind. The black-clothed leader closed his eyes and the corners of his mouth were like a hook. Mysterious skills, the sky is full of stars. In an instant, the sky was full of stars, and countless meteors splashed down. The Kunpeng giant sword in Ji Yu's hand, the Kunpeng Xianling who broke away from the treasure in his hand, roared at the sky. A raging fire burst out of its mouth, and the leader in black turned around and slapped it down. The two fires were entangled together. Boom! A loud noise bombed the sky. "Good boy, can actually take the palm of an old man." "Master, I will help you forcefully break the profound sutra later, you leave soon." The leader of the man in black laughed loudly, "Only you?" Suddenly, in the sky, the wind and clouds were dark for an instant, and a strong sound that penetrated the space sounded. "Ha, a mere 8-layered imp in the profound realm, dare to hurt my disciple." Roll! A treasure pierced the shackles in the sky and fell to the ground. The sound of bombing sounded. Who? There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the black-clothed leader. An elegant figure stood on the treasure, looking forward. Shenzhen Peak, Li Yuchang. What? After hearing this, several people in black showed fearful eyes in their eyes. Li Yuchang, it is actually Li Yuchang of the array. Li Yuchang said to Ji Yu in front of him, "The apprentice you chose is not bad. I don't know if it was said to Jiyu, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Want to go? For several people in black who wanted to escape from here, Li Yuchang seemed to have known it a long time ago. Suddenly, countless long swords flew out. In the blink of an eye, flying swords in the sky penetrated two men in black. The leader of the man in black suddenly turned around, and he turned his gaze in Jiyu's direction. The treasure in his hand burst out. The treasure was scattered and penetrated each of them. The few remaining people glanced at each other. Several people in black stretched out their hands and said to the leader of the people in black beside them, "Save me, save me. Your contribution to the holy religion will not be forgotten." The black-clothed leader stretched out his hand and shook hands tightly. After a while, the guy screamed, and the guy instantly exploded. The flesh and blood connected into the formation, a huge voice sounded, and instantly they entered the Blood Sea formation. The Blood Sea formation isolated Li Changyu, Jiyu and others on the other side. They isolated Jiyu, and when the formation dissipated, the leader of the man in black had disappeared. Li Changyu turned his head and asked Jiyu faintly, "They should be the people expelled from the Evolution Temple. Do you know why they came to kill you?" "Do not know." Jiyu completely concealed the incident. He raised his head and said lightly, "I will take your master back first, and you will follow the big team back later." After saying this, the two of them disappeared in an instant, and Jiyu picked up the treasure. A five-pointed starlight lit up from under his feet, and he stepped into the starlight, and in an instant the whole person disappeared. The first son of the god Array had already gathered on the top of this mountain. V2 Chapter 728 Junior Brother Mighty. All the disciples focused their eyes on this great hero. "Long live, Junior Brother is mighty." I don't know who screamed first, and the rest of them quickly followed, forming a sea of cheers. The elder of the god Array touched his beard. Waving his hands, he turned his head in front of him, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. He disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye, and the few remaining people looked at each other. The underwhelmed crowd jumped down from the air and landed in the same place. They looked at each other. To Jiyu in front of him, he said, "Boy, these are your brothers." The elder woke up after teleporting back to his place. They looked at each other and disappeared into the spot. In an instant, the people in black flew down, falling into the same place. They glanced at each other, raised their swords in their hands, and faintly said to Jiyu in front of them, "Kill." After roaring these words, the remaining black-clothed men rushed forward in black pressure. Jiyu suddenly turned around and waved the treasure in his hand. After falling on the ground and suddenly turning around, the long sword suddenly flew down. The long sword was swung out in an instant, and the treasure was falling in front of Jiyu at this moment. The two long swords collided at this moment. Several people in black stepped back. Jiyu raised his hand, and the disciples of the god formation peak on Jiyu's side were not to be outdone. They raised the treasure in their hands and flew forward in an instant. They raised their hands, and at this moment, the profound energy exploded, and the long sword suddenly fell. He raised his hand, the profound sword thorns fell down, and he suddenly lifted it away, colliding the long swords against the formation at this time. There was cold sweat on the foreheads of the people in black, and they all said that the disciples of the Temple of Evolution were extremely masters, but they didn't expect this to be true. "Don't do anything, withdraw." After shouting these words, they looked at each other and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. They turned their heads and said faintly, "Go to hell." After shouting these words, they instantly disappeared in place. Numerous potholes appeared on the ground. A piece appeared in the sky. Ji Yumeng then withdrew, beckoned, and a ball of fire instantly ignited on the ground. The raging fire was burning behind him at this moment. Ji Yu's body flashed, and instantly disappeared in the same place. In an instant, he floated in the air, and slowly stretched out his hand. The fire gathered in his hands, and the figure of the people in black had long since disappeared. Ji Yu turned around, and at this moment, he slowly walked forward. Above the Hall of the Gods. Yi Chumei looked in Ji Yu's direction, and she faintly said, "You performed very well." She turned her eyebrows to look at the other party. "You did something wrong." The disciples knelt on the ground one after another, and kept kowtow. At this moment, he said, please let me go." They kept kowtow. Yi Chumei raised the soft fingers of his hands, waved his hands heavily, and waved the stone out in an instant, and the stone fell on the opponent's body. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Ji Yu just raised his head and said faintly, "Master, let him go." Yi Chumei gave a cold snort. "Presumptuous." Ji Yu didn't answer, but looked at him with scorching eyes. He walked out of the main hall and walked onto a piece of grass. He walked into the deep forest of profound beasts, and found a blue egg in the deep forest. Picking up the egg, a piece of light was revealed inside. There seemed to be a little phoenix roaring among them. Ji Yu touched the little phoenix in front of him, and he handed the phoenix egg to the little girl. The little girl looked at the egg with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Holding the mysterious egg, he laughed happily. At this moment, suddenly the phoenix egg jumped onto the table at this moment, and jumped into the opponent's hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The little girl rubbed the phoenix's body. He turned around and said faintly, "Thank you, brother Ji." Ji Yu took the scroll in front of him at this moment and put it in his arms. He walked out towards the door at this moment. Dang dang, 3 bells rang. Ji Yu holding the scroll, he needed to refine a pill to let the little girl walk into the threshold of cultivation as soon as possible. Walked into the palace peak. A white-faced kid came forward. Ji Yu looked forward, and said faintly, "Are you the legendary Ji Yu?" A smile appeared from the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He faintly said, "It's right here." "Great, none of our Danfeng players are combat-shaped players, so I really envy you for having such an experience." Ji Yu rubbed his little head. "This little girl, with such a good body, wants to pretend to be a man, isn't this a joke?" Although he thought so in his heart, Ji Yu didn't say that. He said faintly, "Class is now." An old man with a childlike face came out and nodded to Ji Yu. Only then began to talk about the secret of alchemy. When the old man was halfway through, a proud man walked out. He shook the fan in his hand and said to the person next to him, "You have taken my seat." He closed his hands. The few new disciples didn't know this man. The discussion started in a low voice. Ji Yu turned around, and he stretched out his hands. In the next moment, that huge profound energy was gathered at this moment, gathering all those profound energy together. They looked at each other. "This is Lu Chang, he is the legendary alchemy master. The most talented alchemist." They glanced at each other. Ji Yu stepped forward, put his hand on it, and said faintly, "Junior sister, you are there too." The white-faced kid beside Ji Yu snorted coldly. Ji Yu said faintly, "I sat down in this position first. If I want a position, it looks like there is one in the back." A sneer appeared in the corner of Lu Chang's mouth. He snorted coldly, and a haze appeared in the corner of his mouth. "This kid is so bold." The words of the two fell and looked at each other. Ji Yu stretched out his hand. At this moment, the profound energy gathered together and gradually formed a fire. The group of fierce fire suddenly fluttered out for a moment, and shot down Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and the flames flew outside the door. Those flames were burning outside the door at this time, and Ji Yu frowned. If it weren't for the strong qi in his body just now. Just now, he was burned to death by the fire, and he asked faintly, "What is on your body?" "Unseen guy, this is a strange fire." There was a beneficial smile in the corner of his mouth. Only then did the elder begin to speak, "Naughty, you actually used a different fire. Come here, give him 10 feet. But at this time no one dared to move in the hall. Ji Yu walked out to the side, he picked up the spear next to him, and lashed it heavily on the opponent. Although the people of Danfeng have excellent alchemy talents, they are xiaobai in other fields. Although there are people with strengths around the 8th level of the profound realm, they have been cultivating profound strength all their lives and have not cultivated any combat skills, so they were defeated. He opened his eyes. You dare to treat me here, come here, take it for him, and I will reward you with 50 Xian Dan. After shouting these words, they looked at each other and jumped up in an instant. In an instant, several people flew in from around the room. They raised their hands, and at this moment, the treasure on it instantly lit up with a bright light. The treasure flew forward in an instant. 5 treasures stabbed on Ji Yu's body, and he put his foot on one of the treasures. At this moment, that treasure was flying forward and inserted into the surrounding walls. Ji Yu turned around, and his fist almost fell at this moment. At this moment, a sudden burst of shouts rang out, and several people ran out beside them, revealing the treasure in their hands. LV Chang, you dare to use outsiders to attack the same door in the evolving peak. They looked at each other. Lu Chang faintly said, Law Enforcement Hall, just because you dare to take me, don't you know how many pills I give out every year? Ji Yu disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. After a while, he appeared beside Lu Chang. Seeing that the Kunpeng giant sword in that hand was about to be cut down, there was a trace of fear in his gaze. The two looked at each other, the treasure was about to be cut down, he suddenly turned around, and the treasure in his hand suddenly swung up. The two treasures collided together. There was a loud click. The treasure is broken. Lu Chang said fearfully, Ji Yu, do you have the courage to compete with me? Compared to what? You are already defeated by my men. We are better than we are better than alchemy. It is good. The discussion among the surrounding disciples became more intense. He actually dared to test the pill, this is crazy. That's right, Lu Chang is the master of alchemy. And it's still a big sect that cultivates all the year round, who doesn't need to give him face in Zhongyu. At this moment, Ji Yu raised his hand, a golden light suddenly lit up, and the pill furnace instantly appeared in front of Ji Yu. Lu Chang said, then what shall we bet on? V2 Chapter 729 Lu Jiao. There was a sly look in his eyes. Ji Yu asked faintly, what do you want to bet on? Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed and said to Ji Yu in front of him, we will bet on the most important thing to be an alchemist. Its hands. He pointed to Ji Yu's left hand. If you lose, leave your right hand behind. It is good. Lu Chang faintly said, please ask the elders to testify for us. After he finished speaking, he walked forward and grabbed his hands forward. Suddenly, 2 groups of fire burst out of the pill furnace in front of him. A purple flame emerged from Lu Chang's body, which was exactly the different fire used to deal with Ji Yu before. The different fire gathered under the pill furnace, and the flames instantly burned. A raging fire came out of Naden furnace quickly. 4 or 5 kinds of medicinal materials gradually dissolve under the control of the different fire. The remaining powder instantly fell on a palm of paper. Smell the powder on it. Ji Yu said faintly, different fire is really good. Humph, you are determined to lose. He stepped on the ground, and the profound energy on his body was pouring that profound energy into the pill furnace at this time. Naden furnace was shaking constantly at this moment. Several beads of medicinal materials entered the pill furnace. Ji Yu took out a small medicine bottle from his arms, and injected a drop of golden blood into the pill furnace. Lu Chang frowned. He didn't understand what Ji Yu was doing, but the elder who was watching the battle touched his beard, and said lightly, this is incredible. The pill furnace quickly gathered the profound energy in the heavens and the earth, and turned into a small pill embryo. Those medicinal powers were gathered in the embryo of the medicine pill at this moment. Suddenly, 2 pills of pills soared into the sky from the pill furnace of the 2 of them, and flew into the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the thunder and lightning in the sky entered the embryo of the pill, and the 2 pill quickly plundered the profound energy in the sky and the earth, and quickly reversed their own pill. 2 invisible vortexes of profound energy were formed very quickly, and in an instant, the profound energy in the heavens and the earth was quickly gathered. Ji Yu took a step forward. He turned around. He quickly took the pill in his hand. He spread out his palm, and a pill appeared in his palm. The scene just now was really shocking. Ji just stretched out his hand a little bit. Suddenly, the elixir in the air turned into a giant dragon, and he immediately dropped the opponent's elixir. Unexpectedly, Lu Chang's pill also turned into a golden dragon at the same time, forming a huge tiger. One dragon, one tiger, two dragons, tigers and leopards, they collided at this moment. The two of them looked at each other, and he said faintly, "Ji, you can still have such power." After saying this, they looked at each other. The fire suddenly rose to the sky. The elixir of that medicine pill was colliding with each other at this moment. The two elixirs swallowed each other, and in the end they were better than the elixirs in Ji-Yu's hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward. At this moment, the pill quickly gathered and fell into Ji-Yu's hands. Lu Chang snorted coldly, "You dare to deceive." Ji-Yu faintly said, "According to the truth, the pill-gathering pill will naturally swallow the surrounding things." After saying this, he turned his head away, and Ji-Yu said lightly, "Are you going to leave your right hand behind?" After hearing these words, Lu Chang gritted his teeth, a five-pointed starlight appeared under his feet and ran out in the other direction, his legs exploded like a wind. Ji-Yu disappeared in the same place instantly. Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. After he appeared, he swung the Kunpeng giant sword down, and the giant sword was about to fall on his shoulder. In the night sky, a bright light appeared, a small stone pierced like a shooting star, and the small stone collided with the giant sword. The position of Ji-Yu's tiger's mouth was a little numb. 6 or 7 men fell on the ground, and the leader took a step forward. The beard on his face trembled. Speaking to Ji-Yu in front of him, "Get away." They looked at each other. The 5 people stood in front of the black-robed man. Elder Whitebeard touched his beard. "LV Zheng, is your Lu family a little bit disregarded of our evolutionary peak?" He suddenly laughed out loud. Evolution Shenfeng, if it weren't for the support of our Lu family, would you have achieved what you are today?" Elder Baibeard snorted coldly, "Little friend Ji-Yu, let me give the old man a face today and let them leave. Starting today, the Lu family has nothing to do with us. You said it yourself, you need to blame me in the future, not providing the elixir to the Temple of Evolution." After saying this, he turned his head, Lu Zheng waved his hand, and the rest of the people grabbed Lu Chang in front of him, turned their heads, and walked out to the gate of the God of Evolution. "Elder, I saved you face today, but tomorrow I will try my best to solve them." The white beard laughed loudly, touched his beard, and after a laugh, he disappeared into the place. Several seniors came out, they looked at each other, and walked to Ji-Yu's body with a smile. Ji-Yu said to him, "Are you willing to carry out a big deal with me?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other excitedly. With a flash of their bodies, they took out the pill in their hands and placed them on the table. They looked at the crystal-clear pill with a trace of wind on their faces. The remaining few looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly took a step forward and delivered the pill into their mouths. After taking the pill, the profound strength of that person's body suddenly increased at this time. He suddenly slapped the table and said faintly, "This pill is simply amazing. It's better than the Lu family." "That's too much." Ji-Yu said lightly, "I am going to sell this medicine to the temple," he said with pride on his face, and the others looked at each other, each took out a ring, and handed it to Ji-Yu's hand. Ji-Yu's divine consciousness swept a bit, only to find that there were a lot of herbs in Neji. His spirit was overjoyed, turned around, and slowly took a step forward. He picked up the ring in front of him, arched his hands to the crowd, and returned to the manor. He sat on the chair and put the ring in the table on the table, and many alchemists walked back. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Ji-Yu said lightly, "Thank you for your support. Next, I will teach you my own alchemy methods, so that we can increase the speed of alchemy. You know, this method of alchemy is the secret of every alchemist." He closed his eyes, sat on the ground, raised his hands, and his mouth started to move. At this moment, countless secret spells slowly drifted into everyone's ears. After waiting for a while, they slowly opened their eyes. In an instant, he sat up. It seemed that he had realized something and poured the profound energy in his hands into their respective pill furnaces. In just one day, 508 rank pills were refined. They put the 508 level pill on the table, they looked at each other and sat on the chair. He injected all the profound energy into the pill in front of him. At this moment, he turned his head, and a fat man walked in with a grin, put the pill produced today in the carriage and came to Evolution City. The rest of the people, at this moment, were sitting on the chairs. They looked at each other. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, they raised their hands with both hands. At this moment, several profound energy was gathered at this moment and poured into the pill furnace in front of them. The lid of the Dan furnace was rising to the sky at this moment. Fell aside. Many casual repairers on the street looked at the huge carriage. They looked up and said, "What's the matter with you?" The rest of the casual repairers seemed to smell something in the carriage. At this moment, he walked to the front of the carriage and said with a smile, "Xiongtai, if you have any good things on your body, why not take it out and share it with everyone?" There was also a hint of smile drawn out of the corners of the mouths of the remaining few people. Exactly, exactly. Those few casual cultivators walked out, and the profound strength on their bodies had reached the 8th peak of the human profound realm. They felt the chest in the carriage, and the treasure chest inside was slowly opening at this moment. At this moment, the fat man opened his mouth and said, "No." After saying these words, the remaining few casual repairers jumped onto the carriage, and when they were about to make a move, suddenly there was a huge cracking sound from the carriage. They were flying out at this moment. They fell to the ground one after another. At this time, they opened their eyes, and said faintly, "Who are you guys on Earth?" Jiyu stood on the lid of the carriage, and said faintly, "There are all medicines that can improve your realm. If you want medicines, you have to buy them from Huaxianshi. Robbery is not accepted here." The remaining few people jumped up quickly at this time, and fell to the ground at this time. "This can't help but you, here, only the medicine of the Lu family needs to be purchased with black stones, ha ha ha." The rest of the people laughed loudly with the casual repairer. V2 Chapter 730 Luo Dishuan. Suddenly, 2 soil vines flew out from under his feet. This is a mysterious technique created by Jiyu. The profound power of the sand and the profound skill of the wood were gathered together at this time, and it was entangled from under his feet. At this time, the sand on the ground seemed to soften suddenly. At this moment, that sandshio sank deep into the ground. The sandshio fell in half, and he laughed loudly, "Want to escape my mysterious skills?" After saying these words, at this moment, the profound energy on his body gathered together and rose up into the sky. At this moment, his palm power waved forward. A huge slap composed of profound energy appeared in the void. He rushed forward and bombed the ground, accompanied by a loud bang, and the surrounding things were falling down at this time. That slap swung forward in front of Jiyu in an instant. Jiyu swung a heavy sword, and the long sword fell on the slap, and it came out with a bang. The slap is scattered in the clouds. At this time, San Xian corrected his gaze on Jiyu's body. He lifted the treasure in his hand and slammed it towards Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the treasure. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. He swung out the treasure, and a sword stabbed on the scattered one. Xiu's body. The treasure penetrated his body. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and the next moment, at this moment, he fell to the ground. The rest of the casual cultivator saw the master of the 8th peak of the person's profound realm, and he was assassinated with one sword. At this moment, his heart became happy. Taking a step towards the front, they trembled, wait a minute, we are willing to buy with black stone." Jiyu then took his hand back. The fat man yelled, waved his whip, and stopped the carriage at the next moment. At this moment, he got off the carriage, and they opened the carriage. The Lu family's little servant saw this scene. They looked at each other, and at this moment, they walked out to the other side. He faintly said, "God cheesy, what is on their carriage is indeed an 8-pin pill." Lu Chang heavily swept everything on the table to the ground. He looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned around and walked out slowly in the other direction. He slapped the table, "You go and let our shop lower the price of the medicine." But Ji Yu distributed profound pills. "Yes, it looks like a buy one get one free thing." After saying these words, they looked at each other. At this moment, he slowly took a step, and he sat on the chair. Slowly raising his hands, a cloud of profound energy spread from his hands, infused into the opponent's body. The young man was lifted into the air by profound strength, his neck seemed to be pinched. Lu Chang's eyes widened, looking at the man, he said faintly, "You can't think of a way." "Young master, in this case, only force can be used." After saying this, he raised his hands, and he was falling to the ground at this moment. His eyes widened. A row of masters of the eightfold human profound realm came out of the room. They looked at each other, and at this moment, they ran out in the other direction. They glanced at each other. The rest of the people gathered, and at this moment, they rushed to the store of Ji Yu and Fatty. They rushed into the store, and when they saw someone, they waved the treasure in their hands. They let out a screaming scream. At this moment, Ji Yu walked forward slowly. Lifting the treasure in his hand, the two looked at each other, and he faintly said, "LV Chang, let you escape from the Temple of Evolution 2 days ago, why do you want to do anything today?" After saying this, the two of them looked at each other, and in an instant, they flew up and landed in front of Ji Yu. "You don't have that good luck today." The rest of the people raised the treasure in their hands and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Lu Chang was very confident of his own thugs. This was a character who could set off a storm in the middle domain. But Ji Yu suddenly turned around and waved the treasure toward one of the thugs. His eyes blinked quickly, the treasure approached directly in front of him, a sword stab fell in front of him, and the sword fell off. A trace of blood was exposed on the opponent's body. The few remaining people killed and came forward, Ji Yu's hands suddenly showed a trace of profound energy. At this moment, 3 or 4 water dragons poured out a few pillars from the ground. The pillars were gathered at this moment, and the few profound dragons gathered at this moment, and they flew forward in an instant, and they walked forward at the same time. At this moment, their hands were caught on the water dragon in front of them. The legs fell down at this moment and slid out toward the rear. Their eyes widened, and at this moment, they slowly glanced forward. Ji Yu raised the treasure in his hand, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. The next moment he swung a sword, and the treasure fell heavily. At this moment, the water dragon flew forward. Bombed everyone, and they all flew out of the store. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of Ji Yu. After shouting to kill, they flew up, and between several ups and downs, they landed in front of Ji Yu. Lu Chang was originally not strong enough, and saw that all his thugs were blown away by Ji Yu. He looked like a fearful cockroach, and ran out of the door. At this moment, he kept shouting, "Help, help." Ji Yu didn't move, and disappeared into the place in an instant, with one foot on his back, and he fell to the ground at this moment. A mouthful of blood came out. He raised the treasure in his hand, and a heavy sword stabbed it down. The rest of the people vomited a mouthful of blood at this moment. Ji Yuzheng took a step forward slowly at this moment. When they were about to start their hands, they raised their heads at this moment, and the rest of the people, at this moment, flew to the ground. Wait a minute. The sound of thunder and lightning in the air was resounding at this moment. They fell from the sky and turned their gazes in Ji Yu's direction. "Master Lu Zheng. Master Ji Yu, can you release my son?" They looked at each other. He slowly said, "Your son needs to be taught." After speaking, he raised the treasure beside him and threw the treasure in his hand directly. At this moment, the treasure had penetrated his body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ji took 2 steps forward and helped him up. He faintly said, "I'm just taking back the bet between us." He chopped off Lu Chang's shoulders. They glanced at each other and said lightly, "Good boy, Lao Luo gave it to you." I'm just a little ghost in the human profound realm, and he has this courage, so I will let you know what the realm of the earth profound realm is today. At that moment, the treasure was shot forward. Ji raised his hand, and resisted the treasure heavily. At this moment, he picked up the treasure beside him, took it in his hand, and collided with its treasure. At this moment, a huge power burst out, and a huge burst of sound appeared in the air. Ji fell on the ground, his hands trembling constantly. It's been a long time since he felt such a stimulating battle. He felt that he was full of blood. The two quickly danced forward and fought for hundreds of rounds in a short moment in the air. Ji had so many profound skills that the master of the earth profound realm, who was called Lao Luo, also felt a little headache. "Lao Luo, don't tolerate it. I will compensate for the sacrifices of others." The man called Lao Luo licked his tongue, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. "Yes, Lord." After saying these words, he suddenly rioted, and appeared in front of Ji in a moment of effort. He raised the treasure in his hand, and pierced the sword in Ji's direction. Ji flew backwards. At this moment, the treasures burst out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of treasures appeared in the air. Thousands of treasures suddenly stabbed and came forward. Ji stared, a thick earth wall appeared, hitting the wall, and a loud bang came out. A trace of blood dripped from his mouth, but Luo Dishuan didn't get any better. Ji Yuze just appeared to give him a blow to the treasure in his hand. They looked at each other. At this moment, he abruptly backed up. In the blink of an eye, Ji exploded with a powerful thunder and lightning force, gathered on the sky, and fell down in the air. Those 30 lightning bolts fell on Ji. Ji was instantly disappearing into the place at this time. He raised his hands, and the lightning gathered in his hands. Ji suddenly raised his hand, and struck down with a heavy blow. Under the bombardment, the other party slammed forward, and Ji turned around. He was at this moment, holding one of his hands, and in an instant, countless sands gathered in the air. They gathered quickly, and the sand with thousands of tons of pressure was quickly pressed down. Luo Dishuan's pressure suddenly increased. "Boy, you angered me completely." He yelled, one of his hands, and a loud boom sounded. All of the 1,000 tons of profound strength were knocked out, and the sand exploded in an instant, spreading towards the surroundings. V2 Chapter 731 Yi Chumei's Strength. The profound strength in Ji's hands also surged crazily at this time. Facing the pressure of this 1,000 tons, the 5 profound strengths from his body flew out, desperately protecting Ji's bloodline. The pressure suddenly multiplied, and a powerful force seemed to squeeze out the last trace of Ji's body. Boom! The ground collapsed directly, and a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone. Everyone took a breath, and they looked at each other. Luo Dishuan never expected that a little devil in the profound realm could withstand his 5 successful powers. "Boy, I didn't expect that you actually inherited the 5 profound sage inheritances, but what can you do? In the face of absolute strength, there is no such thing as a trump card." He snorted coldly, and the whole person flew up quickly, and the earth profound realm could already control the power of flight. I only saw invisible pressure. In the circle gathered next to Ji once, Fatty and other people from the peak of evolution wanted to help, but they were all excluded by this invisible profound energy. They looked at each other. Mystery, Wanfu Tianlei. After shouting these words, countless bolts of lightning fell directly in the sky, which was a lightning bolt from a different person's profound realm that led to the gathering of external elements. This is actually using one's own profound strength, condensing a profound strength comparable to the power of heaven and earth. This profound energy directly collided with the ground, as if the ground would also be penetrated. Ji clenched his teeth and persisted. The profound strength in his hands condensed to one point. In his heart, He was very clear that he was not Luo Dixuan's opponent, and there was only one way to let himself die with him. That is to explode the 5-element profound powers in front of him. Mysterious skills, 10,000 Thunder Heaven Technique. The power of thunder and lightning fell from the air, constantly hitting the lightning beam in front of Ji. Boom boom boom, 3 loud thunder and lightning came. Everyone in front of them took a deep breath. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and after a while, they appeared in front of each other. Lifting his hands, he gathered the profound strength of his body to a point, and the profound strength of his hands suddenly rose. There was a loud bang. Several people from the Temple of Evolution took action at the same time, attacking their profound strength into the invisible barrier. If it weren't for worrying about the counterattack of the Evolution Temple, I'm afraid Luo Dixuan would already kill him already, only to hear him snort. Little tricks want to break my seal too. Immediately, from the thick barrier, a group of fires suddenly reflected, and all the people around it flew out. They collided with the stones one after another, screaming one after another. Ji suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, the power of thunder and lightning on his body scattered towards the surroundings. A ball of light gradually formed, and it flew forward quickly. After a loud bang, everything around him fell down. Only then did Ji feel a sudden lightening of his body. The man disappeared in the same place in a moment. The next moment, holding the Kunpeng giant sword, he came to the barrier and bombarded one of the points with the profound energy he had prepared earlier. With the sound of clicking forward, the barrier suddenly shattered. Luo Dixuan only felt a hint of surprise, how he did it, why he was able to break his profound strength. This is simply an incredible existence. He drew a breath of cold breath. This is too magical, isn't it? In the blink of an eye, Ji took advantage of the time he hadn't reacted, and instantly disappeared into the same place. When he reappeared, he was already above the air. The Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand was directly cut down. The huge profound energy impacted everything in front of him, and he flew up, and instantly came to Luo Dixuan's front. Just because you are worthy to compete with the old man in profound strength? It's just looking for death. After the roar, he suddenly waved the palm of his hand. A huge force broke away from his hand and smashed down heavily in the direction of Ji. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared in the corner of Ji's mouth, and the Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand swiped heavily. Suddenly, from his Kunpeng giant's sword, there was a sound of birdsong. The chirping of birds cut through the sky. Luo Dixuan took a breath. What, this is actually the real body of Kunpeng, you actually have the real body of Kunpeng as a tool spirit. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. Ji was so powerful, he was able to recover this kind of thing that only disappeared on the mainland thousands of years ago. This is simply a dream. Countless cultivators, who don't want such a treasure to protect their own safety, only Ji can do it, but no matter how strong you are, with Ji's strength, I am afraid that you will not be able to release the 100 of Kunpeng giant's sword 30% of the skills. His profound strength collided with Kunpeng's real body, and the two looked at each other. In the corner of Ji's mouth, there seemed to be a trace of blood flowing down, and he yelled, "Fuck you." After roaring this sentence, the giant bird in the sky suddenly landed and suppressed in front of Ji. Ji suddenly raised the Kunpeng giant's sword in his hand. A drop of blood fell on the Kunpeng giant's sword, as if stimulated by the drop of blood. Kunpeng's real body let out a roar, slid the wings in his hand, roared, and flew up, facing the opponent. Bumped into his body. Luo Dixuan is strong, and it is definitely not Kunpeng's real body that can be able to each other after being angry. The two profound strengths collided heavily, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. It fell on the ground, but fortunately, Lu Jing caught it. He said lightly, "Sorry, Sovereign, I was careless." "It's okay, kid, you're pretty good, but if you don't, let the old man come and play with you." Ji smiled and said, "No, old guy, you should find someone to play with your butt." After hearing such humiliating words from Ji, he clenched his fist tightly, then rose into the sky, and threw his fist into the air. Boom, another popping sound came. Kunpeng's real body was directly broken up by him. Yi Chumei's voice came slowly at this time. Does Sect Master Lu really think that my array is unmanned? Dare to hurt my disciple on this street? Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the first disciple of the Qinfeng Taoist of the God Array, but if your master is still jealous of him by 3 points, you are a woman in a small way, you should go back and refine your formation. Court death. Accompanied by this cold voice, a woman who looked like a fairy flew down. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Chumei? However, Yi Chumei at this time was too beautiful, and everyone's eyes were attracted to her in an instant. LV Zheng laughed coldly, I don't know what I can do. 2 steps followed and 1 step was made. Mysterious skill, Mad Master Boxing Gun. The chi on his body suddenly turned into a fierce teacher, and suddenly ran in the direction of Yi Chumei. Ji Yu shouted, Master, be careful. You know, Yi Chumei's profound strength has suffered a lot of damage, and now he can barely fight, which is already very difficult. Even if Ji Yu is an outsider, Ji Yu can feel the power of this profound technique. He rushed forward anxiously, and stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and a 5-pointed star suddenly appeared on the ground. The 5-point starlight quickly condensed in Ji Yu's treasure. The blood in Ji Yu's hand dripped onto the treasure and swiped towards the treasure. The blood filled the treasure in an instant, and he swiped forward. This blow directly blocked the profound strength, but it broke apart soon after persisting. Yi Chumei took a step forward in no hurry, and the treasure in his hand was chopped down leisurely. In an instant, the profound energy was directly cut in half by her sword aura. The attack of a treasure can be directly divided. This can be done on the treasures together, with great insight. The 2 forces directly collided on the trees behind, the big tree in an instant. It collapsed suddenly. Yi Chumei walked forward step by step. It seems that over the past few years, I have evolved the temple and have been struggling to pursue the Queen's footsteps. Many people have forgotten our existence. The 3 empires refused to obey orders to crusade against each other, and even a small alchemy sect dared to act recklessly above our boundary. What are you supposed to be, the temple of evolution? You should be punishable. With 3 sentences, every word made Lu Zheng only felt that his heart trembled. A violent spirit struck him all over his body, and then, a long sword suddenly pierced down toward his throat. After it penetrated his throat, blood was constantly flowing from his mouth. He covered his throat, a master of the earth profound realm. Even when his body was hurt, there was still a ray of soul to stay awake. He pointed to Yi Chumei in front of him and never expected that Yi Chumei was so powerful that even Ji Yu felt that Yi Chumei's strength was a little beyond his imagination. Yi Chu frowned, and said to Ji Yu, aren't you going to clean up? After finishing speaking, he walked out into the deep forest. Ji Yu suddenly turned around and hit the fat man, the next thing will be left to you. Luo Dishuan didn't dare to move at all. When Yi Chumei had the intention to leave, he immediately clicked on Lu Zheng's acupuncture point and held him with 1 hand. Ji Yu followed, only to see that Yi Chumei had disappeared. In desperation, he had to return to wandering in this small deep forest. Suddenly he heard a melodious singing voice, which seemed a little familiar, so he walked in the direction of the sound. V2 Chapter 732 Ranking Test. Ji Yu flew down under 3,000 clouds, and soon came to a huge tree. There were a lot of stars all around, and only a huge lake was seen in the center, and there seemed to be a trace of heat on it, which seemed to be the location of a hot spring. He had just fallen from the tree, and suddenly a lovely person emerged from the water with beautiful hair, which caused Ji Yu to swallow a sip of water. This picture is really beautiful. The beauty makes people feel a little unbelievable. The beautiful back turned around, and suddenly screamed. Ji Yu couldn't help but block forward. I saw that beautiful back, it was actually his master, Yi Chumei. Master, I didn't mean it, I originally wanted to come to you. Then you still watch. Although Yi Chumei has practiced for many years, he has always respected his strength. Whenever someone has seen this innocent body, it is no exception now. She shyly slapped the huge water curtain into the sky. He directly blocked Ji Yu's eyes, and didn't know when he had already arrived on the shore and changed his clothes. Ji Yu arched his hands and said, "Master, please forgive me. Forget it this time. Don't have another time." Suddenly the bell of Yixianfeng rang here, and Yi Chu frowned and said, "Could it be that there is something wrong with the barrier?" After the time of evolving the temple, Ji Yu still has some understanding of enchantment, although Jiang Chuiwei used his own sacrifice in exchange for the well-being of the people of this state. But where is the enchantment that can last forever? The barrier is destroyed every year, and the consequence of all this is that every monster beast in the 100-beast mountain range will riot, just like the last time. In order to protect everyone, the Evolution Temple had to choose another strategy, which was to retreat, and then continuously strengthen the enchantment, and only then did it have the security of the 5 major domains. Otherwise, relying on the cannibalism in the 5 major areas, it would have been swallowed by the other 11 states a long time ago. Ji Yu took a deep breath. If the barrier was opened at this time, even Jiang Chuiwei would not have the ability to save everyone in this barrier. When he thought about it, Queen Frost's voice passed from the rope of soul to Ji Yu's mind. "There is no way. I am still fusing the power of the 4 souls. Unless I can get the last ray of soul, I can't do much. I had to go and have a look. I originally thought to help this mysterious man regain his soul and restore the world to normal. Unexpectedly, this one has no good way." Yi Chumei said, "Now go back. It's too late to catch up. I know imperial treasure, you hold me tight." When Yi Chumei just said this, she didn't feel anything wrong, until Ji Yu hugged her willow waist, she blushed slowly. It turned out that the 3 masters of Yixianfeng returned today. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't an enchantment matter. Unexpectedly, the 3 greats have come back, we might as well advance the ranking conference. Do you want to rank higher? Miss Yu. Very well, without further ado, let's start now. The elder was on the ring, and he said heavily. Suddenly a very flexible kid jumped onto the ring. "Now, Mahu, I've seen you all. I am the first apprentice of Xuanji Peak, ranked 4000. Today I want to challenge junior brother Ji Yu to see if he really lives up to the word genius." Since Ji Yu was Yi Chumei's introductory disciple, he also came to the 2000th place in the ranking. Among the 5000 evolution temples, he was considered to be an outstanding existence. He naturally had no reason to shrink, so he took a step forward, clasped his fists and said, "I have seen this brother, then let's start." The two had no extra polite words. When he moved his hand directly, the horse monkey was very confident, because among Xian Jifeng, he was the most outstanding existence. If it weren't for the time to get started, few seniors would have become a special existence long ago. He clasped his fists in both hands, and there was no extra nonsense. It's just that there was a profound energy in his hands, and he waved forward heavily. Suddenly, the world changed color, and a profound energy directly pressed it down. Ji Yu suddenly turned around, and the treasure in his hand greeted him heavily. Just when he resisted this mysterious technique, a smile appeared on the corner of Mahu's mouth. "Junior brother, you are in the middle." After saying this, the light ball in the sky suddenly burst open, and countless vines burst out from it. It said that junior brother Ji Yu has 5 elemental powers. Let me learn about it today. Junior brother understands how much. Several elders on the stage couldn't help but touch their beards. It seems that Ji Yu really is a special existence. Meyer, you have accepted a good apprentice. That's right, but the mysterious skills of horse monkeys are also ever-changing, so we just watched the performance with all our heart. Countless vines suddenly exploded in the air, and countless vines fell down in the air, wrapped around Ji Yu's hands and feet. Ji Yu tried to break free. However, he never expected that the power of the vine was directly entangled in Ji Yu's hands, and he shrank more and more. He stepped heavily on the ground, and suddenly 2 groups of earth dragons emerged from the ground, facing the sky. There was a roar, and then he swooped down to the ground, and went under the ground, after making a round. The earth dragon flew up again, and flew forward in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu frowned, and the profound strength in his hand reached its extreme in an instant. A terrifying profound strength pierced his hands directly, which interrupted the vine. Ji-yu landed on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. The strength of this guy really cannot be underestimated. There was a profound energy in his hands. Ji-yu suddenly raised his hand. After the horse monkey's vine was broken, countless small flower seeds fell on the ground. In an instant, it seemed to become a huge tree in the sky, trapping Ji-yu in it. The horse monkey muttered a word, stretched out his hand and waved, and in an instant, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Sure enough, it was playing mysterious skills. However, even though he has achieved continuous continuity with the profound skills, the biggest problem is that this guy's profound strength is still very low. Ji-yu held the treasure in his hand. Among the Kunpeng giant sword, a fire burst out, and it flew directly to the surroundings, and the flames instantly burned on the trees. The thunderclouds in the sky hadn't fallen down. Suddenly countless drops of water emerged from the ground, and countless drops of water floated in the sky, unexpectedly catching all the lightning that fell. The thunder and lightning that had been blessed by the water profound strength were so powerful that they all rushed to the opponent. The horse monkey screamed, and his whole body fell into black. This round, Ji-yu won. Mahujian stood up with difficulty. He looked at his hands in disappointment. Ji-yu threw 2 medicine bottles at him. Actually, your strength is very good. If I was careless just now, I would fall into your trap. But your problem is that your own cultivation has not kept up with the use of this series of mysterious skills. After hearing what Ji-yu said, he suddenly snorted in his heart. So, it's no wonder that he has been trapped all the time, and it's no wonder that he hasn't been able to get up the rankings. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother." Ji-yu's current ranking remains unchanged. He didn't know it. It was just a reminder from himself today. From then on, a master of mysticism was born. He was just thinking that it is absolutely impossible not to improve his ranking even if he was in the ring. I want to challenge the 20th ranked disciple. He is crazy. Ji-yu now only has the strength of the 5th level of the human profound realm. He actually wants to challenge the top 20 disciples. It's not crazy what it can be. Then the 20th disciple, Xiao Feng, will leave the station. Xiao Feng jumped onto the arena and clasped his fists in both hands. The sword has no eyes. Please be careful, junior brother. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Ji-yu to reply, he pierced out with a single sword. Ji-yu has actually reached the level of waist improvement, but during this period of time, except when facing Luo Dishuan, he has obtained a slight opportunity, and it takes a big battle to get a chance to improve. Today is the best opportunity. He suddenly got up, and the sand wall had already blocked him. However, this sand wall seemed to him as if it didn't exist, and that heavy force hit the wall, making a huge bang. Ji Yumeng then withdrew 2 steps and raised the treasure in his hand. Mysterious skills, burning the city. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The flames flew out from Ji Yu's treasure in an instant, and bombarded Xiao Feng's treasure. The two took 2 steps back, and Xiao Feng said indifferently, "Yes, you can push me back." People. Xiao Feng's own strength also came to the 8-fold existence of the candidate realm. And he was not like the one who was defeated by Ji Yu in the Star Soul Empire before, but he had completely mastered this person's profound realm 8th layer, only to see Xiao Feng's expression becoming extremely serious. Mysterious skills, it's a storm of fire. The treasures of his hands were flying out like the wind, and the whole person seemed to be like a leaf in the violent wind, flashing around, and Ji Yu's 3,000 cloud movements could barely keep up with his steps. He turned around abruptly and chopped down the treasure in his hand heavily. Ji Yu suddenly turned around and resisted the Kunpeng giant sword. A terrible profound energy radiated from the two of them. All the disciples under the ring were pushed back by this wave of air by 2 steps. Ji has such a terrifying power only when he has 5 levels of profound strength superimposed. But Xiao Feng did indeed have real strength. His body turned abruptly, as if like a poisonous dragon, on top of the Kunpeng giant sword, he quickly spun around. V2 Chapter 733 Give up. Xiao Feng hit the sword and slowly withdrew a step back. Focusing on Jiu's body, Jiu suddenly turned around, and the treasure in his hand glowed with golden light in an instant, accompanied by a ray of light. The 2 profound strengths collided together, accompanied by a loud bang. The entire ring trembles directly even if it is protected by a formation. The peak owner of Yixin Peak, also the head, looked in the direction of Jiu, and there was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Xiao Feng fell on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 2 eyes collided with each other. Xiao Feng said lightly, "You lose, give up." Jiu smiled faintly, "Brother, although your level is higher than mine, it doesn't mean I lost. Why bother, you will lose face later, you are in the profound realm by yourself, I'm afraid that the profound strength is gone now." After saying these words, the 2 ran forward at the same time, and disappeared in the same place in the midst of flashing around. After a while, he was floating in the night sky. The treasure in his hand was swung down directly in the direction of Jiu. Jiu just turned around and disappeared instantly. After a while, it appeared in front of him. The profound strength in his hand became even more powerful. It was falling heavily, under a loud bang. There was a sound of explosion around. Xiao Feng landed on the ground, but the 4 flags beside him emitted light at the same time, connecting a circle from the ground, and emitting a 5-pointed light from above. He slowly stood up, and disappeared into the place in an instant. Jiu said faintly, "Jin Guangqi." After shouting these words, the golden light on the ground suddenly lit up, and the 5-pointed star on the ground instantly trapped it in the center. The remaining few people fell on the ground, they raised their heads, and said lightly, "Okay, kid, you put the formation." After forgiving me for pressing this sentence, Jiu raised his hands with both hands, and directly scattered the 5-pointed starlight in front of him. They glanced at each other, and Elder Whitebeard said lightly, "This competition is over, and Jiu won." Suddenly the applause from the audience rang like thunder. Jiu walked forward slowly. "The mystery has been opened, please come in." After speaking this sentence, a huge light curtain appeared in the air, and the remaining few people all jumped into the light curtain. Yi Chumei glanced in Jiu's direction. Jiu stepped on the stairs in the void and walked behind the light curtain. With a flash of divine light, he appeared in front of a huge land. The rest of the people slowly raised their heads at this time and looked in the surrounding direction, only to see a piece of wood appearing here, and the rest of them were slowly walking out at this time. They took out their treasures and walked in the direction of Jiu, because they saw what happened just now with their own eyes, and there was a hint of sustenance in their hearts for such a powerful teammate. Jiu walked among the trees, and the few remaining people looked at each other. Suddenly countless people's heads popped up from all directions, their eyes looked in the direction of Jiu, and the rest of them suddenly lit up with a bright light. The rest of them jumped to the ground, and they looked at each other. This is a disciple of other major sections. Although our evolution temple has the right to speak in Zhongyu, many sects are hidden in the mountains on weekdays and have no contact with the earth. Hearing this differentiation, Jiu stopped. He faintly said, "Be careful, these people have problems. In the secret realm, each depends on strength, and the rest, don't know what will happen." At this moment, suddenly a thunder and lightning rang in the sky. "A treasure is born." I didn't know that it was the first to shout, and the remaining few people immediately followed. From a distance, many people kept jumping up and down, but no matter where they came from. Their goal is only one place, the mountain range not far from here. Jiu said faintly, "Let's go over and take a look." Their steps were not fast or slow, and soon came under the mountain range, and a man with a gentle face stood in front of the mountain with a group of people. Looking back at Jiu and them, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Boys, are you also here to participate in the robbing of treasures? The murderous intent on his body was so powerful that when people saw it, there was a groan in his heart. At this moment, the remaining few people with the same feminine expression slowly approached behind him. At the same time, they lifted and retracted, and the profound energy in their hands gathered in their hands in an instant. There was a loud noise in the rumbling. Suddenly an explosion sounded from the air, and the rest of the people quickly ran up toward the mountain range. At this moment, the rest of the people gradually surrounded them. They looked at each other. The words in the mouth, at this moment, said lightly, "You will pay attention later." Ji raised his head and looked to the front. At this moment, the gentle-faced person, at this moment, took 2 steps forward and stepped on his feet. At this moment, a green smoke rose slowly from under his feet, and gradually wrapped around his feet. In an instant, he disappeared in place, and after a while, it appeared in the group that was moving upwards. Running Man. His legs fell on the ground. At this moment, the cloud of smoke turned into several poisonous snakes. At this moment, it turned into long dragons, roaring into the sky. The several poisonous snakes flew forward in an instant. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he raised his hands. At this moment, 2 groups of profound energy were gathered in his own hands. In an instant, the 2 venomous snakes flew out and hit the disciples who were running up. The people roared and their bodies collapsed directly behind them. They glanced at each other. The treasures in his hand were gathered in his hands, and he was slowly walking forward at this moment. Picking up the treasure in front of him, in an instant, he killed the person who released the poisonous dragon. The feminine aura on that person's face made him smile even more happily. A green aura suddenly appeared on their bodies, and that green aura wrapped around his body. A mouthful of blood came out, and the whole body fell into a pool of blood. The remaining few people were running towards Ji-Yu's direction at this time. "Please, save us." Ji-Yu took out a pill bottle and threw it at the few people in front of him. They took the bottle and held it in his hand, showing a trace of excitement on his face. "Great, great." They quickly took the pill, and suddenly there seemed to be endless strength in their bodies. They moved their shin bones, and said lightly, "Thank you, Brother Xian." Ji took it alone and said, "What do you think should be done now?" After hearing this sentence, the remaining few people were gradually surrounding Ji at this moment, and the feminine man said, "Who are you?" "In the next evolution temple, the Array Peak Geo." It turned out to be the Temple of Evolution, but what about the Temple of Evolution? In this secret realm, anyone can run out. It's just ha ha ha. The rest of the people laughed one after another. The rest of them gradually approached, they waved a treasure, and in an instant, they flew out and killed in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu picked up the treasure beside him, turned around, and swung forward with a heavy sword. The treasure collided with one of the treasures, and the 2 treasures collided together. The blood in Ji-Yu's hand dropped to the ground, and the drop of blood instantly floated in the sky. Only seeing it soon, a corrosive force swallowed the drop of blood. They looked at each other, and Ji-Yu faintly said, "It's up to you." After hearing these words from Ji-Yu, a smile appeared in the corners of their mouths. "Kill." After roaring these words, the rest flew forward, and after a few ups and downs, they fell in Ji-Yu's direction. They didn't understand why the poison on their treasure had nothing to Ji-Yu. The role of all the darkness will be hidden in the flames. After 1 foot stepped out, a thick layer of flame covered Ji-Yu's whole body. He jumped up, as if a pair of wings appeared behind him, and the wings stirred. It seemed that countless flames were flying forward at this time. Those flames, at this moment, shot down on the ground. The few remaining people looked at each other at this moment, and the remaining few people walked forward slowly, gathering powerful profound energy in their hands. They slapped the profound strength heavily on the ground. Suddenly at this moment, several pillars of fire appeared on the ground. Those pillars of fire were approaching Ji at this moment, and there was immense pride in the corners of their mouths, as if they were saying, "Come on. See who is stronger than whose flames." But the flame on Jiyu's body was formed by a phoenix, but now that madness is also integrated in Kunpeng. Kunpeng roared, Jiyu's treasure shivered. The remaining flames seemed to have been inhaled. At this moment, those flames gathered quickly gathered towards the treasure, and were sucked into the treasure. Jiyu said lightly, your flames are gone. V2 Chapter 734 Baoshan. Jiyu looked at the person in front of him. Suddenly their bodies trembled like this. The feminine man gritted his teeth and said, brother, run quickly and leave the rest to me. After saying this, the few remaining people looked at each other. The feminine man said faintly, then brother, you must block him. When he gets the treasure, he will definitely come to help you. After speaking, the feminine man disappeared instantly. The remaining feminine man wrapped up and came forward. It's just the fourth level of the human profound realm, brothers, don't be afraid, go. After shouting out these words, the rest of the people quickly surrounded them at this moment. They took out the treasures under them, and gradually wrapped them in the direction of Jiyu. The people who came to the Temple of Evolution this time were all masters among the disciples. The disciples of Sheng Xuanfeng took the lead. They stepped on the ground with one foot and did not know how many knots were made in their hands. Countless fireballs fell from the sky. 3 loud bangs rang through the whole world, and those fireballs hit the ground, exposing huge potholes. They suddenly raised their hands, looked forward at this moment, and disappeared into the place in an instant. After a while, the steps under his feet, at this moment, slowly walked forward. After a few ups and downs, he appeared in front of Jiyu. At this time, countless of lights slammed forward in the direction of Jiyu, and the feminine men avoided the chase of the Shen Xianfeng disciples, intending to kill Jiyu directly. But Jiyu's speed is also surprisingly fast. He suddenly turned around, raised the treasure in his hand, and waved it heavily. At this moment, the power of the treasure hit the thick wall. After a few bombardments, the rest of the people raised their heads at this moment and said faintly, kill. After shouting these words, the few remaining people looked at each other, and the remaining people stood up at this moment and waved their treasures. They disappeared into the place in an instant like lightning. After they ran out not far, the remaining few fell to the ground and took the pill in their hands. In an instant, the muscles on their bodies became thicker, and they slammed into the mountain forest with a punch, and the deep forest collapsed in an instant. The remaining few people looked in Jiyu's direction and gradually approached him step by step. Jiyu suddenly turned around, and the treasure in his hand fell in an instant. But this time he didn't release the profound skills, the formation on the ground appeared instantly, and several golden lights were outlined, and the golden lights radiated directly. 3 loud bangs came, and the remaining people quickly approached in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around abruptly, a sword stab fell on one of them, and a mouthful of blood came out from his mouth and fell to the ground. Seeing that everyone had been cleaned up, Jiyu slowly said, go up the mountain. The disciples of the Temple of Evolution gathered one after another and walked up the mountain. They entered the place and looked around. The corpse of the feminine man was lying on the ground. It was not easy to be able to defeat a poisonous person's profound realm 6th-level master. Jiyu took a few steps forward, and the remaining people looked at each other. They took 2 steps forward, and he faintly said, Xiao Feng, it seems that we all have to be more careful. Walking outside the gate, the few remaining people looked at each other, and Jiyu said lightly, brothers. I only saw a huge stone gate outside the cave, and didn't know what it looked like. They looked at each other. The other person also walked out. Faintly said, hello, brothers. Walking in the arena outside, as long as they cannot do it, they will not do it. And they also call each other by the name of brother. Jiyu took a step forward slowly. At this moment, a few people fell on the ground, they looked at each other, and they gained another strength. We belong to Tai Xuanzong, and we have seen all the seniors. The people from the faction that was before the gate of the mountain now speak, we are the Qingshan faction, and we have seen all the seniors. The 3 factions greeted each other, Ji Yu took a step forward, and struck down in the direction of the stone with a fist, only to see the huge stone gate at this moment, and a side collision. The stone gate, at this time, slowly lifted up, and the rest of the people poured into the gate like water. Only within Sherman, there is another world. A huge lake surrounded them in the same place. A few disciples of Tai Xuanzong took a few steps forward, only to see countless black bugs popping out of the ground. Those black bugs were so tall that they roared and gradually waved the 8 hairs on their bodies back. At this moment, they ran towards the crowd. The disciples of Tai Xuanzong, at this moment, took a step forward, a beam of light appeared in his hands, he flew up, and slapped his hands together. After the heavy shot fell, a loud bang came. At this moment, the wall in front of him slowly collapsed, and the remaining people were gradually protected. Those bugs rushed forward at this moment. They waved the treasure in their hands and slammed it heavily on the bugs. Several bugs collided together, and a loud bang came out. At this moment, the worms began to dance, and opened their mouths above alone. At this moment, the worms ran forward and directly pounced on the disciple of Tai Xuanzong. After a loud bang came along with it. The man let out a scream, he was falling in a pool of blood at this moment. The aura on their bodies didn't grow anymore. Ji Yu was looking out at this time. At this moment, they picked up the treasure beside them and flew forward in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu took 2 steps forward, he turned around abruptly, and pierced one of the insects into his body with a sword. At this moment, those bugs were emitting a lot of stink. The remaining insects, after his brother was affected, seemed to have a wave of anger coming out of his eyes, whispering, and approached in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly retreated a few steps behind him. The other disciples of the Temple of Evolution also quickly stepped back and stood in front of Ji Yu, their hands slapped on the ground, and suddenly a thunder and lightning rang in the sky. At this moment, those insects crawled out quickly, spit out silk threads, and quickly entangled one of the disciples of the Evolution Temple. Those silk threads actually contained huge venom, and Ji Yu felt the power on their bodies. At this moment, those venoms were madly robbing him of vitality. It was hopeless, Ji Yu suddenly judged in his heart, and nodded to the person beside him. They looked at each other decisively, not looking at that person, and walked forward in the other direction. Ji Yu took everyone around and quickly jumped up and landed on the ground, after a few ups and downs. Fei Wu stepped forward and took a few steps. They lifted the treasure in their hands and threw out the treasure in their hands directly. Ji Yu knew that these insects seemed to be endless, and although they were disciples of the human profound realm, they were not endless people. After thinking for a while, he ran out of the Kunpeng great sword from his hand. After Ji Yu's thoughts, it changed into a huge treasure, and it fell on the ground, and the rest of the people surrounded it at this time. Then they looked at each other. They flew directly over and completely surrounded Ji Yu. After looking at each other, they quickly ran across the bridge formed by the giant sword. Ji Yu faintly said, "Be careful." After saying these words, the rest of the people gratefully looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu faintly opened his mouth and said, "Those insects seem to be a little scared when they are near the surface of the water." Soon, Ji Yu understood why those bugs were afraid of the lake. At this moment, the underground moved violently, looking like a huge centipede. At this moment, those centipedes turned around, twisted their bodies, and looked in the direction of Ji Yu. The countless tentacles under its feet, at this moment, quickly collided with the ground. Countless soil thorns broke out at this moment, and at this moment, they approached in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly turned around. The treasure in his hand has not yet returned, and the remaining disciples of the Temple of Evolution have used defensive mysterious skills to block those attacks instead of Ji Yu. After 2 booming sounds, they quickly retreated 2 steps behind them. His eyes were burning in Ji Yu's direction, and Ji Yu took a step slowly at this time. He faintly said, "Be careful." After saying these words, the people of Tai Xuanzong took the lead in attacking the monster centipede. After a few ups and downs, they raised the treasure in their hands and swung forward heavily. Boom boom boom, accompanied by 3 huge explosions. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. The rest of the people walked towards Ji-yu at this moment. After Ji-yu waved his hand, the treasure instantly appeared in Ji-yu's hand. He turned around and took a step straight forward. He faintly said, Tai Xuanzong is in danger. V2 Chapter 735 3 Alliances. The disciple Xian Tiezong standing in front of him had a look of horror in his eyes. They just wanted to dodge the monster's attack, but they never expected that the monster had already stretched its teeth and claws and waved the iron claws in their hands, and knocked out all the disciples of Xian Tiezong. Only seeing them fall in a pool of blood, a trace of blood came out of their mouths. Ji-yu disappeared in the same place in an instant. The treasure in his hand flew into the air in an instant, and that treasure gave birth to hundreds of treasures in an instant. Mysterious skill, 10,000 swords are back together. Ding, the host used the mysterious technique, 10,000 swords to 1, and gained experience value 1 by 999. The hundreds of long swords in the sky split at this moment, and in an instant, all of the sky was surrounded by treasures. The treasure quickly fell in the direction of the big bug. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by 3 loud noises, the treasures gradually piled up, piercing into the belly of the big insect. Only after a roar was heard. The treasure penetrated their bodies and let out a low roar. After a scream, it instantly collapsed to the ground, and everyone from the Xian Tai sect and the Qingshan sect wrapped up in the direction of Ji-yu, accompanied by a loud bang. They retreated 2 steps back, and Ji-yu slowly stepped forward, forming countless treasures in the air. Ji-yu stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In an instant, those treasures gathered in Ji-yu's hands, and he thrust the Kunpeng giant sword towards his back. Tai Xuanzong's disciples stepped forward and clasped their fists. The leading disciple had a trace of embarrassment on his face. Thank you brother Ji-yu, but even if this is the case, we will not be merciful later. Seeing his face so determined, Ji-yu smiled faintly, and everyone continued to walk inward along the passage. When they walked into it, there was not much change. At the end of the passage, there is a huge square. Just as everyone walked in, the ground under the ground was trembling violently at this time. From the large pools on both sides of the square, 2 rows of armored men slowly rose up. Ji-yu looked out to the sides. Those people suddenly opened his eyes, and blood-red eyeballs were revealed from their eyes. Reaching out, they picked up the long axe treasure from their side, and waved their hands heavily, and suddenly those long axe treasures were instantly pressed down. A ghost appeared in the air from those long axe treasures. Heavy pressure in the direction of Ji-yu, Ji-yu took a step beside him, and the Kunpeng great sword had already appeared in his hands. The disciples of Tai Xuanzong were not to be outdone, only to see them shouted, stepping forward, countless iron shields appeared in front of the crowd, and the iron shields appeared in front of everyone. I saw the treasure axe in the air at this moment, falling down and colliding on the iron shield. Those disciples of Tai Xuanzong spit out blood from their mouths one after another. They looked forward in an incredible way, only to see a trace of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The armored people moved, and their heavy bodies were several feet tall. They stepped on the ground, feeling the whole land trembling. Ji-yu came oncoming, and he was an armored man. His Kunpeng greatsword collided with the ironclad's long axe, and there was no sound in the ironclad's throat. He just walked forward, picked up the long axe in his hand and swung it down here. Ji-yu sensed that there was not much profound energy in the opponent's body, but the great profound energy that had been continuously pressed was superimposed on him, and he took a deep breath. The surrounding rubble was also flying towards the surroundings at this moment, and the surrounding rubble collided on the stone pillar. He took a deep breath, and stared in the direction of the armored man with scorching eyes. This armored man is so strong that Ji-yu's Kunpeng giant sword can't even leave a trace on it. He ran along the armored man's arm to his shoulder. He took the 2 spears in his search, and pierced them down towards the eyes of the armored man. The eyes of the armored man radiated a ray of red light. The red light was full of destructive power, and collapsed the surrounding stone pillars. The remaining armored men were also approaching in the direction of Ji-yu at this time. Come! The armored men were dragging their heavy bodies and gradually ran forward in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu suddenly waved the treasure in his hand. There was a loud bang, and the explosive force in front of him suddenly rang. Spread out around. The people around flew out. Ji-yu picked up the Kunpeng giant's sword in front of him, ran forward, jumped up, and swung his sword forward. The armored man collapsed with a bang. Ji-yu poured profound energy into the sky with both hands, and it shook, and countless thunder and lightning followed the Kunpeng giant's sword, spreading towards the surroundings. He leaped high and cut down the treasure in his hand. The thunder and lightning burned all the remaining ironclad men with a burning heat, and the rest of them had a sense of awe in their eyes. Is this the strength of an ordinary disciple? With this strength, the elders of each family are more than enough. They clasped their fists in both hands and said to Ji-yu in front of them, "Thank you, son, for your life-saving grace." At this moment, the house in front of him brightened up, and Ji-yu took 2 steps forward. The disciple of Tai Xuanzong stopped completely. Even if the treasure was born, he relied on Ji-yu's life-saving grace several times. They did not intend to intercept Ji-yu's activities. Ji-yu took 2 steps forward and opened the door in front of him. There was a creak of the door. Ji-yu ran forward and directly raised his hands. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis spread from all directions, and his body flashed and disappeared in place. In an instant, he came to the long sword. He stretched out his hand and held the treasure with one hand. There was a violent vibration around, and Ji-yu threw the treasure to the other side. One's hands. He took the treasure in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Ji-yu said faintly, "This treasure is for you." He handed the treasure to the senior brother's hand, and there was a hint of excitement in the senior brother's eyes. Who can give the treasure to others casually in this environment? This is simply dreaming. In his heart, he got excited in an instant, and took 2 steps forward. The profound energy in his hand had gathered at this moment, and the iron-armored men who had fallen just now seemed to have been summoned. He stood up again, and shrank to the size of a human, following him. There was a warm expression in his eyes. Ji-yu said faintly, "Let's go." Tai Xuanzong and the 2 groups of Qingshan faction headed in different directions. They didn't want to follow Ji-yu anymore. Although it was safe, they didn't make any sense to enter the secret realm. Ji-yu took the people from the Temple of Evolution and moved in another direction. After crossing the Tianshui River, they saw a towering mountain peak. There seemed to be countless golden iron horses roaring inside. Ji-yu waved his hand heavily, and the rest of them ran forward at this moment. Along the mountain road, Jane walked forward with difficulty. At this moment, a thunder and lightning sounded from the sky, and everyone around them looked at the sky, as if the thunder and lightning would strike them down in the next moment. Ji-yu glanced around. In his hands, a thick mist rose slowly, and the formation was formed in an instant. With a heavy wave of his hand, everyone around him continuously jumped up and ran towards the top of the mountain. The remaining few people stood up at this moment. Among the mountain peaks, it shook violently. At this moment, an iron horse with a headless head came out slowly, and a headless soldier was sitting on the horse. Immediately afterwards, another group of headless soldiers ran forward. They set their sights on Ji-yu's body. After raising the weapon in their hands, the rest of them rode the horses in front of them towards Ji-yu's body. The direction kills and comes forward. Ji-yu raised the treasure in his hand. The disciples of the Temple of Evolution, poured in like water, can't deal with monsters, can't they still deal with these little corpses? One of the disciples kicked forward with a kick. His profound skill was to strengthen the profound strength on his feet, and he hit the opponent with a heavy kick, after the shot fell. The corpse looked like a golden body and didn't understand it. The remaining horses ran forward quickly. Suddenly shot at the disciples of the Evolution Temple, they slowly took out the treasure from their arms, and waved the treasure up, before colliding with each other. A loud boom suddenly sounded. The people around were flying upside down at this moment, and they slid out on the ground, looking in the direction of Gu with scorching eyes, and they instantly disappeared in place. None of the disciples of the Temple of Evolution had expected that these corpses would have such powerful movements. They suddenly turned around and formed layers of 5-pointed starbursts under their feet. On these 5-pointed starbursts, various vines were born to entangle the corpses. The disciples didn't dare to be careless, and quickly picked up the treasure in their hands and chopped it down towards the opponent's body. After not knowing how many loud noises, they relaxed. Gu prepared some recovery pills for them. After taking the pills, they felt a mastery of spirit. Slowly walked forward towards the front. After a while, they entered a catacomb. Boom, the door slowly opened, and they looked forward. What on earth is there? V2 Chapter 736 Secret Treasure. Gu looked at the corpses. Presumably there must be a powerful formation in the mountains to support these corpses and be able to move freely. He closed his eyes. Thinking about everything around them, where the problem was, they looked at each other. Gu said faintly, "Let's go in." In an instant, they jumped into it, and they looked at each other. I saw that at the end of the road, it turned out to be an abyss. Gu closed his eyes, and his spiritual power continued to explore the valley, only to see a bright light appeared at the end of the valley. They jumped into the valley one after another, taking a deep breath. Gu faintly said, "Everyone, follow me." After finishing speaking, Gu took the lead to jump down the valley and everyone took a breath of cold air. This is simply too bold. Gu penetrated the valley and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked around, only to see countless black shadows as if shaking. From both sides of the valley, there seemed to be countless souls who were reaching out in the direction of Gu, trying to pull him completely into hell. Gu snorted coldly. The mental power in his mind burst out in an instant, and flew out toward the surroundings. At this moment, it vibrated in the direction of the surroundings. They turned around, and their gazes were on Gu's body. At this moment, the surrounding people walked a few steps forward, and he instantly disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, the remaining people took 2 steps in the direction of Gu, and when they saw disciples jump down one after another, the remaining people also jumped down at the same time. They also saw things like what Gu saw. In the deep abyss, it constantly crossed. Gu landed on the ground and looked around. Under this 10,000-foot abyss, there was a large palace, and it seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Perhaps it was because they thought that no one could come here through that passage. At this moment, they slowly opened their eyes and turned their gazes around. Gu reached out and picked up the treasure on the ground from the side. Looking out at the people around him, the person beside him ran forward slowly at this moment. Gu suddenly turned around, only to see the profound energy in his hand, which suddenly lit up. A huge mystery, the force soared into the sky and gathered in Gu's hands. Gu looked in the direction where the light came from. Countless fire dragons hovering around at this moment, flying out in the direction of Gu. Gu's Kunpeng giant sword was being cut down at this time. The fire dragons scattered in all directions in this moment, and Gu slapped to the ground. At this moment, the light flashed, and 5 5-pointed stars suddenly appeared in the same place. At this moment, the 5-pointed stars suddenly lit up. At this moment, countless flames, like a tsunami, came over the sky and covered the earth, directly engulfing the flames in the cave. At this moment, the people next to him surrounded them in the direction of Gu. He raised his hands and slapped them heavily on the ground. At this moment, those flames swallowed everything quickly. Gu took a few steps and walked into the palace, only to see rows of treasures lying around peacefully, those disciples who dared to jump down. In their gazes, there was a hint of excitement. They flew onto the treasures, as if they were touching their own absorption, touching those treasures. After putting all the treasures under their own body, they turned their heads. At this moment, a bright light appeared in his dantian, and the pill was rapidly spinning at this moment. Ji took 2 steps forward. At this moment, the people next to him walked out and collected all the surrounding treasures into his own ring. Ji walked out towards the door. He disappeared into the place in an instant. After a while, he followed the others and walked directly into the gate. At this moment, he disappeared into the same place. He directly raised his head and looked around. The sky shook quickly. Ji yelled badly, and led the rest of the people and ran out of the door. The others quickly moved behind Ji and walked onto the mountain wall. No one has flying mysterious skills, so although they have obtained a lot of treasures, they have not been able to do that. A smile appeared from the corner of Ji's mouth. At this moment, the few people next to me slowly walked forward, their gazes were at this moment, and they looked at each other. Ji locked the treasure on the top of the valley. As the flames were born, directly in the abyss, a slanted passage was burned out. They used the treasure to stare at the top of the earth, and gradually climbed upward slowly. They stood in the middle of the ground, and they were falling on the ground at this moment, looked at each other, and gradually walked forward 2 steps hungry. Ji glanced at the person beside him. They had just walked into the valley when they suddenly looked at each other. Suddenly a row of people wrapped up at this moment, they looked at each other. Ji said lightly, "Everyone, please get out of the way." After speaking this sentence, the people beside him gradually took a few steps forward. A smile came out from the corners of their mouths, and said to Ji faintly, "What baby did you get from below? Ha ha ha, take him down for me." "What nonsense, just go straight to it." At this moment, several sect disciples walked forward, flew forward, and directly surrounded Ji in the direction of Ji. He suddenly got up and disappeared into the place in an instant. With a heavy beckon, the other disciples also danced forward. They stepped on the ground, and huge 5-pointed stars appeared on the ground. Ji took 2 steps forward, grabbing one of the people's neck with one hand, and he kept panting, "Please let me go, I was wrong." He seemed to be unable to breathe. He stretched out his hand and moved towards the sky as if he wanted to grab something. The rest of the people rushed in. They raised the treasure in their hands and killed them. Countless people were falling in a pool of blood at this moment. Blood was vomiting out of their mouths. At this moment, Ji raised his hands. At this moment, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Countless thunder and lightning were coming down at this moment. A group of people sat on the big bird, and the big bird roared, constantly stirring the wings of both hands. They flew to the ground, and a lot of people jumped down from the big bird. They picked up the treasure beside them, and after pulling out the treasure, they fixed their eyes on Ji. Flying forward in an instant. They drew out the treasure and ran forward in the direction of Ji. The big birds in the sky burst out with a blazing fire one after another, rotating their bodies quickly, directly hitting the ground, and there was a loud bang. The flame flew directly in the surrounding direction. At this moment, the shards of the flames shot forward quickly, and the shards pierced their cheeks. Ji turned around and instantly disappeared in the same place. He waved his hand heavily, and the people beside him quickly stepped forward, and the mysterious skills in his hands suddenly waved. There were 3 loud noises again. He took a step back, slapped his hands on the ground, and countless groups of raging fires rose up from the ground, directly swallowing several people into the flames. Ji's senior brothers were also directly wrapped up by the fire. Those flames were at this moment, and everyone in the Temple of Evolution slowly ran forward at this moment. The rest of the people fell to the ground at this moment. They lifted up and took it away, and the treasure was instantly in their hands. Several people fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, the remaining few people gradually wrapped forward. At the same time, they took out the treasure, and in an instant, they slammed in Ji's direction. Ji said heavily, "Mysterious skills, burning the city on fire." More and more people surrounded them, and they gradually surrounded them in the direction of Ji. The rest of the people were directly put on the shoulders by Ji, and after a few ups and downs, they ran straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of the big house in front of him. After stopping, he glanced directly at the person next to him and went out. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and more people came out from all around, and they were jumping down in an instant. He took out the treasure from his arms and picked up the treasure next to him. The person who came after him yelled anxiously, "Grab him, he has a lot of treasures on his body." "Senior brother Jiyu, what should we do now?" After hearing these words, the two fell to the ground. Only then did they look at each other. Jiyu stretched out his hands, and at this moment, a group of flames appeared. "If you want us to die, then we die together." "No, he will blow himself up." I don't know who was the first to call out these words. The remaining few people stopped at this moment, they looked at each other, and a fire appeared in front of them. Jiyu faintly said, "Be careful." After shouting these words, the people next to him danced forward and landed on the trees. Unexpectedly, Jiyu just flicked a shot and released the burning city of flames, burning like a tsunami on the land. The flames swallowed everything around, and after a few ups and downs, Jiyu disappeared in place. V2 Chapter 737 Just play. Jiyu stepped in front of the trial stone. He suddenly turned around, and a strong voice covered the entire square. "Today, anyone who chases and kills the Temple of Evolution, in the future, Jiyu will come to you and wait for the sect to greet you." After speaking, a white light flashed, and Jiyu disappeared in place. After a while, Jiyu disappeared in the same place. After he appeared, he had already returned to the peak of evolution. Countless people walked up quickly, looking in Jiyu's direction with scorching eyes. In their eyes, it seemed as if they were asking Jiyu what to do next. "Who just came to chase us? Looks like a man of heaven." Jiyu said lightly, "Tiananmen, I remember it. There is also Chenfeng in it, it seems to be led by Chenfeng from the Misty Peak." Jiyu clenched his fists and smiled faintly, "Okay. Brother Chi-Chi." Nowadays, most of them call Jiyu a senior. They looked at each other. "Enlightened brother, Master wants to send brother to Tiananmen to participate in the Righteous Way Alliance conference." "Oh. Along with the rampage of the Beast Mountain Monster Beast, we need to unite all the strength." A smile appeared in the corner of Jiyu's mouth. "That's good. But within the next few days, I will select the leader disciples in the hall." That night, Jiyu Jiangfenju ran for another week, and the profound energy in his body was constantly churning up. There was a cry of birds. Jiyu sensed something wrong, and after a few ups and downs, he came to the back mountain. A disciple wearing a mask turned around. "Who are you? Come to visit my house in the middle of the night, what's the point? Are you Jiyu?" He suddenly turned around and fixed his gaze on Jiyu. Mysterious skills, demon red blood drops. The blood drop spun quickly. The enchanting red light flashed suddenly, and a stench came from the opponent's treasure. Jiyu's hand Kunpeng giant sword golden light masterpiece. In the heavens and the earth, the power of countless thunder and lightning came. Yi Tian's eyes widened, piping the demon sword. After Jiyu broke through, he directly reached the top of the 5 levels of the human profound realm. The demon sword comes out, and all evils give way. Although the blood drops are fed with ordinary people's blood, they can only retreat when they encounter the Kunpeng great sword who is living in the heaven and the earth and gathers the thunder power of the heaven and the earth. With one blow, the blood droplet was ejected. Yi Tian stood there in shock. "You have actually reached the 5th peak of the human profound realm, and your cultivation speed is so terrible. It's no wonder that Uncle Yi would like you." Pai Demon Sword Yue arrived. The skin of Yi Tian was torn open one after another. He sensed that his life was threatened. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Brother, I was wrong, please forgive me." Jiyu said with a cold face, "If it were before, I would not kill you." With a sword across, the blood on Yi Tian's neck was like a fountain, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Jiyu waved, and brought Yi Tian's body back to Yixin Peak. watching Ji Yu return with Yi Tian on his back. There was a slight smile on everyone's face. It seems that this guy himself is not very popular. Yi Tian of Dan Xianfeng is dead. Good death, let him bully us on weekdays. The one who brought him is Ji Yu. So what? It is said that this time our big brother is also back. Who is it? Tu Lai. What, the one who can chop off the head of the 6th level master of human profound realm with one hand? Now it seems that Ji Yu is just a poor worm waiting to be killed by Tu Lai. The white-haired and fair-faced old man walked out of the hall slowly, with a sense of killing in his eyes. When the disciples of the Temple of Evolution saw this old ancestor, they all shut their mouths. Ji Yu threw the corpse to the ground, and the eyes of Dan Feng's stubborn elder kept beating. Elder Tianping is also Dan Feng's most powerful elder. He asked, "Who killed my lover?" "Morning breeze," Ji Yu said with a flushed face. "What? A descendant of the righteous way of the ethereal immortal gate? Damn it, my evolutionary temple never provoked him, he actually dared to kill the person in my door. Mysterious immortal gate, this hatred cannot be shared." The old man Tianping stretched out his hand, and the corpse of Yi Tian lying on the ground floated in front of the old man. "Pi demon sword, it really is the ethereal immortal gate. Give me an order, starting today, I will evolve the temple and the ethereal immortal gate endlessly." The appearance of the old man Tianping's righteous words made all the disciples below be filled with righteous indignation. A new disciple asked his fellow brother, "Brother, are we going to fight the ethereal immortal door?" What a shit, people don't know where their strength is, and the distribution of power has reached the 4 major areas. What does the ancestor mean? He meant that in the future, if you see a sneak attack, you will sneak attack, and if you can't sneak attack, you will run for your life. Anyway, there is a principle, no matter who the opponent is, you can't beat it, you can't lose face. Elder Tianping glanced at Ji Yu, "You come in with me." Ji Yu walked into the main hall, with a statue of A with white eyebrows on each side. The old man Tianping said lightly, "I don't believe that Chen Feng will kill Yi Tian. Yi Tianxiu is not even a bug in front of him. Although I don't know how you did it, do you know how serious it is to persecute the same family?" A huge pressure surged towards Ji Yu. Even after the promotion, Ji Yu felt his breath surge. Peak Master, he was really killed by Morrowind with the demon sword. I finally stole his body back, you see. Ji Yu opened his sleeves, revealing the scars on his body. Murdering the same family is a capital crime in the Temple of Evolution. But when Ji Yu was assassinated, the door rules couldn't save him. As for the guy who disappeared, no one knew where the corpse was now. In short, it was hidden. Tianping looked at Ji Yu coldly. For some reason, when seeing Ji Yu today, the old man Tianping felt a little uneasy in his heart. Tu Lai was his predetermined leader-disciple, and the 7 big fronts had a skeptical look at this position. He didn't worry about the others, but Yi Tian had directed him to kill Ji Yu, but now he came back safe and sound, with Yi Tian's corpse. Could it be that Ji Yu really had such luck this time? At this moment, Yi Chumei strode in from the side hall. "Brother, Ji Yu is my apprentice, why do you need to train?" As soon as Yi Chumei came in, the pressure on Ji Yu suddenly disappeared. The two looked at each other. "Second, go back to Haosheng and train your apprentice. As for Yi Tian, the old man will find a chance to help him get revenge." Yi Chumei led Ji Yu out of the hall. Suddenly remembering something, he looked at Ji Yu with deep eyes. "You really didn't kill Yi Tianguo?" Ji Yu glanced firmly at him. "Master, I am willing to swear with Dao heart." Yi Chumei smiled, "Well, let's both master and apprentice, how can we not believe you as a teacher? You saved my life in the first place. I have a human profound sky bead here. When you fight a few days later, you will consume his spiritual power first, and when it's almost time, you will release it." "Thank you, Master." "Huh, really smart." Ji Yu suddenly leaned forward, reached out and stroked her forehead. Yi Chu's eyebrows trembled. "This wound is healing well." Yi Chu blushed, turned around, and said shyly, "How dare you be so presumptuous? He, master, doesn't the disciple care about you?" Yi Chu Mei thought to himself, how could this be so bold? At this moment, another elder of Danfang walked in quickly. The old eighth of the Temple of Evolution, Zhu Haoan, also brought his disciples here. As if staring at a thief, staring at passers-by. "Mayor, Xiao Yu, tonight my eighth forward wants to spend the night with you, so that it is convenient to go to tomorrow's ceremony of the sun. Changing Zhu is here, so naturally those villains don't dare to come close, so the junior sisters are naturally also desperate." There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. The last time Ji Yu was at the Danfeng Hall, he taught Lu Chang for his advancement, which made him very satisfied with this disciple, and he was not in harmony with the peak master. The two smiled at each other. It's another morning. With a piece of grass in his mouth, Ji Yu lay on a boulder and watched the people coming and going. The leader ceremony of the Temple of Evolution is one of the most spectacular events in the Temple of Evolution. Not only the people in the Temple of Evolution, but the Star Soul Empire attached to the Temple of Evolution also sent people to watch the ceremony. But they didn't know that the current Star Soul Empire had actually fallen into Ji Yu's hands. A strong army is stationed at the foot of Tianping Mountain. Ji Yu glanced at the general, whose face was full of surprise. Why is he here? However, his face was straightened, his eyes looked elsewhere, and he dared not say anything. The people coming and going were arranging the hall in front of him. Ji Yu yawned and walked around. There are still a few days before the start of the competition. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Ji Yu ran into the White Beast mountain range outside the Shinfeng between a few ups and downs. He sat cross-legged on the ground. A 7th grade monster beast lay at his feet, and a grunt came from his stomach, and he suddenly shot one of the monster beasts to the ground. The meat is being roasted, and if you smell the scent of the meat, you will be able to eat it soon. A few small monsters looked at Ji Yu with scorching eyes, as if they wanted to share a piece of the pie. Ji Yu smiled at them, "Want to eat?" The little monster beasts ran forward immediately. Ji Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. "Hey, I just don't give it, just play." A little fun can also make Ji Yu happy for a while. V2 Chapter 738 Leaders Conference. Suddenly a fighting sound came closer. Ji Yu just stood up. Flashing red. A young girl appeared behind him. Several men in black followed. Suddenly they found that Ji Yu was also on the scene, and stopped. Human Profound Realm. He's just an incompetent kid who dares to interfere with Laozi's affairs. Brothers, kill them. Every person in black glowed with golden light, and Ji Yu glanced at them, and he could meet so many masters of the Earth Profound Realm in one go. The things that Master gave me to save my life a few days later, now I have to use them. He took a bead out of the long sleeve. A look of horror appeared in the eyes of several people in black. No, it's human profound treasure pearl. Brother, there is nothing to be afraid of, as long as we things from that little girl, it will be enough. Teacher brother, this person's profound treasure orb can directly absorb the soul of people. This kid actually has a treasure from the ancients, brothers, let's withdraw it. Ji Yu snorted coldly, go. You can't go anymore. The human profound treasure orb gave out a dark and thick fog, a gust of gloomy wind hit, and the giggles spread throughout the tomb. Who could have imagined that a little man in the profound realm had an ancient treasure? If this spreads out, I don't know how many people want to catch him, and they are forcing them to ask, maybe they can get a heaven-shattering treasure. Several people had just mobilized their profound strength, but they were fixed by the huge suction power of the human profound orb. Ji Yu thought, this evolution temple should have a lot to do with the remnant soul phantom in the rope of soul. It's terrible, my profound strength has been emptied. No, I don't want to die, please, let me go, we will leave immediately. What? What? After a while, 6 corpses were lying on the ground. The human profound orb also turned into powder after a click. Ji Yu suddenly turned his head, and looked at the young girl with cold eyes. Who are you? The girl in red looked at Ji Yu curiously, and suddenly a smile appeared in the corner of her mouth. Boy, you seem to have many treasures on your body. I'm Li Xijiao. Li Xijiao is also the young and unruly saint of God Xuanzong. Even though the saint is how powerful she is on weekdays, Ji Yu can see that her profound strength is dissipating at this time, and she is obviously suffering from severe poison. What do you want to do? This arrogant girl felt scared for the first time. Kill you. Ji Yu looked cold at the moment. This made Li Xijiao, who had shown a talent of genius since childhood, trembled involuntarily in her heart. She curled up a little bit backward. Suddenly Li Xijiao grabbed a handful of sand on the ground, and aimed at Ji Yu's eyes. And during this process, the only profound energy that was left in his body was quickly mobilized. It swept back quickly like a wounded bunny. But Ji Yu was ready to close his eyes quickly, letting the sand fall on the ground, and his sensitive ears moved slightly. Aiming in the direction of the little rabbit, she appeared in front of her with a shake. An unceremonious kick hit her chest, and Li Xijiao snorted and fell to the ground. I also want to take up a weapon to counterattack Ji Yu. Ji Yu's eyes are sharp, and he kicked her arm, kicked Li Xijiao's treasure aside, and stepped on her chest. Seeing that he was going to die, Li Xijiao's mind quickly turned. Hold on. Ji Yu has come with his sword at this moment. I am willing to hand over the pills left by my ancestors. Ji Yu snorted coldly, after you die, this pill will still be mine. I can leave it to you, and... Speaking of this, Li Xijiao's beautiful eyes trembled, and a thrilling feeling turned over from Ji Yu's heart. I will actively cooperate with you. This gentle voice, if there is no fragrance, and Li Xijiao's eyes seem to be as beautiful as stars. If you change a man, you will feel relieved at this moment. But Ji Yu is not in this list, he has experienced so many things, plus there is a system. The mind has long been as firm as a rock. Snapped. Ji Yu slapped a slap on the pretty face of the Xuanzong saint who made all the young men in the Xianxian realm, even the old men, want to press it on the ground. Li Xijiao never expected that with this face, how many masters would die in her hands, but she couldn't confuse Ji Yu. The reason why Ji Yu slapped her was because he knew that the other party had used the charm technique on himself. Pain was the best way to solve this technique, but it was too painful to slap her on his face. Had to draw it on her face. Seeing Ji Yu still want to kill her, Li Xijiao directly shouted, I can promise you 3 things, I will swear by the heavenly soul. In the previous life, swear to be eating lettuce, but here, swear to bet on everything. This girl is the saint of Xuanzong anyway, I can help you do 3 things, as long as you go around me. This moving price made Ji Yu stop, if the saint could use it for him. Someday. After calculating the gains and losses before and after, Ji Yu pointed the tip of the Kunpeng great sword to the saint's neck. You can swear now, I am Jio. The saint bit her finger and the blood dripped on the ground. The Tai Chi aperture appeared on the ground. I, Li Xijiao, the 12 saints of Xuanzong ranked 7th, and I swear by my Tao heart that from today I will promise Ji Yu 3 things, if I turn my back on the sky and thunder, I will not enter the 3 souls and 5 realms. A faint thunder came from the sky. Ji Yu brought the Kunpeng giant sword into Neji. Now you can do one thing. What's the matter? In this life and in this life, I must not retaliate arbitrarily, do not harm me, or entrust others to do anything unfavorable to me. Ji Yu is equivalent to completely blocking the saint's back road, this saint has to use her life to complete. After a cold snort, the saint quickly handed a pill to Ji Yu's hand. Ji Yu handed a sound transmission talisman into her hand. Remember, don't take the initiative to contact me in the future, you can only wait for me to contact you. The saint reluctantly said yes. Get out. Looking at Ji Yu in front of him, Li Xijiao couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment in his heart, but what still Ji wants to do here, does he want to take the pill here? That is extremely stupid. The saint planned to hide it. If Ji burst into death here later, wouldn't she be happy, and she was able to retrieve this pill, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Within 10 breaths, if I still sense that you are in this white beast mountain forest, I will kill you. It seems that Ji is really moving. The saint flung her hand and a golden talisman appeared. Today's humiliation, this girl took it down, and it will be returned later. After the golden talisman burned, the space was violently distorted. Ji Yuze confirmed that the saint's breath had disappeared, so he took out the medicine and sat cross-legged on the ground. After taking the pill, Ji Yu only felt that his profound strength had risen wildly. With a bit of pain coming, Ji Yu only felt that his strength had increased greatly. He broke into the 6th level of the human profound realm in an instant. A few days later, Ji Yu stepped into the square, which was built with 4 big viewing platforms. Everyone sat on the viewing platform and waited for the birth of the leader's disciple. The huge sound of discussion made this place seem very lively. There are even some mortals who don't know where to get some snacks and sell all kinds of food here. However, the price of sitting on the ground is constant, and there is an endless stream of scams and abductions here. Seeing that the Lord is almost coming, the old man in the ceiling is holding hands. Thousands of peaceful birds soared in the sky. There is no wind and automatically under the holy flag. Sacred scripture of the Temple of Evolution, I am honored that we have invited the leader of Bahayman, Gu Changsheng. Ji Yu looked at the most prominent position in the audience. An eagle circled in the air for a week, and landed on Gu Changsheng's shoulder. He smiled, this is still to evolve the temple to give face. Shenxuanzong Saint, Li Sijiao. Standing beside him was the saint of Shenxuanzong, and the entire square was boiling. Ji Yu looked at the so-called saint with a smile on his lips. An almost crazy idea suddenly remembered in Ji Yu's heart. And you elders of the door. Everyone beckoned to the crowd in the audience. Today, I chose the leader disciple of the Temple of Evolution, and the 9 Dafeng dispatched their own proud disciples. This ceremony is divided into 3 major tests in accordance with the rules of the ancestors. On the first level, all 9 Dafeng disciples must enter the 10,000 demon pagoda to obtain jade medals. This is Doyong. There was a lot of discussion among the people on the viewing platform. What the 10,000 demon pagoda suppresses is the monster in the forest of 100 beasts. I don't know how many masters died in the 10,000 demon tower. Quiet. The old man in the canopy roared. The audience suddenly became awe-inspiring. On the second level, the player who takes the jade medals needs to lead the rest to grab the jade medals. Whoever has a large number of jade medals in the end is a victory. Finally, those who have not been eliminated after returning, fight in the ring, until the last one is the leader of my evolution temple. After the voice of the old man in the ceiling fell, the 9 Dafeng disciples jumped onto the ring one after another. The old man at the ceiling glanced at each other at the elders of the sect. A wave of profound energy was emitted from everyone at the same time, and the small tower that had been suspended in the air suddenly changed to a height of 10,000 feet. The roar that kept coming from inside hit everyone's heartstrings directly. 9 people jumped into the tower one after another. The first floor of the 10,000 demon tower was empty, and it was also a space for people to breathe. After Ji Yu came in, he directly found Tu Lai. Tu Lai glanced at him, is it you? V2 Chapter 739 Trial in the Tower of 10,000 Demons. Ji Yu smiled and patted him on the shoulder, brother, to be honest, I am here to accompany you on the run. You also know my strength, so don't let me hang on here later, you can bear it more. Ha, as timid as a mouse. The rest of the forwards laughed loudly. Only Ma Feng of Xian Jifeng followed Ji Yu. Our Xian Jifeng also has this attitude, and we are your loyal little brother. Ji Yu smiled, did not speak. Tu Lai's mood improved, you two followed carefully, and if you get lost later, I won't care about you. After that, Tu Lai swaggered towards the second floor. Ji Yu quickly followed. The other disciples quickly followed. The second world was burning fiercely by the fire. Without seeing any monsters, everyone used their own magic weapon for body protection. Ji Yu stood beside Tu Lai every step of the way, even saving the strength to use the magic weapon for body protection. The others looked at them and snorted. Ji Yu glanced away, and there was a dark shadow faintly swimming in the sea of fire. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly, and the silver needle held in his hand quickly flicked. The silver needle sank into the sea of flames at a speed that no one could detect. A heart-piercing sound came from the sea of fire. A scarlet long snake leaped out of the sea of fire, with a pair of bone wings spread out behind it. The crowd who fought outside the tower had already boiled. Fire dragon. It's fire dragon. It's just that it killed the 5-tier pure and petty Taoist in the human profound realm. This 10,000 demon tower is indeed dangerous. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Ji Yu in the hallway mirror. The little hand gripped the corner of the clothes tightly, and gritted his teeth secretly in his heart. Ji Yu. You are here. Okay, the dragon will kill him. Li Sijiao continued to cheer for the dragon. Inside the mysterious mirror, the magic dragon touched a flame, sniffed his nose, and seemed to smell something delicious. The dragon had turned and stared at Ji Yu in front of him. Tu Lai thought that the devil dragon was staring at him, and directly burned a ball of flames with both hands, and fought hard against the devil dragon. The disciple of the seventh front smiled faintly. Big brother Tu Lai is really amazing. Unlike some people, he would hide behind him. Ji Yu ignored him, and shouted at Ma Feng, quickly, ride brother Tu Lai on our behalf, hurry up. Several disciples behind him reflected, and they also planned to leave Tu Lai and flee to the next floor. The demon dragon looked at Ji Yu about to leave, and became anxious in his heart, throwing off Tu Lai and directly towards Ji Yu. Seeing that he was about to enter the next floor, how could Ji Yu fall here? Looking at the disciple of the seventh front in front of him, Ji Yu waved his hand again, and the silver needle immediately sealed the acupoint of the disciple of the seventh front, and his spiritual power was instantly blocked, and Ji Yu came to him. Junior brother, let's go quickly. I am I. The magic dragon opened his mouth wide. Ji Yu turned his heart, and pushed the disciple of the seventh front towards his back. What? Everyone outside the tower took a breath. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu looked harmless to humans and animals, so cruel and cruel. The magic dragon chewed 2 bites carefully. When they wanted to chase them, everyone had disappeared. Click. Ji Yu stepped into a piece of ice, and hovered quietly on this land in the bitter cold. There is no wind and no snow. Only the invisible cold is left. After the remaining 6 disciples came in, they were also caught off guard. Just now, they were thrown into the ice and snow. Everyone is looking for the stairs to the next floor. Suddenly the ice on the ground broke apart, and a huge mysterious tortoise appeared in front of everyone. The mysterious tortoise stood still on the spot as if it were a mountain. The fourth front disciple noticed sharply that under the mysterious turtle, there seemed to be a hidden door hidden. Brothers, the mechanism must be hidden behind Xiangui. Why don't we work together to force him back? Everyone pondered for a while, and indeed they all wanted to eliminate each other, but if they didn't cooperate together, even their personal strength would not be able to repel the mysterious turtle. What if we form an alliance? Facing Ji Yu's proposal, Tu Lai was obviously moved. The light of the demon tower flourished. Moo. Heaven and earth sent out a flash of lightning in an instant. Boom, a group of bright red blood appeared on the ground. The ground is a thick layer of ice. The blood of the demon red looked strangely dazzling on this piece of ice. Everyone moved and moved quickly towards Xiangui. Ji Yu saw that in the crack of the ground, there seemed to be a small door left. He looked at the people beside him, and suddenly a plan came into his heart. Several disciples from other peaks headed towards Xiangui. Ji Yu aimed at the seam under Xiangui. When those few red lights hit Xiangui, they quickly flew in the direction of the ground seam. The disciples of Jifeng watched Ji Yu quickly walk away, but at this time their profound energy could not withdraw and leave. Can only open his mouth to curse. Ji Yu, you shameless fellow. We are fighting the monster beast desperately, you run away alone. If Ji Yu waits for me to pass, I will definitely kill you. The people outside the 10,000 demon tower were even more stunned. Over the years, the selection of leaders and disciples has not never seen the following methods. But it is the first time I have seen this kind of trick so fair. Next moment, Ji Yu suddenly turned around. Sky-devouring thunder. It's Sky-devourer. Oh my god, he actually used the sky-devouring thunder against the same door. Boom. 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 Several loud noises sounded, and the disciples on the other peaks were enveloped in smoke. Ji Yu pulled out and quickly leaped under the mysterious turtle. He stretched out his hand and opened it toward the open wooden door. Above the third level is a completely sealed space. However, in this layer, there is no monster. In front of Ji Yu, only 3 beads were placed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 beads directly, and Tu Lai brought 3 disciples from the other peaks. Ji Yu, you really are so cruel. Ma Feng also followed Tu Lai with sweat on his face. Ji Yu nodded to him, shook his hand slightly, and 2 white jade tiles appeared. With a flick, he threw 1 jade card into the crowd. When everyone saw the jade metal, they immediately stepped forward to fight for it. Tu Lai stretched out his hand, the red butcher knife appeared in his hand, and 7 or 8 red snakes flew out. The disciples of those peaks were immediately entangled by the long snake. Tu Lai turned to look at Ma Feng, who opened his hands with a smile, with an innocent look on his face. Humph. Ji Yu threw the remaining jade cards into Ma Feng's hands. Go. The 2 smashed the jade card at the same time. With a flash of white light, Ji Yu appeared on a palace called Yushu Palace. He immediately hit his figure. After a while, several disciples in white robes rushed over. I looked around. It's weird, just now I clearly felt a little weird. Brother, did something go wrong? After a few patrolling disciples left, suddenly a voice came. Why are you hiding? They are all gone. Ji Yu just showed his figure. Unexpectedly, you guys would have done a good job waiting for me to come over. The old man glanced at Ji Yu. Hee, if you want to hinder my brother's plan, then I have to wrong you a bit, let's get on the road. Suddenly his eyes became fierce. Pounced directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Damn, this old guy must have used the transmission formation method to get himself here. After a few fights, Ji Yu suddenly stood still, the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand was swiped, huge destruction power, overwhelming the sky. Above the square. The disciples of all factions stared closely at the glories in the sky. It seems to be looking forward to who will come back first. Snapped. A corpse fell to the ground. Wearing a white robe. It's a disciple of Zhengyi sect. What, who can actually kill the disciple of Zhengyi sect? Ma Feng passed through Guanghua with a smile. The old man in the canopy smiled slightly. Yes, the disciples of Xian Zhenfeng have improved. After a while, Tu Lai passed through Guanghua with a human head and fell heavily to the ground. Blood was constantly vomiting in his mouth. Morning Wind, this is the head of Morrowind. This genius, who has been hailed as a phantom palace in 100 years, died in the hands of Tu Lai. Everyone looked at Tu Lai in horror. How strong is his magic power? Just when everyone was shocked by Tu Lai beheading Morrowind, Guanghua flashed again, and Ji Yu quickly passed through in a black robe. With a flick, a corpse lay on the ground. The old man in the ceiling was just about to announce the next competition. Suddenly the whole person was stunned, and then murderous intent emerged from all over his body. Ji Yu, you stop me. It turned out that Ji Yu didn't stop after throwing the corpse on the ground. The long sword in his hand was about to rise with the wind, heading towards Tu Lai with the sound of breaking the wind. The old man in the ceiling never expected that Ji was so cruel and cruel. Who is Tu Lai? He sensed that his life was threatened, and subconsciously rolled to his side. Boom! The blue bricks in the square actually broke through a big hole. What, this is the 6th level of human profound realm, he has broken through. A disciple exclaimed. The saint also stood up on the viewing platform. When we met yesterday, Ji was still the 4th level of the human profound realm, and when I saw it today, she skipped a big stage and became a master of the 6th level of the human profound realm. How can this make people not surprised, since the battle of the devil gods, such enchanting peerless talents have been very rare. The saint held the silk in her hand. Although she hated Ji very much, if she could lead Ji into the church. A thought kept rising in the thoughts of the saint. As for Tu Lai on the stage, the panic in his heart was not weaker than that of the saint. He finally became a master of the human profound realm within 100 years. But it was definitely not an opponent of the 6th level of the profound realm with the power of the 5 elements. V2 Chapter 740 Traditional. The old man in the sky trot swiftly walked towards the two and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, he must have taken the spirit pill, and his breath is still unstable, not your opponent." If Tu Lai was not injured, Ji might not be the opponent, but they didn't know that Ji had left a hand on purpose. Seeing that the old man in the ceiling was coming, Ji shook the long sword in his hand. The long sword dashed through the air at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Tu Lai's eyes. Looking at the position of the lower abdomen, the blood kept flowing, he trembling and looked back. Only seeing Ma Feng standing behind him, his face was still an unsuspecting smile. After the old man from the ceiling landed, everything was too late. Tu Lai had originally fought against the morning wind, and his profound strength was not much. After being hit by such a heavy blow, his body fell with the wind. The old man in the ceiling grabbed Tu Lai and slammed it. Ma Feng flew out like a discouraged ball, hitting a few stone pillars, and then stopped, but there was no more humanity. His eyes wide open. "Stand up." Tu Lai said weakly, "Father, I. Get up, Tu Gyerlang doesn't have anything like you, stand up, you are our leader disciple." Tu Lai twitched twice, but he didn't move. The old man in the ceiling fell silent, and the old man in black robe and the elder Xian Zhenfeng immediately appeared in front of Ji. "Tu man, now the result of the test is determined, you have lost, and you have taught the title of the old man in the ceiling, and the ceiling relic of the Temple of Evolution." The old man in the canopy just slaughtered and laughed. "Ha ha ha, have you planned for a long time to force me to evolve the holy artifacts of the temple today? But do you think I don't know?" He looked back at the viewing platform. "Please ask the saint, the elder save me." Li Sijiao saw Ji staring at her, her heart beating wildly. "But then I thought about it, if the elder killed Ji, it wouldn't be considered as a violation of her oath, and it was an agreement that Tian Peng had already made with Tian Yimen." Ji smiled at the corner of her mouth. "Doesn't she understand what this girl is thinking? Li Sijiao, come down to me." As soon as he said these words, everyone present was surprised. Who is this kid who dares to be so presumptuous to the saints of the top 10 sects? Your current evolution temple is no better than before, and now your evolution temple is nothing. The remaining elders of the Temple of Evolution had lost all disciples in this trial, and they concluded that Ji was his enemy. Especially Elder 7th Peak, watching Ji push his beloved disciple into the mouth of the magic dragon. "Humph, Ji, what do you think you are? Saint Gu is a member of the 10 martial arts school, can you scream? Don't look at what you are. Don't think that your master is covering you, you can run rampant." Ji didn't even glance at the elders of these peaks, but the voice became louder. "Li Sijiao, Saint Gu, why are you still standing on it? Roll me down." The elders beside Tu Man and the saint were stunned. Didn't Ji look at someone coming up for them this time, scared crazy? Even Yi Chu Mei couldn't bear it. "Fanner, don't be rude, and get back quickly. Master, don't worry about it, I have my own opinion. The elders beside the saint were so angry that their beards were shaking. If today's affairs were to be heard, where would they still have face to meet people in the future? Lazier dare. With his hands facing down, the elder grey robe had formed a hurricane, and everything that was close to the hurricane turned into fly ash. Just as his legs were about to exert force, the saint said, "Uncle Ching, let me go." What? Uncle Ching wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. With a wave of the saint's long sleeves, the two red edges flew directly in front of Jiyu, smashing the underground stone bricks. It seemed as if to give Jiyu a slap in the face. She stepped on Hongling, and all the young people present were dumbfounded. She was not so much a saint of faction, but a demon who charmed the world. Jiyu let the saint roll down, and the saint really came down. It's incredible, what is the relationship between him and the saint? It would be nice if the person who can order the saint is me, I must make her hay. If you want to twist your heart, how holy the saint is, how can you defile it? Why, don't accept it and wait for the meeting to end. Find a place where no one is going to compete. It is good. Li Sijiao fell in front of Jiyu, a trace of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a trace of doubt, surprise, and panic. I'm here now, what do you want? Jiyu smiled, pointing to the old man at the ceiling and said, kill him. Is this the first thing? Not counting. Li Sijiao covered her mouth and smiled, then why should I help you? If you have any deal with him, I will give it to you at the price, otherwise my first request is to let you kill the man who was next to you just now. Li Sijiao's eyes changed, as if he was about to eat Jiyu. You dare. Li Sijiao has lost her parents since she was a child, and only Qing Shu has been taking care of herself. How can she not be angry when she hears Jiyu's request? It's my business to dare, and it's your business to do or not, don't forget. Shut up. I kill it. Li Sijiao turned around, two men watched this unexpected scene. Master Saint, don't forget, there is an agreement between us. As long as you help me today, we are a family, don't you like to lie? The enemy who killed him is right in front of you now. Li Sijiao snorted coldly, what do you like about the dead? After that, the red light flashed away, and a human head fell to the ground. Jiyu is a little bit scared now. If it weren't for her being conspired, I'm afraid that she would end in this way, the strength of this woman is too terrifying. Yi Chu's eyebrows smiled slightly, I didn't expect that my disciple should have such a relationship with the saint. Disciple is so good. Jiyu thought, this girl shouldn't be jealous anymore. So he smiled. He patted Jiyu on the shoulder, walked to the center of the square, holding his hands high. Dear Queen Frost, your children and grandchildren have been selected, and Jiyu will take over as the leader of my evolution temple. Jiyu took a step forward, holding a long sword in his hand, and in an instant, thousands of miles of clear sky flashed with thunder, and in an instant, it seemed that countless demon soldiers were kneeling and worshipping. The Temple of Evolution, Order Wanzong, the leader comes to the world, and Wanchao will come. He shouted. The wind was violent, and the surrounding flowers and trees fell sideways, as if worshipping him. The disciples of the Temple of Evolution knelt down one after another. Li Sijiao also said, Tianyi inheritance, the Temple of Evolution, today there are leaders and disciples, and the return of all dynasties. With her words, even the top 10 sects recognized Jiyu's identity. I, Lord of Starfall, Yun Changhai wishes the leader and disciple become one. I, Lord of Star Soul, Yu Shao respectfully wishes the leader-disciple return. I, Lord of Flying Fall, Missouri Ming respectfully wishes the chief disciple return. The Lord of the Three Empires bowed their hands and congratulated them, and tens of thousands of elite soldiers bowed down on the ground, as if they had seen the gods. My, disciple of the leader of the Temple of Evolution, Jiyu. Welcome the new leader, the old man in the ceiling. According to the rules of the Evolution Temple, Anyone who takes the position of the leader of the evolution temple must abandon his name and become an old man in the ceiling. Yi Chumei had already taken down the sect holy artifacts from two man's body when everyone was kneeling. Break the mark that was left on it. Ha ha ha, today is my great day for the Temple of Evolution, this lord has prepared a great wine banquet, let the big guys enjoy it. After the leader took over, the old man Tianping brought Ji Yu into the side hall. Disciple, what is the relationship between you and Li Sijiao? It doesn't matter, it's just that the disciple has mastered some of her unbearable scandals, so she is a little jealous of her. The corner of the old man's eyes jumped, is that right? With the blessing of Tiananmen, my evolutionary temple will definitely prosper forever. The disciple is already very tired today, so I will leave first. Go, anyway, in the position of the leader, I will sit for you as a teacher, and after a few years, it will still be yours. After Ji Yu left, Ma Feng appeared behind the old man in the ceiling. Watch him. Yes. After the room was completely empty, the old man in the ceiling touched the two heads on the throne. Humph, I have been in the Temple of Evolution for decades before I have my position today. Let me sit for 2 years and pass on the position of the leader to you. The Temple of Evolution is mine, and it will always be mine. Ji Yu returned to the leader's disciple hall. Ma Feng stood behind him and patted his palms. Suddenly countless fluorites glowed at the same time, turning the originally gloomy hall into bright lights, but after the spar, there were more than a dozen ordinary people with fire attributes to consume their profound strength as the energy for the fluorite to shine. The fluorescence just turned on. A high-pitched and tactful female voice floated into my ears. More than a dozen dancers holding red fans, dressed in light veils, danced seductively from both sides and walked in slowly. Ma Feng said with a smile, Your Highness the Chief Disciple, these are all your species, I wish Your Highness the Chief Disciple an early future. With a cry of Ji Yuan, Ma Feng bowed his head and walked back. With a wave of his long sleeves, the red silks in the air the dancing girls one after another, and the curtains on the bed slowly fell. Quickly, don't leave it to me. I'm sorry, Your Highness, the leader disciple, I will rub it for you. One night in the spring breeze, more than a dozen females who had just lost their virgin body, got up early to help Ji Yu get dressed. Ma Feng shouted outside the hall, His Royal Highness, the leader and disciple, the leader said that if there is any, I will discuss with you. Ji Yu snorted, and then stood up, the Temple of Evolution is really enthusiastic. In fact, he also knew in his heart that this was the only way to have such a good inheritance left by the upper-class sect, and most of the women here were voluntary, and there was nothing to say about Ji Yu. V2 Chapter 741 Court Death. The old man in the ceiling was sitting on the main hall, and Ji Yu nodded each other. Cut to the topic. I discussed with the saint last night. Although the leader disciple has entered the 6th level of the human profound realm, according to the rules, he must go to Tiananmen and receive 3 years of training. This is a rule set by Tiananmen when it governs the Central Region faction. Every 50 years, all the sects under their sects must send their leaders and disciples to Tiananmen to receive training, so that they can easily recognize who is their master. Ji Yu did not refuse. As for this second matter, as everyone knows, there are 3 saints in Tiananmen. Saint Gu hopes that you can support her after entering Tiananmen. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. Master meant, let me married her. In this way, my evolution temple can become the strongest sect under the Tianyi clan. Marry her. She is willing. Even if you don't want it now, it doesn't matter, there will be opportunities in the future. The disciple understands, and the disciple is ready to pack, and then return to Tiananmen with the saint. That's great. After Ji Yu left, the old man from Tianping told Ma Feng, you have to keep an eye on him. If he is willing to stay in Tiananmen, it's best, but I don't want to see him anymore. My life was saved by the leader, and the leader has a life, I will definitely complete it. Very well, go down. The old man in the canopy looks out the door. Ji Yu, it's best not to come back when you go, otherwise, you should blame me for disregarding the relationship between master and apprentice. Outside the Tower of 10,000 Demons. Li Xijiao stretched out her hand, and the strong magic energy was continuously flowing into her body from the top of the tower. After a while, Li Xijiao had already burst into the Qingjing. Enough, if you it down, it will only make you burst into death. Uncle Qing said worriedly, and Li Xijiao reluctantly withdrew his hand. This 10,000 demon tower is indeed a good thing. No wonder Two-Man wants to use it in exchange for us. Uncle Qing saw Li Xijiao's magical progress again and smiled with satisfaction. Originally, we wanted to help Tu Lai to sit firmly as a leader and disciple, so that you could gain the magic power of the lower three-tier monsters, but I did not expect you to help Ji Yuna. The kid became the leader's disciple. Uncle Qing, I know, but the result is not the same now. Although Ji Yu is not easy to control, when he goes to Tiananmen, it will be our sight. But Qingwan and Xuemei also selected people from other schools, I'm afraid they are. Humph, he had better use up his profound energy. Uncle Qing became a little curious, do you know him? Why do you hate him so much? If this is the case, it's better to let me kill him with a single knife. No, Uncle Qing, I. Sigh. At this moment, Ji Yu never came from far away. Yeah, are you talking ill of me? Li Xijiao glanced at Ji Yu, gritted her teeth and yelled a shameless boy in a low voice, then turned to leave after snorting. Ji Yu grabbed her. As soon as Uncle Qing was about to speak, Li Xijiao said first, Uncle Qing, you go back first, I will be fine. Uncle Qing glanced at Ji Yu viciously, boy, if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. After saying this, he withdrew. When Uncle Qing left, Ji Yu grasped Li Xijiao's chin, and put it in his arms with the other hand, little girl, you remember it for me. Begging me to let you survive, I don't care what your status is, let your dog see me in the future to be polite. Li Xijiao felt Ji Yu's shameless actions. I just promised you to do 3 things for you, not your slave. Now you should also know the gap between the two of me. Isn't it my slave? Well, today I will let you go first and talk about why I should go to Tiananmen. Li Xijiao hurriedly left Ji Yu and rubbed her little hand. As we all know, our ancestor of the life and death profound realm in Tianyi Gate failed when he broke through, but he had already sealed his treasure secret book in the secret realm. There are signs that the secret realm is about to be reopened recently. My Tiananmen intends to open the secret realm through selected people. Are you not afraid of treasures falling into the hands of others? After the event is completed, the subordinate sect will receive certain rewards, but cannot enter. Secondly, it can also demonstrate the power of my Heavenly One. You are only the end of the 10 major sections. It's really ridiculous to say how powerful you are. Today you owe me another thing, and I will take it the other day. Seeing Ji Yu swaggering away, Li Xijiao asked curiously, why did I owe you something again? Ji Yu turned his head and smiled, today I originally planned to take your virgin body outside this 10,000 demon tower, do you think you owe me something again? You are shameless. Li Xijiao suddenly realized that he could not tell Ji Yu the words just now. Why was he so obedient? This shameless little thief, Li Xijiao wished that Ji Yu would be caught by the right way in the next second, and then killed. Based on what Li Xijiao said, Ji Yu concealed a part of it, and told the rest to Queen Frost intact. Ji Xiaoyu, originally we planned to do it when you were able to control the Law Guardian formation. We didn't expect that this old man from the ceiling greedy the throne and gave you to Tiananmen. Let's do this, you will get into the Tianyi Gate first and the secret treasure, maybe the mystery of my resurrection is there. Don't worry Chuyue, I will definitely do what I promised you back then. After saying this, the remnant soul void even blushed. Tiananmen is located on a huge mountain range at the northernmost tip of the central region. The entire mountain range seemed to be like a huge demon king who opened his hands and embraced the entire middle area. 7 monster beasts stirred their wings and Ji Yu stood on top of a huge bone bird. 5 or 6 apertures appeared in the sky. 2 of meat flew in front of everyone. The first person who enters the first door of heaven will have a drop of blood as evidence. Jiyu flew out a drop of blood, dripping onto the invisible mountain guard formation. I saw a flash of golden light, and a huge bridge appeared from the ground. Flowers were everywhere on both ends of the bridge, and the sound of birds continued to scream in the sky. Such a fairyland, really worthy of being the site of the 10 sects of the sacred religion. A fat man with a big waist and a round waist couldn't help being surprised after seeing this scene. Suddenly, he slapped him on the back of the head. "Idiot, just shoot to death next time you talk nonsense." Jiyu thought this girl was interesting, so he asked, "I don't know the name of the girl Gao in the next evolution temple, Jiyu?" Li Sijiao gave Jiyu a hand. "She is the protector of the Blood Sea Hall and Yen Yuro, one of the 3 saints. It really is a beautiful woman." Yen Yuro smiled slightly when she heard Jiyu's approval. Presumably this is the Saint Sun Sijiao recruited from the Temple of Evolution. He is really a handsome little brother with a lot of yang. "Would you like to play with your sister?" While talking, Yen Yuro flashed to Jiyu with a body invisible to others. Gradually walking down with his fingertips, Jiyu grasped her hand. "If sister wants to play, why don't we change the time?" "Oh. The holy son of the second-rate sect has already stepped into the 6th level of the human profound realm. Little brother, you are very interesting. When do you miss your sister, remember to knock on the door." Jiyu smiled slightly, but no one saw it, and a drop of sweat slowly fell on his forehead. Yen Yuro's charm technique beats Li Sijiao 100 times. Almost careless. There was a woman with a frosty face, standing behind everyone like a snow-capped mountain. However, there were as many as 5 or 6 people behind her. Seeing Jiyu's ability to resist Yen Yuro's charms, he couldn't help but glance at Jiyu more. "Hey, isn't this our Qinghuan saint? Where did you hook up so many young people?" Qinghuan glanced at Yen Yuro with disdain. The eyes of the young people behind her turned red in an instant, and the spiritual power of her body swelled uncontrollably. "Insult my saint, let me kill. Kill her." Several young people rushed in the direction of Yen Yuro in unison. When Jiyu's figure moved, a majestic spiritual force instantly suppressed several people. 7th level human profound realm. "Sure enough, I have some ability." Qinghuan said approvingly, but her beautiful eyes as stars stared at Jiyu's eyes tightly. "Every demon girl of my mother used charms on this uncle. Is it really so controllable to be this uncle?" Jiyu's heart burned with anger, and he looked back without fear. "Be cheated. Fucked yo." Li Sijiao and Yen Yuro secretly said in their hearts at the same time. Li Sijiao was rather anxious. Ji Yonai was the holy son she picked back. If Qinghuan controlled her, how could she go out to see people in the future? Is the spiritual power of the human profound realm comparable to that of the earth profound realm? The answer is self-evident. The Mu Xian power in Ji Yu's body suddenly burst out. A breeze swept across everyone's face. On the surface, it seemed silent, but only Ji Yu and Qinghuan knew how shocking it was. Qinghuan felt that his soul was going to be annihilated, and there was a blank in his mind, and Qinghuan was vomiting blood at this moment, and he half-kneeled on the ground. My heart was even more shocked. How could it be possible that he was just a small heartbeat period? How could it cause my soul to be injured in an instant? What kind of evil practice is this? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Li Sijiao and Yen Yuro. How did this kid repel Qinghuan? Neither of them dared to face with Qinghuan's soul. I don't know if the kid can get into the eyes of the Blue Saint. Qinghuan looked at Ji Yu's arrogant face, gritted his teeth heavily, took a half-step forward, and the power of the masters of the earth profound realm burst out one after another. Amidst the rain and softness, Li Sijiao's hearts were filled with each other. Appeared in front of Ji Yu in the blink of an eye. Qinghuan, are you going to kill my sect son in this broad daylight? Gu Jialua began to have a trace of sweat on the magic weapon in her hand. She didn't know if she really wanted to start later, whether she should protect Ji-yu for the sake of face, Ji-yu's arrogant appearance. She wanted to teach him. But being able to teach him a lesson does not mean that others can move him. V2 Chapter 742 Infighting. Li Sijiao's expression was obviously to favor Ji-yu. But Ji-yu pulled him behind him. After seeing this scene, Qinghuan raised his sword behind his back, and a smile appeared in the corner of Ji-yu's mouth. At this moment, several small flags were flying out quickly and landed on the ground. Qinghuan and others entered the circle. This is an 8-rank formation, it's really too strong. Several saints took a breath and they looked at each other at this moment. Warn Ji-yu with warning words. Quickly release the saint. There was only a slight smile in the corners of Ji-yu's mouth. He just waved his hand, and the formation suddenly brightened. Countless long arrows flew down towards his body at this moment. Qinghuan is worthy of being one of the 3 saints of the sect, only to see him raise his hand, and a huge shield appeared on it. In front of Ji-yu. Those arrows fell to the ground at this moment, accompanied by clanging sounds. Accompanied by a low voice sounded. Suddenly, the magic circle in front of him burst open, and Ji-yu dodged directly beside him, avoiding all those arrows. The 3 saints at the same time set their eyes on Ji-yu's body. Along with the lighting of Golden Avenue, a row of disciples in long robes came out. They looked at each other and gradually walked in the direction of Ji-yu. He faintly said, "Okay, stop messing around, we are not a place where you can kill." After saying these words, they stretched out their hands to welcome Ji-yu into the Tianyi Gate. As the end of the 10 sects in the 5 domains, only Tianyi's sect was extremely powerful. It is also known as one of the temples. They looked at each other, and gradually walked forward in the direction of Ji-yu. They looked at each other, and he faintly said, "Well, see the Holy Lord." They spoke heavily to the statue next to it. Ji-yu just glanced at the statues. I didn't pay any attention and just walked in. The rest of the people also gathered quickly at this time and walked into the room. Ji-yu and them looked at each other. A building appeared in front of everyone. Above that building, there was a big horizontal sign with the 3 characters, Sangshugu. If you want to enter, you have to get a ranking somewhere before you can finally enter. Go inside. Become the strong at last. They looked at each other and Li Sijiao took a step forward. Ji-yu faintly said, "What are you going to do?" "You help me seize the throne of the leader disciple, and I can help you enter the secret realm. At that time, it may be the key to your breakthrough to the earth profound realm." After saying this, they looked at each other, and Ji-yu said lightly, This is naturally good." Suddenly a thunder rang out in the sky. Ji-yu suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, only to see a meteor falling down quickly. Li Sijiao led Ji-yu to a building, and he pointed in another direction. "This is where you want to live, go in, I believe your little friend is waiting for you." The selection criteria of Tiananmen is to select the most outstanding people among the various martial arts, and then train them here, and naturally they will be sent back, but in this way they can show their strength. Ji-yu entered the big house. Suddenly a few men raised their heads and fixed their gazes on Ji-yu's body, and there was a smile from the corners of their mouths. One of the strong men walked up to Ji-yu under the sign of a young man Qianshan, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ji-yu. He faintly said, "Boy, you just came in, maybe you don't understand some rules. Here, you have to hand over your own things." "What?" There was a little doubt in his mind, and he asked, "Mix your things, I won't say it again." After saying this, he turned his head, took 2 steps forward, and fixed his gaze in Ji-yu's eyes. At this moment, they were approaching directly in Ji-yu's direction. With a heavy punch, he swung it down in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu raised his hand, directly caught his fist, and twisted behind the opponent. Accompanied by a scream, his body made a click. He suddenly turned around and kicked Ji-yu up. Ji-yu took a step back and hit him with a heavy punch. Accompanied by a scream came. Ji-yu suddenly disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared behind him, and hit the halving on his back. A sharp pain came from the back of his head. He widened his eyes, took 2 steps forward between his eyebrows, and instantly disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared before Ji-yu, and hit Ji-yu in a heavy circle. Behind. The profound energy in Ji-yu's hand was suddenly bursting and gathering at this moment. Mysterious skill, fierce thunder fist. After shouting this sentence, a thunder and lightning struck down at this moment. At this moment, the surrounding thunder and lightning gathered quickly and gathered in Ji-yu's fist. Accompanied by Ji-yu's circle of heavy beating on the ground. Countless bolts of lightning were flying around at this moment, and those thunder and lightning seemed to be entwined around the man's body like a poisonous snake. But he didn't seem to be affected in any way. Those lightning bolts were spreading all over his body. The man opened his eyes and flew forward directly in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu put a foot on him, and he flew upside down suddenly, hitting the heavy wall. When he fell to the ground, 2 blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and he slapped it heavily on the ground. His arms instantly turned into the thickness of masonry. Countless diamond fragments, also at this moment, flew forward in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu raised his hands, and a thick earth wall appeared in front of him. Those fragments were inserted into the thick wall. Ji-yu stretched out his hand and slapped it heavily. Those fragments were wrapped up at this moment, and countless grains of sand fell on him. The man suddenly roared, "Boy, you are a little capable, but so what? In my eyes, you are now looking for death." After roaring these words, he ran forward quickly. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu suddenly turned around and raised his hands like this. Grasping the person in front of him, he fell heavily to his side, and suddenly at this moment, the man fell to the ground. He kept beating on that person. At this moment, countless sands gathered quickly, and with Ji-yu's heavy twisting, it seemed like countless pressures were squeezing his body. Ji-yu only collected it from Matsushita, and the sand was slowly flowing down towards the surroundings at this moment. The man's face was also bleeding at this moment. He opened his eyes and flew forward in the direction of Ji-yu. He ran 2 steps on the ground, which turned into 2 thunder and lightning, and then he flew forward and flew forward. Ji-yu flew forward in the direction. At this moment, Ji-yu disappeared in the same place. After a while, he turned his head abruptly. After she fell on the ground, he waved his hands. The people beside him ran forward quickly at this moment. They looked at each other, and quickly flew forward in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu kicked out suddenly, and solemnly fell on him. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Ji-yu said lightly, "I shouldn't need to hand over anything now, right?" After hearing his words, everyone came to applause. Ji-yu frowned involuntarily about their behavior of not coming forward to save his teammates. He faintly said, "What are you going to do?" After hearing what Ji-yu said, they looked at each other, their bodies flashed, disappeared into the place in an instant, and appeared before Ji-yu a moment later. I saw him suddenly turning around and slamming a fist down. At this moment, Ji-yu suddenly turned to his side, and his fist fell on the ground next to him. After being knocked down by the fist, they looked at each other. Ji-yu suddenly disappeared into the place. After a while, he appeared in front of him. He directly raised his hands and held his neck. He faintly said, "He. 5 levels of the human profound realm? No, you are 6-fold. After saying this, he suddenly turned around, and the profound strength in his hand was falling rapidly at this time. After a loud bang came, he disappeared in place. A raging fire ignited and fell on him. At this moment, a raging fire was burning violently at this time, after a loud bang came. The 2 of them quickly danced backwards. At this moment, everyone in the house wrapped up and fixed their eyes on Ji-yu. One of them said, "Boy, in Tiananmen, you have to know whose side is here." After shouting this sentence, several people around him quickly wrapped up, and in an instant, they flew up and wrapped up in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu suddenly withdrew, and countless groups of Liaguang completely sealed him off. The use of profound strength has reached such a strong point. V2 Chapter 743 Shadow Zoneman. Ji-yu faintly said, "Why, do you still want to fight with me?" After hearing these words, several people around him quickly surrounded Ji-yu in the direction of Ji-yu. At the next moment, Ji-yu suddenly turned around, and the people in front of him suddenly looked towards Ji-yu. Direction. In an instant, they flew to Ji-yu's body. Suddenly drew out the saber. At this moment, he waved the saber in his hand and chopped it down directly in the direction of Ji-yu. He suddenly disappeared in place. The long sword in Ji-yu's hand was flying forward at this moment, and the Kunpeng giant sword in the air was splitting into countless long swords at this moment. At this moment, he swung down heavily. The Kunpeng great sword was falling down quickly at this moment. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of 3 great swords. Had it not been for this house to be forged from special materials, everything around it would have collapsed long ago. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu stood up and said faintly, "Mysterious skills, flying sand and rocks." Countless stones quickly gathered together, and fell to the ground. Those stones were surrounding them at this moment. At this moment, a loud bang came. They completely surrounded the last issue. They were wrapped in Ji-yu at this moment. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu suddenly disappeared in place. At this moment, the people beside him gradually stepped forward in the direction of Ji-yu. After seeing this scene, they looked at each other. Countless boulders collided with them at this moment, and there was a loud noise accompanied by a rumbling. The rest of them looked at each other. They retreated 2 steps backwards. In the next second, Ji-yu's Kunpeng giant sword suddenly swung out. In the next moment, the giant sword suddenly swung down. After the collision, he moved to his side. Looking out, the remaining few people were surrounding them in the direction of Ji-yu at this moment. Ji-yu waved the Kunpeng giant sword in his hand and slammed it down. At the next moment, the waves on the giant sword burst out toward the surroundings at this moment. The power of water also burst out at this moment. They stood up and suddenly looked in the direction of Ji-yu. At this moment, he faintly said, "How is it possible, how could the 6th layer of the human profound realm have such strength?" After saying this, they looked at each other. Ji-yu took 2 steps forward, and he said faintly, "Then you hand over your things." After seeing Ji-yu, a few of them felt a little fear in their hearts. They immediately took out a pill from their arms and placed it on the table. There was a slight smile on his face. Ji-yu turned around and walked out of the door. After seeing this scene, he took a deep breath and suddenly disappeared in place. Dang 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 sounded. Everyone walked out the door. He raised his head and saw several people gathered in front of him. Ji-yu faintly said, "What's wrong?" After hearing these words, they gathered quickly and walked to Ji-yu's body. They looked at each other. "This is the guardian calling us." They walked into the square, raised their heads, and the Tianyi sect's guardian said indifferently, "From the moment you step into this great sect, you must be clear that you are here to let people in the 5 major domains I know who is the leader among the sections. I want you to do one thing." They looked at each other, and said faintly, "What's the matter?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other, and the guardian slowly said at this moment, "I need you to eradicate some sects." Ji-yu walked out slowly towards the other side. At this moment, he said, "Why do we want us to perform such a task?" The people beside him shrugged suddenly. "How do I know, and I don't think it is a good idea." After saying these words, a thunder and lightning came in the sky. At this moment, several people beside him followed Ji-yu and walked out toward the gate of the palace. But Ji-yu quickly understood why they were sent to perform such a task. In name, they violated the rules of the 10,000 Dharma Immortal Alliance and used the 3 souls and 7 souls of people to forge treasures, but in fact, their sect had a long river of spiritual stones. 8 disciples fell on the ground, and a man named Fa Protector followed behind them. He smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I will definitely look at you well." After speaking this sentence, the people around him gradually came forward at this moment. They looked at each other. In front of the sect, the standing person was slowly walking forward at this moment. They raised their hands and stopped Gu in front of them. After hearing these words, several people next to him were gradually wrapping up at this time. After seeing Gu, he flew up and came to Gu in the blink of an eye. "Stop, can you also break through the Shadow Peak gate at will?" After hearing these words, they looked at each other, and the two disciples beside Gu gradually took a step forward in the blink of an eye. From receiving the ring, he took out the treasure and killed the person in front of him. A trace of vigilance emerged in the eyes of the few people in the Shadow sect. They suddenly turned their heads and took out a treasure from their arms. The two treasures collided heavily. There was a loud bang, and he took a step back and fixed his eyes firmly on the person in front of him. The corner of his mouth asked unremittingly, "Who are you on earth?" After hearing these words, Gu suddenly disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared behind one of the Shadow sect disciples, drew out his treasure, and slashed it down with a heavy sword. "Go down!" Accompanied by a scream, the person in front of him instantly fell in a pool of blood. The disciples of the Shadow sect heard the sound, and 7 or 8 people appeared in it. They were only about the strength of the 3rd level of the human profound realm, and they were nothing to the few disciples of the Tianyi clan. The figure flickered, and they disappeared in place. After a while, several people came forward, Gu drew out the treasure, and in an instant, all of them flew forward and loyally chopped down the treasure. Gu turned around and disappeared in the same place, and took 2 steps to his side. He picked up the treasure beside him, and slashed it straight forward with a heavy sword. After cutting off the sword, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. "Outrageous, you dare to break into our sect without authorization." An extremely majestic voice came from the direction of Shadow Zoneman. Suddenly, a few people fell in the air. They drew out their treasures and fixed their eyes on Gu and the others. In a moment of effort, killed in the direction of Gu. Gu turned around abruptly, and the treasure in his hand was suddenly cut down. There was a loud bang. At this moment, profound strength was impacting everything around, and several people fell in a pool of blood. But the person who said that just now was still standing on the mountain gate. He turned his gaze to the front of him, and he said faintly, "Slaying my Shadow sect people, looking for death." After yelling these words, the people beside them jumped to the ground at this moment. They suddenly opened their eyes and picked up the treasure beside them. Killing in the direction of Gu picked up the Kunpeng great sword and chopped off the long legs of several people. After seeing this scene, they took a breath. Gu took a few steps forward and said faintly, "I'm waiting for orders to come." A sword swung down, and the huge thunder and lightning power suddenly fell down, and a loud noise rang out around him. Boom! After a loud noise fell, the surrounding land began to burst suddenly. The old man's figure flashed, and his confidant walked not far away, slapped heavily on the ground, and the 2 profound strengths were colliding violently at this time. Another loud bang came, and several people behind him quickly stepped back. At the same time he raised his head and looked forward. Gu faintly said, "Mysterious skills, burning the city with flames." At this moment, the Kunpeng great sword burst into flames, and countless bursts of flames flew out from the direction of the sword tip, bombarding the ground at this moment. The raging fire was gathering at this moment, and fell in front of Gu. Gu suddenly raised his hand. Reaching out is that one gear, swallowing the flames. He gradually stood up, turned around, and said faintly, "Tiananmen's disciples are really good." Gu suddenly turned back, and the Kunpeng giant sword struck his head with a sword. It hit his neck. After being cut, he suddenly turned around and looked out. After seeing this scene, the old man stretched out his hand with a palm, and in an instant, a huge palm was formed in the sky, and in the next instant, a huge palm was slapped down at this moment. Ji-yu raised the treasure in his hand and slammed forward. The two treasures collided together at this time, and there was a loud bang. They flew upside down and glided out on the ground. Holding this opportunity, a few people on the side suddenly flew forward and stabbed the treasure down. V2 Chapter 744 Man in Black reappears. The old man looked at Ji-yu in horror, his just now Kunpeng giant sword suddenly flew out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords flew down in the air in an instant. The strength of the sixth level of the human profound realm directly broke through the sky. After falling on the ground, it was wrapped in the formation formed by this giant sword, and a powerful thunder and lightning broke out between the sword and the sword. Countless groups of fire appeared above. The fire burst out suddenly, lightning and flames. Directly driving the old man to the end, he helplessly roared at the sky. Unexpectedly, God will force my shadow sect to death. The two of them looked at each other, and Ji-yu took 2 steps forward, raising his hand slightly. After a scream, he fell into a pool of blood. After the elder harvested the opponent's head, Ji-yu followed the 7 disciples beside him into the hall, and more than 100 servants knelt on the ground.